Well, hello, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to R1. Welcome back to RENNSPORT as we still continue on the road to the Esports World Cup. We concluded action yesterday with Group A and Group D taking to the Monza circuit. We returned to the Temple of Speed for night 2 of round 7 here this evening, this time consisting of Group B and Group C. And whilst we haven't got Lewis McGlade here this evening, myself, of course, George Morgan still here, we're being joined by the one and the only Cam Roger, who was, of course, part of the presenting team and the commentary team after last year's EWC as well. Cam, welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be here, and I can't wait for the races that we've got today. Of course, it is getting towards the later stages in the championship as well. So especially for our teams here, Group B, Group C, the ones in Group B, they want to get up into Group A as obviously as best they can. But in Group C, they don't want to be down there in Group D because they'll be really limited on the points they can gain going into the final round next week.
Yeah, it's going to be very thrilling. But if you're new or maybe experienced here nonetheless, have a little look at this little reminder of how things work here at R1.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into 2 parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1-style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
So there we are, lots at stake. It feels like a long time ago now since things really got kicked off back in the knockout phase, leading through towards the seeding stage. But now, out of the seeding stage, now in, of course, the dynamic group stage. But we have witnessed so much racing, so much action right through. We witnessed plenty last night. We're going to witness some more here this evening. Night 2 of round 7 about to kick off here today on May 30th. And one final frontier to be announced as well for round 8 for June 6th. That will then confirm as to who is going through to the EWC in Riyadh. We are now only mere weeks, should we say maybe a month or so away. It's going to be very, very close, that's for sure, between all those up at the sharp end. The question is, can anyone stop the rampant Red Lion and Porsche Coanda at the moment? But of course we are going to be diverting to some other groups here tonight, but they'll all be having that question on their mind, that's for sure. But Monza is the location here this evening, and we'll take a little bit of a look at the track map at this very iconic location. It's been open for over 102 years now, opening back on the 3rd of September 1922, home of the fabled Italian Grand Prix. The layout we're using has been in existence since the year 2000 to the present day. 5.793 kilometers, 3.6 miles as well, 11 corners. The iconic Seraglio Straight coming down in towards the Ascari is obviously where everyone would love to get the moves done. We've seen a few, though, coming through the Rettifilio and the Rogier as well, but coming out of the Lesmos, you could be fed that opportunity down Seraglio. But then you have, of course, what was known as Curva Parabolica. Lewis McGlade would love it to stay that, but it is indeed Alboreto as it is now known. That is Monza. Cam, it is always a pleasure to watch the racing unfold at a circuit like this.
Yes, certainly is. It's all about really those big 4 straights with the big braking zones at the end of it. Of course, you've got this slightly more technical second sector with a couple of Lesmos. Very hard to make the overtakes there, but it's really about the momentum out of the corners here. So if you can sort of upset your rival coming through one of those corners, maybe try and get them slightly offline, then that's how you're going to get the run down the big straights here. But of course, it's all about the slipstream and then being very brave. Of course, you've seen so many pretty dodgy moves coming down into turn 1 as well, being such a tight chicane. So it is a slightly tricky one for the drivers, but hopefully they all know it by now and they'll be able to keep their cars under control. Of course, back into to Munich a couple of years ago, we had Moritz Lerner going all over the grass, which led to Chinchik winning the Spring Major back then. So accidents can happen.
They certainly can, and we saw a few 5-wides, of course, yesterday as well, not to mention a few side-by-sides. We will, of course, take a look at the groups that we will be scrutinising here this evening. This is just a quick reminder as to how things look now. Of course, we're looking at Group B and Group C this evening. Virtus.pro, after getting eliminated out of Group A, they're now making up that Group B lineup with Atlassian, Williams Sim Racing, who looked to be going through out of Daytona, but it all seemed to U-turn with BS Plus competition after the stewards' decisions. They allowed them to go through, but of course, BS now, after last night, eliminated back down into Group B. Not eliminated as such, more like demoted, should we say. Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI, who was so good last week, they are now back again, this time in Group B, contesting for the big points as well, or certainly the higher points above Group C where they were before. Maus were evicted out of Group B, now down into Group C, and they're going to be contesting, and that's going to be a fierce contest against Team Vitality as well, who were also so close to getting out of that group back into Group B, only it went MSI's way due to stewards' decisions. ERA Esports, though, after that rampant run towards that last stage of Daytona, forcing them out of Group D into Group C. They'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Certainly one of the best performing teams out of the newcomers that we have had arrive into this series, apart from the likes of Team MSI, of course, but a wonderful start to their campaign here in R1. And we look forward to seeing how they develop onwards as well, Cam. It's one thing to obviously do well in this phase, but when you go to a LAN environment, when we head to Riyadh, things can get vastly different. It will be vastly different.
Yeah, absolutely. Driving from home, even though basically all the drivers are using the exact same setups and rigs that we're going to have in the LAN environment, it's completely different. You're still at home. You've got your surroundings. You've got potentially your family as well supporting you there. It's very different. When you get to that LAN environment, you've got all the drivers there. You've got your rivals next to you, and you really have to sort of focus a little bit more. You can't be as comfortable. And certain drivers as well, they're able to step up when the pressure comes on. And certain drivers, though, actually lose a bit of performance because they get out of their comfort zone. It's a very interesting one, although at the end of the day, the top few drivers going for the championship, of course, they will always be there at the top as we go into the qualifying for Group C Race 1. And we are looking at Michael Schmidl here as he works his way through the couple of Lesmos. And this was that important point in the track they were saying, where you have to keep that momentum going, working through Lesmo 2 now and out onto the backstrap.
Yeah, closing out Daytona with one podium under his belt. Michael Schmidl finishing third in race 3. That was his first podium, incidentally, since Fuji in race 2. So Schmidl looking for a big major play here, obviously to give ERA a massive boon, should we say, against two phenomenal lineups. So when you certainly factor in the likes of Maus and Vitality, these are two teams that you would generally expect to see at the very top of the order. But ERA have certainly shown that they're not just here to make up the numbers, they are here to play. And at this moment in time, they're holding the purple first sector time with Michael Schmidl ahead of Yuri Toman at the moment. So Schmidl to set the first benchmark so far. 35.2 in the first sector is generally the faster time. 35.3 in that first sector, though, has been taken away from Michael Schmidl. He is no longer purple in the first. Still purple in that middle with a very respectable 35.4 and a 35.5 to end the lap. That is not bad at all. A fairly early 146.3. Not bad at all for ERA.
Yeah, not so bad, but let's see what Yuri Toman can do. Of course, it's pretty crazy when you look at some of the historical results in this championship that you see the likes of Maus Vitality in the third grouping here in Group C, but they need to work their way back up, and winning the group tonight will be very important for them. So let's see what they can do. Yuri Toman for Vitality across the line. He's matching the sectors. It's so close, thousands of a second, and he does go a little bit faster by about half a tenth of a second and puts that number 18 at the top.
It's Michael Schmidl's own teammate who actually took away that purple first sector time. He went the way of Robbie Stapleford, and that 35.2 in that first sector is absolutely scintillating. The middle sector, not quite so much. 35.6 in the middle. Would have ideally preferred a 35.5 to keep the run going, but the final sector could make the difference. 35.4 is where he would like to be. Can he nestle that in? Yes, he can. That is very respectable. Not quite the 46.3, though, that Michael Schmidl was able to bring to the party. But a 46.4, not a tepid way to kickstart your night in race 1.
Yeah, Morris Lerner, I mean, he was a whole 1/10 of a second slower than Stableford in Sector 1, but he's a whole 10th faster, even more than that, in Sector 2. So he might be able to challenge that second place there for Mikkel Schmidl as we come out of Alboreto, though, up towards the line. It's a long, long run. You really have to get a good exit, otherwise you lose all your momentum. And as we go there, he does just get in front of Schmidl by 9 thousandths or 11 thousandths of a second, I should say, up into second place.
Very fiercely contested qualifying session so far. We love to see it. Yuri Kasdorp, we welcome him back as well. He declared on social media this evening, Monza, his favourite circuit. Let's see whether it does deliver the results indeed for Yuri Kasdorp here this time around for Maus. They're going to be looking for a huge night tonight. It's going to be such a vibrant contest between Vitality and Maus here this evening, both looking to promote themselves into Group B. Kasdorp, though, with the slowest time so far, a 46.5, and that is some way off Yuri Toman, who currently sits at the top of the tree. Next up, though, Erhan Yuyovsky.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Kasdorp. I mean, he is a quarter of a second off Toman, but it's just so close around this track. As we see, Yuyovsky there goes very wide on the initial exit, then brings it back to get the shortest run up towards the line, cutting as much as he can in his Aston Martin, and up towards the line. It is going to be purple in that final sector, but not enough to take it away from Toman by 20 hundredths of a second. And Toman keeps his P1, but he's got his teammate in second.
Yeah, a lot of comfort here for Vitality, because we actually look at the main players from Daytona. Thibaut Casibon was actually one you'd probably highlight. Had one of his better rounds, should we say, in this championship last time out, and now hoping for a repeat this time as well. And it's not too far away from his own teammate, Yuri Toman, who's now arrived on the scene. 2 Vitality cars currently sit at the top of the tree. Can they make it? 3 cars in the top 3 to levy the weight against Maus and in the favour of Vitality themselves. Here comes Casibon up towards the line. Not bad at all. That is enough for third fastest. So 3 Vitalities sit at the top of the tree with 1 more to come.
Yeah, this is really good. Obviously, in this team format, the more drivers you get towards the front, of course, it's more points. But the important factor is you then stop other drivers getting points. So the points gain is multiplied. And this is a really, really good thing. Chinchik going purple in the second sector as well. But first, we see Schoeniger coming up towards the line for Maus. Where can he put himself? Of course, Lerner's up there, but no, he's at the back by a few tenths of a second. He must have got a track cut, and he would be starting from the back.
Very well. Next up, Marcel Chinchik, the spring season champion from 2023, marking his return this time around. Now, we've spoken season long so far about how Vitality, this is certainly not necessarily a season that they will long remember amongst those that where they have gone on to grab championships. Obviously still adjusting to this new period of time where they are with the Aston Martin, but Chinchik, no qualms here at Monza, where he's been so successful in the past. That is a stunning 1:46.077 to plant himself to the top. 4 Vitalities in the top 4.
That is incredible. We're talking about how close these lap times are. I mean, Casabon is just at a thousandth of a second in front of Lerner, but it's 2/10 of a second for Chinchik at the front. Is anything these other drivers can do? Ozildrim up towards the line for ERA. Can he do anything? He's actually a bit slow there in that middle sector. He must have got a track cut as well, so he's going to be at the back, but 1 place ahead of Schoeniger as we get, of course, Max Benecke coming up towards the final corner.
Benecke, the former Gamers 8 champion in his own right, has brought much success to himself, a legend of the sim racing space over multiple years, representing the Maus team, looking to try and lift themselves inside the top 4. Obviously, Moritz Lerner, their current highest qualifier. Ibrahim Khan, incidentally, going purple in the first sector, though, with a 35.2. We'll come to him in a minute, though. Middle sector, not so great for Benecke. As he crosses the line, that's only enough for 8th fastest. Tricky qualifying so far for Maus.
Indeed, but look at Ibrahim Khan. Final driver on the track, goes purple in that first sector, and he's looking pretty decent in the middle as well. He's just got 1 final corner. He's looking very calm in the webcam footage as well. And what is his run going to be like as we come up towards the final corner? Not quite using all of the track. He's shaking his head, though. It's not going to be enough for pole position, you would think, with that reaction and up towards the line. Can he get himself in between the Vitality cars? No, he's lost it all in that final sector, and it's going to be 7th place amongst his teammates for Ibrahim Khan.
Well, Marcel Chinchik, a master of Monza. We've called him that many a time historically in the R1 Championship. Well, he's come back to the top here this time around. Vitality, so much has been thrown at them through the course of this dynamic group phase. It may have not necessarily been a harmonious appearance through this half of the season, but in haulage of victories that they have had in the past, the sensational plaudits that they've received. Chinchik himself being one of the first ever champion, should we say, the spring season champion back in 2023. Just staunch quality, has spoken about how much that title has meant to him, obviously hailing from Hungary, and proven that he is still full of quality despite moving away from that Audi R8 LMS, now moving into the Aston Martin. They have not missed a beat here this time around. Great chance, if they continue like this, that they will bounce back into Group B this time, Cam.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're just stealing all of the points at the moment. And even if someone gets in front of one or two of their cars, they've still got a 1-2. So they're in a really, really strong position. And of course, there are a couple of more races to come tonight, more points on offer. But this is showing they've got that pace and they can really just make sure at least that Chinchik is going to win the race from the front. They can control that end behind. So what a team play, and using the format to, really good effect.
Yeah, certainly are. And there's some concerns perhaps for Maus as well. Not the greatest start to their session. There's a lot more Maus cars than ERA cars down in that bottom end of the order.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough one. A couple of drivers messing up that qualifying a little bit as well. It's a long way back from them, of course. Fairly short races, being 9 laps or so. So to get up in towards the top 5 is going to be very difficult for them to do that. So it's really a game for them of getting as many points as they can in this race and then just resetting and going for the second race.
Yeah, and obviously with Monza, it's quite a high gamble circuit. We've seen a few drivers already. We saw it yesterday, even some of the guild cars who had really at their point nothing to lose. Some of them taking the off-track grass excursions. We saw Bono House doing that in some ways to great effect, but in other ways probably not. A few 5 wides as well. If you are Maus, you might be a little bit concerned about letting the dog off the chain a little bit and going in deep, heading in towards turn 1 so early on. But maybe as things start to get a little desperate in towards race 2, do you think they'll get perhaps a little bit more, shall we say, will they become more dangerous, shall we say, in terms of the races that are still to come?
Yeah, I think if we see some of the action last night, we were 5 wide at one moment, which is absolutely crazy, especially when these old tracks is a little bit more narrow. So yeah, drivers are going to go for it, and especially when we're here, of night 2, round 7, we're getting to that interesting point of the season. They're going to need to go for these moves, and if you're starting further back, you really have nothing to lose in terms of if you're going to finish 10th or 11th, you're not getting many points. You might as well go for it, risk something, because otherwise you're going to be out and you're going to be moving down a group anyway.
Yeah, and of course, if you're Vitality, if you're Maus, you're going to be desperate to getting out of Group C. Obviously, when we look ahead to the final round, of course, next week, they'll be looking not just for necessarily safety to move through, to at least try and qualify when we head, of course, to Riyadh later on for the EWC. Remember, there will be a qualifier for the teams that don't get eliminated through the dynamic group phase to go on to try and gain a spot to join those that already gain automatic qualification into the grand finals. So, it's an absolute must now. Certainly if you're Vitality and Maus to perform tonight. And if you're ERA, you're just trying to protect yourself from the rear as much as possible. Free practice now in full swing now. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Ulas Yildirim currently with the fastest time, and not necessarily anything that's going to necessarily trouble the front end of the order so much at the moment. Of course, qualifying now, one and done. This is just the drivers getting themselves equated to the track once again here at Monza, just letting perhaps have a little breather, a sigh of relief, just get well adjusted, acclimatized to the circuit. We've got a fierce race coming up. 9 laps of action will be occurring very shortly here at the Temple of Speed. If you're ERA, it's just a case of protecting your spots, making some subtle gains. You can't really afford to gamble too early on, Cam.
Yeah, of course. Maus, as we were just mentioning, they've got 3 drivers on the final 4 positions of the grid. So they're the ones who need to take the risk. ERA, they need to consolidate that mid part of the field and try and move up some spots, try and take some places away from Vitality.
Well, let's run you through the starting grid from back to front here in Group C. Race 1 is Dennis Schoeninger starting in 12th. Alongside him, Ulas Yildirim on the 6th row of the grid for ERA. Next up, Yuri Kanstorp in 10th. Alongside him, Maximilian Benneker in 9th place too, with Robbie Stapleford in 8th. And Ibrahim Khan will join him on the 4th row. Michael Schmiedel in 6th. Moritz Lerner, the sole Maus car, in the top 6 in 5th. But now a sequence of Vitalities. Thibaut Kazibon, Erhan Yuyovsky make up the 2nd row. Next up, Yuri Toman on the front row once again in 2nd, with Marcel Chinchik, the spring season champion back in 2023, returning to the top, a position he is oh so used to but hasn't really tasted it in a long time. He'll be starting on pole position ahead of our first race of the evening in what could be a stellar night for Vitality, and I'm sure that they will be cheered on by all those and the fans that are tuning in across the globe. Be sure to interact as well, utilize those live chats, folks. That's exactly what they're there for. Cheer on your team. Cam, any predictions?
Well, Vitality's going to win the race. I just don't know which one yet. We'll have to find out.
Well, we'd expect them to. I mean, harnessing 4 cars in the front 2 rows is not bad at all, it has to be said. Cinčić, though, your pole sitter, as we take a look at Haniowski making his way around the final corners. His job is to keep Michael Schmiedl, Moritz Lerner, and maybe even a few others from behind. Obviously, Robbie Stapleford, Ibrahim Khan, but there is a wall of Vitality protecting those front runners. Marcel Cinčić and Yuri Toman will be looking to take that all away if possible and obtain maximum points, as now the foot goes to the floor, it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go here in our opening race of the evening here in Group C. Marcel Cinčić getting off to a very confident start, as is Yuri Toman as well. Few movements further back, some ERA cars actually getting a really good start as well. Ibrahim Khan really getting off to a plum indeed. So much momentum carried his way. 2 cars going off at the escape. That includes Haniowski and Moritz Lerner as now they rejoin the circuit. Still all 4 Vitalities sitting near enough at the top of the tree, but Marcel Cinčić, after qualifying on pole, he is now 4th out of them, so 3 places down. It's Toman who leads as Ibrahim Khan jettisons into P5.
Huge send from Lerner. Oh, one of the cars off onto the grass. That might be Schmiedl. He's going to go over the chicane. About 3-4 places he's gained from that. And onto the grass. Khan goes as well as he holds onto that. Schmiedl, I mean, he gained so many places. He surely got to give those back as he was pushed onto grass a little bit, I think, as he sort of had a bit of bunching up. But this is not good for Mouse as they obviously go behind. But it's now for Stableford to try and get past Lerner and get it 3 in a row.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Very confident start, though, for Vitality. ERA, though, getting off to a decent start as well. They're so concerned about harnessing these places. You can see on the top right of screen as well, folks, the live standing system. Of course, Vitality have been sitting at the top of the tree for various rounds so far. They've accumulated more points than most. Now currently sit on 74 ahead of ERA at the moment on 22. 12 for Mouse as well at this moment in time. As we're now watching as Ibrahim Khan now flies down the straight in behind his teammate and now moving alongside Michael Schmiedl as they head down through towards Kerber Alboreto. Khan up into 5th. Further back, side by side with Moritz Lerner and Robbie Stapleford. Lerner with the Mouse front nose here on that BMW M4 GT3, flying through out of Kerber Alboreto and will move into 7th. The Mouse need to make places. It's now or never. They can't afford to throw away keen points as Lerner now starts to track after Schmiedl, heading down through towards the Rettifilio, opening the door to the inside. That's a very aggressive line taken here by Lerner. Can he capitalise up the inside through now against Schmiedl? And surely Schmiedl will have no answer. He certainly won't, because lunging forward, it's Moritz Lerner who moves into 6th, and now Robbie Stapleford will move past his teammate as well.
Yeah, that was a great show of basically attacking to defend. He almost lost the place, but instead he gained one. Now Schmiedl's going back again. Is this him giving up those places, or has he just got bad momentum out of that first chicane up towards the second we go into the Della Roggia? And it looks like he's lost another position. So Schoeniger goes through as well. So Schmiedl, he was up into 5th place at one point. He's now lost those 4 places that he gained going through that chicane on the opening lap. But we work our way through. Lerner is looking fast though, but Khan as well. Unfortunately, they have dropped back a little bit to Marcel Cinčić. So from pole, Cinčić has dropped down to the back of the Vitality group, although to be honest, they just care about the team result, so it's actually not too bad for them.
Max have only actually had 1 win through the course of this dynamic group phase, and it was all the way back at Fuji. Fuji was their best week. They managed to sustain a double podium visit for Dennis Schoeniger. Of course, this man we're currently watching on screen at the moment and riding on board with through the Ascari chicane. But it was, of course, Max Benneker who went ahead to take victory in the opening race, his opening race at Fuji, to bring some major points home for the Mouse team. But since then, it hasn't been quite as easy. It certainly is never easy when it comes to sim racing. Benneker knows that more than anybody, but is of course a multi-champion, one of the first winners as a whole at major competition in the R1 series. Of course, he went to Katowice a couple of years ago, where he went ahead to become one of the first winners, along with Joshua Rogers from Porsche Coanda as well. It was almost meant to be, as Benneker now hops on the attack of Michael Schmiedl this time around, side by side on the run down through towards turn 1, following on Dennis Schoeniger at the moment. So Maus looking to move forward almost like a velodrome cycling team, and indeed through goes Benneker. Manages to certainly thread the needle to a certain degree, and now pops himself ahead of Schmiedl and now in 9th place.
Yeah, had to get the elbows out on that one, but Smeedle goes down another place. That's 5 he's lost this time around. He's got Kazdorp up behind him. He is going to the outside, though, to try and come back. That's going to open up the door for Kazdorp down the inside. So that's going to be the outside for the second part of the chicane. He's going to be pushed out onto the gravel, and this is actually going to potentially allow Ziljum to come through. Of course, an interesting and important point at the back of the field, but Kazdorp does lose that place, and Ziljum is now finally not at the back of the field.
Yeah, really like what I'm seeing from Ibrahim Khan at the moment as well. He's currently sat just within or just outside a 10th and a half at the moment of Marcel Chinchik. Chinchik, who was sitting actually at the head of the order. Of course, we all know he's scoop pole position. Things are looking vastly different for him right now, but they are playing the team game at Vitality. They've got 4 of their drivers sat at the top of this 12-car classification at the moment. So currently in control of the third and the top third of this classification here on lap 3 of 9. Ibrahim Khan currently sat now, as I said before, a 10th and a half away. He's starting to breeze back into it, though, as he takes that long straight, and is now on the attack of Marcel Chinchik around the outside, coming through Alboreto, but in comes Moritz Lerner, who has been rampantly rising through this field thus far. Ibrahim Khan, who may have been feeling a little bit, well, he might be feeling a little uneasy now, because Lerner is now on the attack. Of course, Khan was the hunter. He could say now he's the hunted. A little bit of wheel banging between them now this time around. Moritz Lerner on the attack. Can he lurch himself up the inside? He's got yet another ERA car with Robbie Stapleford looking to the outside, who's now going late on the brakes, coming through towards turn 1, and the Stapler moves his way up into 5th, and Lerner going off track, collected by Ibrahim Khan and into the gravel, and it looks like Lerner's round.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a hip check there by Khan, as the 97 there, sorry, 27 I should say, just had a little bit of a wiggle to the right-hand side on the exit, and they're really pushing each other towards the line now, going off into the gravel, and actually Chinchik is under attack because Stapleford round the outside, contact was made, and he's gone around, so that's going to let the top 4 run away, and unfortunately this is important points being lost for both of these teams, with each of Mouse and ERA having drivers off into the gravel in this first sector.
Compelled to wonder now as to whose fault that was heading down into the Rogier between, of course, Robbie Stapleford and Marcel Chinchik. A little moment that, of course, sent them wide. Ibrahim Khan now down in 5th at the moment. Of course, Dennis Schuniger down in 6th as they now look to jostle for position once again. But Chinchik not out of the loop just yet. Of course, currently occupying 4th place after coming under fire from the ERA Esports team as they come through out of Ascari. There is Khan, still looking a little bit shaken, because now he's got Dennis Schuniger, who is certainly not a slow character out on track, has moved from Williams into the Maus fold, and I have to say one of the best performing Maus drivers. We alluded to some of his results as well earlier on in this race, and certainly shown that he has grown quite a lot through the course of this R1 Championship. Disappeared for a little while. Of course, we witnessed him in person during LAN events at the very start of the R1 tenure, when we went to Katowice back in 2023 to kick things off, as now we see as Schuniger now looks on the back of Khan, now going side by side on the run down through towards turn 1. The BMW M4 now cinching up on the Porsche once again as they now drift through turn 1. Lovely move indeed from Schuniger, and something we've come to expect from him as well. Max Benneker would love to get a move in himself as well in his BMW M4 GT3. But as they come out of turn 2, through turn 3 at Curva Grande, it is still a quartet of Vitality sat at the top of the tree.
Yeah, and the important factor really for the big points in the race is now Schuniger. He got up into 5th place after all of this, obviously, because the carnage that's happened in front of him after having a terrible qualifying. But he's over a second behind Marcel Chinchik, who's dropped back by about 3 seconds. I wonder if he's doing a little bit of a Liam Lawson tactic. Let's see a replay of this, though. So we got Stapleford on the outside, Khan in the middle, and Lerner on that right-hand side. We're coming down in towards this first corner. Bit of contact both ways. Stapleford squeezing towards his teammate. Around the outside, Lerner's going to go, and there's a bit of a wiggle. Yeah, there's a sort of a bit of contact, and then a wiggle to the right from Khan, and now obviously is the further contact for Lerner to go off.
Yeah, and obviously we had the next battle unfolding, where eventually there would be a Spinala heading through the Rogier. Now, I believe that was Stapleford, who unfortunately got uprighted coming through towards turn 4. So that's a really unfortunate moment, at least for him. Obviously, we will keep you updated, folks, as to where the penalty points go over that one. Round 7, of course, now in full swing. I can tell you that the stewards are looking into it at the moment, so we'll keep you posted as to what decision is going to be made over that as they now fly down this long straight. Ibrahim Khan on the tail of, at the moment, Dennis Schuniger. And indeed, in fact, on the tail of him is Max Benneker this time around. The time gap now starting to flourish downwards as now Maus look to add yet another one of their cars inside the top 6. As Benneker searching, just can't quite get it done through turn 1. Ibrahim Khan just shutting the door, just phasing out Benneker, just maintaining his position out on track. So a well defensive minded play, as now we see some more side-by-sides with Kasdorp now joined by Michael Schmiedel.
Yeah, you always have to leave the space. This time around they are doing so, but squeezing up towards the white line. But a big send to the inside from Kasdorp. He's managed to do the switch around. Has he made it stick? He was off into the gravel at this corner a few laps ago. He's made it work this time. Can he get the run in towards the first Lesmo though? And yes, he does. Schmiedel has to back out of that one. And I thought for one moment that the 75 was going to be holding that position, but Kasdorp with an aggressive re-overtake in towards the De La Roggia. Went from the right to the left, managed to make it through. Of course, Zildjian has got away a little bit with that, but these are certainly potentially important points as there's just 4 between them. Mouse on 19, ERA on 15.
Expecting the compelling battle to be between Vitality and Maus, but it certainly looks like that it's going to be between ERA, Esports and Maus, at least for now. If you look at the live standings, the point situation at the moment, 74 for Vitality at the moment, 19 for Maus, then further back ERA on 15. So ERA have a great chance here to effectively evict Maus from this group if they can keep this going and levy the points in their favour. And indeed, through goes Michael Schmiedel coming in towards Kerber Alboreto. Again, taking points away from Maus this time around as well. It's now 20 in the pocket of Maus, 14 for ERA. That'll continue to change as we see drivers move across this order. Ibrahim Khan, of course, it'll be in his interest to try and attack Benneker and also Schoeniger as well. But back comes Kasdorp on the return. Looking to give a receipt here now, this time around to Michael Schmiedel as they fly down through towards turn 1. Yet again, Porsche meets BMW still as Kasdorp forces the issue back through out of turn 2. But now Schmiedel with the up and under is going to take the fight to him around Curva Grande Cap.
Yeah, this is incredible. They'd be going on for a lap and a bit now, side by side. This is the situation we were in last time before Kasdorp swapped to the left-hand side. He's a little bit too overlapped to do it this time around. He's going to have to do it from the outside in the braking zone. Later on the brakes once again from the BMW. He squeezes Schmiedel on towards the curb, gets his car through, and once again the 4 with an aggressive overtake down in towards the first Lesmo he goes. They've really lost time to Zildjian, 2.5 seconds in the last lap pretty much that they've lost, and now they've got to look out because Stapleford is coming to ERA cars on the back of the one Mouse.
Means extra points could yet come their way if they can both get past Yuri Kasdorp. You can just see there the perplexed look on his face. He knows that he's in for a fight here tonight as they now sprint down through towards Ascari once again. We've got some more battling further back. Now, I mentioned this could be the case. Ibrahim Khan has now managed to jump through into P6, and Ulas Yildirim looking to do the same, taking on Benneker as now Kasdorp comes under fire. And as we so rightly discussed earlier on, this was the main danger. Both Schmiedel and Stapleford through at Ascari, past Yuri Kasdorp. It has indeed happened.
But look at the top speed of that BMW. He's going to go down the inside of 1, maybe 2. No, not quite 2, but the 1 car of Stapleford. So Kasdorp does not give up. He's an aggressive driver and he's making it work. It's certainly a load of fun out there. On to lap 8 as well. So the race fairly quickly coming towards the end. But these guys, but look how it's affecting the championships. Now only 2 points. It was 4 a couple of minutes ago. Now just 2 points between them as Kasdorp is going to go for 2 cars in 2 corners. Stapleford down the inside as well. As Schmiedel loses another one with the slipstream. Amazing move there by Stapleford to get both cars, but once again elbows out as he comes through the chicane.
Yeah, it's getting very tight as well. And again, Kasdorp loses out on the escape coming out of turn 2. It's offered an olive branch to Michael Schmiedel. The points gap now, there is no gap. 17 between them at this stage. So truly mounted as scenes. And if this is the trend we expect to see this evening in Group C, this could be absolutely scintillating. I tell you what, you don't want to look away, folks. This could be the story all night long here at Monza. It's Robbie Stapleford and Michael Schmiedel currently harbouring Yuri Kasdorp at the moment down in 11th place. Some really smart team interplay at ERA. Of course, we will keep you informed as to whether penalties will come in. I can tell you that Ibrahim Khan has been handed a 5-second time penalty for the avoidable contact from earlier on. Now, if we take a look at the time gaps right now, he won't fall down all that far, to be honest, but it will mean he will sacrifice his place to Max Benneker as here comes Kasdorp again.
Yeah, he's possibly going to lose 3 It actually depends. It's very close on this battle with Schmidl and Kastorp, actually. So he could be the 10th or maybe 11th by the end of it. We'll have to see how they battle. Coming up towards the final lap of the race. So coming on to lap 9, Group C, race number 1. Here's Beneke, and he's got that Khan in front of him who has the penalty. So he doesn't really have to worry about that. He needs to worry about not losing the place to Azildrim, who's coming up behind from the back row of the grid. Schoeninger as well from the back row up into 5th, and Azildrim trying to follow his way through. ERA in that Porsche coming with that top speed down in towards the first corner. Defensive line from Beneke, then back towards the racing line to try and get the best possible run. They both break at basically the same time. Door rubbing as we come through this first chicane. Around the outside is going to be from Azildrim, but the BMW on the outside is not going to give up. As Beneke, oh no, in the foreground though, Kastorp, after being aggressive, further contact is made and he's gone around. But let's see this first up into the Delorgia.
Yeah, Max Beneke under pressure. Here comes Ulas Azildrim, of course, a current, you could say in many ways, F1 sim racing driver. One of the most versatile sim races you will see in terms of taking part at the top end of all platforms. Beneke coming around the outside, managing to withstand the pressure and keep his car out on track on the escape coming out of the Rogers chicane. And now in towards the Lesmo, looking to take it further, but still Azildrim not leaving his tail. And we're coming into the closing stages. Checkered flag awaits here on the final lap.
Certainly does, and everything is on the line for these drivers. It is equal points once again between ERA and Maus as it stands, and of course 2 more races, but you want to get the points when you can, and this could be a good opportunity if Azildrim can try and find his way through down in towards Ascari. Not quite close enough, but he's certainly later on the brakes. And what a race, what evening potentially we have here at Monza with these guys battling to, of course, get that promotion up towards Group B.
Yeah. It certainly has been a fascinating contest, but as far as Vitality are concerned, this has been a controlled, measured approach to what has been a seamless race for them. Yuri Toman will storm up towards the line. A quartet of Vitality. They will race to the checkered flag and victory, as well as taking the top 4 places in the classification. Yuri Toman is victorious ahead of Erhan Yovski, Thibaut Kazubon, Marcel Chinchik, Dennis Schoeninger as well down in 5th place as well. I think given the fact that Ibrahim Khan will be given that 5-second time penalty, that points gap will be drifted apart somewhat. It will not finish on equal points. I don't think we will get confirmation though later on when we head into race 2. But there is, of course, our race winner, Yuri Toman, back on top. And it's been a little while really for Team Vitality, especially Yuri Toman himself has not won since Fuji in the final race in race 3. But as far as Vitality are concerned, that's the perfect way to start, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just checking on the app. It looks like Khan's been given 8th place, but just 1/100th of a second ahead of his teammate Schmidl. So, yeah, he did lose a couple of places with that, but certainly not the biggest issue in the world. However, that does mean that Maus will be slightly a couple of points ahead of them going into the second race. But yeah, for Vitality, absolute domination there in qualifying. Then, of course, Chinchik, a little bit of a holding up job on the first couple of laps, it looked like. Just made sure they at least got the 1, 2, 3, but they kept in 4th place as well. So great job from them.
Yeah, it was magnificent. Brilliant approach as well. Maus, it looks like the fight isn't just necessarily going to be around Vitality. ERA have certainly confirmed to us that they are here to play right now, Cam. And I've got to say, they've got a great chance with the likes of Azildrim pressuring Beneke, as well as what was going on elsewhere through the field. Obviously, we saw what happened to Yuri Kastorp. This could be a trend tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest issue for these guys is obviously they don't want to be last in the group, because then they go down to Group D and then they have to win the group next time out. So they can't be second in the group because the bottom 2 teams get removed. So they have to win the group next time out. So that puts them in a really difficult and strategic position. So they need to finish at least second today to confirm that. That'll really help their points as well. So let's see what they do. But anyway, it's going to be a tough night of racing between those. It looks very close between them.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, we can go and have a chat with our race winner from our first race here tonight at Monza. Good to see Yuri Toman back with us here for a quick interview. And Yuri, it has been a tough time for Vitality over recent weeks, of course. I know that there's been a period of adjustment, getting used to the Aston Martin as opposed to what you had before with Audi. But a victory here and 4 of the top places for the whole of your team. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, good to see you guys again, and good to hear you, because it's been a while since my last win, so very happy with that. Although, of course, we expected to be winning Group A especially not Group C. But it's been a tough season. But I think we've been trying to get on top of our issues, and I think we're slowly getting into it, which is I think the most important before the major, where basically everything is decided. So yeah, it was one of the easier races, let's say. So just holding on to the lead, and with all my teammates behind me. So yeah, still very happy with it.
And Yuri, of course, you had the 1, 2, 3, 4 in that race, but going into the next one, do you think you can replicate that, or do you think that was a little bit of a lucky situation?
No, I don't think it was lucky, because we've been strong on this track already in the first race, even though we had our some issues at the beginning of the season. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that we can be pretty strong again. Not sure if 1, 2, 3, 4 again, but yeah, I mean, as long as we have a couple of guys on the top, I think we are already looking good today. So yeah, looking forward to the next races.
Well, it's great for the confidence, it's great for the mindset, and obviously for Vitality. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to race 2 and race 3. I am sure we look forward to seeing it. We wish you the very best, Yuri. Congratulations on the win, and all the best for race 2.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There we are, Yuri Toman, everybody, the winner from our first race of the night. Let's take you through the highlights, and there were plenty of them, certainly outside of the top 4, maybe a little bit within as well, because of course Marcel Chinchik had a little bit of a coming together of his own as well with Robbie Stapleford, but we watched them come through towards turn 1. It was just a brilliant start for Vitality, really. Of course, a couple of cars taking the escape. We see that time on time here at Monza when things get rather tight. Of course, these are big sports car machines they are utilising. We saw a couple of moments into the gravel. That was a theme throughout the course of the race, as well as drivers looked to go side by side and escalate the places. ERA, though, went on full attack against Maus. That was the story, really, from this opening race. Looking to put them under the cosh earlier on. Of course, Maus, formerly a Group A team in the past. They're a long way from that at the moment, but you never know. They could put the steps in motion here tonight, but they will have to try and cope, not just with ERA, but move through against Vitality as well. This was a major moment, of course, a spinner. Later on, we saw a similar thing as well from the likes of Robbie Stapleford, who had a coming together with Marcel Chinchik, Ibrahim Khan getting caught up with Moritz Lerner as well earlier on. And this was the moment where Yuri Kansdorp came under fire as well, with the Porsches then sweeping on by. And once again coming through turn 1 and turn 2 at the Rettifilio chicane. Max Benneker, of course, had fun on his own as well with Ulas Yildirim. Later on, though, we did see Kansdorp getting spun after a little bit of contact with both ERA cars. Of course, the stewards looking into that as we speak. Many of them, of course, many of the incidents we did see last time out were racing incidents, but it was a superb start for Vitality. 4 of their cars inside the top 4, with Yuri Toman taking a splendid victory, and they'll be looking forward to the remaining 2 races to iron that out. And not forgetting, we do have another group to bring you very shortly. Folks, moving swiftly out of the opening race, but the stewards still deliberating over a couple of incidents, so the provisional classification will not be available just yet. But we can now talk a little bit about Group B as well, Cam, and Williams as a whole that were absolutely brilliant at Daytona last time out. We have the likes of Daniel Pajtor, Dom Blyer as well, 2 sensational drivers that have led the way. But the one argument you could make where Williams perhaps have gone a little bit astray, despite Tobias Pfeffer showing up on the odd occasion as well, they're missing the other 2 drivers giving those regular results. And against a team like MSI, and especially, I suppose a team like Virtus Pro, who despite perhaps them being in a similar position with Dara McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. being their main star players, you need to have all 4 drivers like Vitality have, or certainly have shown to have in that last group race that we just witnessed. They need that this time around here in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. When it's a team format like this, where all 4 drivers are there, it's not about your fastest driver. It is about your slowest driver. Well, pretty much your slowest 2 drivers, let's say, because that is where the points really are going to matter. And I mean, for instance, you're mentioning Williams there and the penalty, etc. with BS. They only lost out by 1 point in terms of going up into Group A for this round. So they're coming in with good form, and now they are racing against some important teams. Of course, Virtus Pro, they were the team that came down from Group A. MSI, they were the team that came up from Group C. But of course, all of these teams in the top couple of groups here, they are all top teams and drivers, so nothing to worry about from that point of view. Yeah, looking at the results from back there in Daytona, yeah, looks like Williams, they were a bit more sporadic, especially that race in Daytona. They had their drivers all over the place. They need to do what Vitality did, get their drivers up towards the front. And here in practice, it looks like it's not going so well, with 3 of them being down in the final 3 places.
I mean, these are the teams, really, aren't they, that really do have 2 main players, then perhaps 2 other drivers who are there to offer that utilitarian support. So maybe that is going to be the same case here. It's going to be interesting to see who out of these 3 do make it through. I've got to give credit to Team MSI, of course, with Jamie Fluke at the helm of the order. Jimmy Antunes has been exceptional as well. Johan Harth on his day can really pull out a mega result when he wants to as well. We saw it at Daytona. He's not too afraid of taking that mighty pole position that they're looking for, and obviously at Monza that is so integral, with the track certainly having pinch points in certain areas, especially around the apexes at the chicane, such as the Rettifiglio and the Roggia. Car position, track position is so important. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that unfolds. Virtus.pro, definitely a team that is on its way. They've got a couple of drivers now, I think, that are starting to rally off the back of Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. I'm looking at Wojtek Fiala in particular, I have to say, Cam. Definitely a driver that can improve for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. For instance, he got 6th in race 1 last round as well. They struggled a bit in race 2 and race 3, but at least showing some potential signs there. It's a tough group to be in, to be honest. So anywhere getting towards the top 5 is going to be good. But it's one of those things, you just got to get 10th by 10th in this type of racing. Everything's fairly stable in terms of the tracks, the cars, etc. So you just have to do practice, get that feel, and eventually you'll get then, hopefully as a team, they're working together, of course, signing the big names of McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. for this season. That's going to really push them forward. So I think they're going to be looking very good as they come in towards the qualifying session.
Yep. First qualifying session tonight for Group B as they look to get underway here at Monza, and already Williams taking to the circuit. Of course, former team of Darren McCormack before he then went ahead and left to Virtus.pro, who were a new team that joined us coming into last season and have taken some learnings, obviously, from their first ventures into R1, and have decided to hang their hat and store their hopes in the realms of Darren McCormack, and for good reason as well as Kevin Ellis Jr., who's also proven to be a feisty competitor in his own right, of course, hailing from Scotland. Darren McCormack, an Irishman as well. Don Blyett, currently registering a 35.3 in that first sector, which isn't bad at all to get things underway. And Don Blyett has definitely risen to be one of those locker room leaders at Williams as well. Daniel Pajtor, very much the same. They're trying to take on the mantle that Darren McCormack had held for so long with this team, and it had been so successful as well. Darren McCormack, a multi-time round winner on the run coming through towards the EWC last year. So now it's the turn of Don Blyett and Daniel Pajtor to take that mantle, and in hopes of restoring big results here to the Williams team.
Absolutely, and it's a strong middle sector as well, of course, purple for now, while the other drivers come and work their way through, but a 0.5, not too bad in that middle sector, so Blyer's definitely going to be up towards the front end. We'll have to see, of course, what everyone else does as they work their way through their laps. Pajtor is a couple of tenths down on his teammate already in that first sector, but Blyer certainly looking fairly strong as we work our way through the Alboreto curve, and yet someone has taken that purple first sector away, but we'll see what Blyer does up towards the line. Of course, we've got to see the low 46s as much as possible. What is it going to be up towards the line? It is going to be a 0.2. That is a fairly strong time, and it's going to be challenging up towards the front.
That's a very strong time to kick things off as well. Not a great first sector for Daniel Pajtor, unfortunately. 35.5 is probably 2 tenths off where you would at least like to be. He's trying to recover it in the second sector. We'll need a blinding third sector in order to try and rectify some of the damage. You'll be relieved to know that Tobias Pfeffer is lapping relatively quickly. Did have the purple first sector for a brief moment and is currently holding on to the purple middle sector as well. Here comes Pajtor up towards the line. Takes the purple final sector as well, but only enough for a 46.3. I think he'll be happy with that, considering what he lost in the first sector.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's one of those things where I'm just checking the times from last time, and yeah, to be honest, Blyer actually would have been second on the grid last time, so I kind of underplayed his time a little bit with that 0.23. Let's see what his teammate Pfeffer can do, who of course initially had the purple first sector, now has that middle second sector up towards the line. We are going to go. Can he have a good run? It's a 0.1. What a time there from Pfeffer. So Williams are coming out strong here in Group B.
Yeah, At the moment, we've only seen 3 Williams cars. They hold the top 3 times as you'd expect, but the 46.193 is going to be a hard one to match. And Johan Harth, who's also in Mercedes AMG GT3 machinery, this time though for Team MSI, making his way around Alboreto. He has got the purple first sector though with a very nice 35.3, a very good hot lapper, fantastic over 1 lap pace is Johan Harth on his best day as he now storms up towards the line. That's enough for 3rd fastest and typifies Daniel Pajtor. Is still Williams in 1 and 2 for now, and here comes Belletsiotis.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there for Harth because he lost about 1/10 of a second in that middle sector. That would have put him up into 2nd place had he got that. But as you say, it is Belletsiotis in currently, of course, the 5th place. 4 drivers doing their laps, a little bit further behind on the track. Solid lap times, fairly solid indeed. He is tracking for about a 0.3 or so if he does a decent final sector. And as he works his way down this back straight, he's got to be just holding on to that steering wheel, keeping it in a straight line up towards Alboreto with this one. It's such a difficult braking zone actually, because almost exactly as you hit the brakes, maybe a couple of tenths of a second later, you're turning in already to a very short braking zone. Up towards the line we go. We're looking for a 0.2 really to be up there, challenging for that first row, second row of the grid. Where is it going to be for Belletsiotis? It is going to be a 0.3 indeed, and into 4th place.
Yeah, he looked quite frustrated actually. He was actually tapping the top of his head and shaking it as well. Darren McCormack, though, former Williams man, is going to go and look to break their hearts. He is currently 12 thousandths off out of the first sector, but he's purple in the middle with a 35.370, looking to provide the kiss of death in the final sector. But frustration on the face of Darren McCormack as he makes his way up towards the line. He looks like he's grimacing, he's shrugging, he's sighing, making his way up towards the line. It is fastest though, with a blistering 146.038. When are these drivers going to learn that shrugging after a good lap is unacceptable? A 146.038. McCormack could almost certainly be on pole here.
Yeah, he probably wanted that 45, but not quite enough this time around. Of course, he's got another couple of opportunities later on in the evening. Fiala also shaking his head up towards the line. He is going to be a couple of tenths off that McCormack time. And as you go across the line, it is going to be a 0.27. So that's 4th place there. Solid outing for McCormack's teammate. So it's Virtus Pro, Williams Virtus Pro at the top.
Yeah, MSI need to try and lodge a couple of cars now into this top-end fight too. At the moment, it's been all Williams and Virtus Pro thus far, and they still haven't played their hand with Kevin Ellis Jr. and Mikhail Statsenko at Virtus Pro just yet. But now we're going to have a trio of MSIs with Jimmy Antunes, John Robertson and Jamie Fluke. First up is Antunes, who has got 56 thousandths off the top time in the first sector. Not bad in that first sector, incidentally. The middle one could have been better, but as he storms up towards the line, only enough to, well, certainly beat ahead of Daniel Pajtor. He's in 7th fastest. Could have done with a little bit more there.
Yes, certainly could have. It's so tough with these lap times being so close. You make the tiniest mistake, you have the smallest slide, and you're going down multiple positions. I mean, Pajtor, even if he had just over half a tenth, he would have been in 5th place, but instead he might be at the back of the grid. Robson coming up towards the line, not a great middle sector though, so it is going to be at the back with a 0.5.
Yeah, Jamie Fluke coming up next, and one of the, certainly one of the drivers flying the flag here for MSI. Of course, prior Apex Racing team, but still driving the Mercedes AMG GT3. Hasn't been an easy stint for Jamie Fluke as of late. Obviously, for his team, he was one of the only drivers, incidentally, to actually take a win back at Daytona, though his teammate Jimmy Antunes did pick one up in race 3 last time out. Fluke now coming up towards the line will register a lap time after a slowdown in the final sector, and that's only enough for a 148. Disappointment for Jamie Fluke. Next up, though, Big Kev.
Indeed, not a great first or middle sector. I mean, McCormack at the top had a 0.3. So if we go a few tenths back from that, it is going to be right in that gaggle around P5, P7-ish. What can he do in this final sector up towards the line in his Aston Martin? Short run, but it takes forever as he does a 0.314, goes just ahead of Johan Harth by 1,000th of a second. Top position, really, he could have got there in P5. And then we got Statsenko here, seemingly not setting a time.
Mikhail Statsenko at a standstill at the moment, so will not be setting a lap time, but it's this man who has set a 0.0, Dara McCormack, back on top once again, and Virtus.pro levying more cars inside that top 6 more than any other team on this grid. There is a couple, of course, of Williams cars, and then a sole MSI car as well, making up that top 6 order, but a really good positive start for Dara McCormack as we take a little look at the pole lap on board. Really phenomenal effort here from Dara McCormack, of course the leader at Virtus.pro, as we would expect. You know, a major transfer through from Williams to head through to Virtus.pro. If we take a look at his first 7 races in this R1 championship from the knockout seeding phase, he wasn't outside the podium places once. He only finished outside throughout the entirety of the knockout seeding phase. He was only outside of the top 3 twice, and in those podiums he managed to capture 5 race victories. Of course, the form hasn't really corresponded necessarily moving through to the dynamic group phase, but he had a fantastic run at Jeddah with a victory and 2 other podiums as well. It was a full-on podium route at Jeddah. Not the same captured at Daytona, but it certainly looks like he has a chance here this time at Monza here, Cam.
Absolutely, and we're just checking his checking out the pole lap here, and it's fairly solid so far, but you just see how much the rear wiggles around. You've got to have so much control, and he really puts that left-sided tyre all the way up to the gravel on the exit of every corner, or even into the gravel there, we should say, as he's now working down up towards the sky. It's a fairly solid lap. This middle sector as well was where he was about a 10th or so quicker than anybody else. He really had that speed through the Lesmos, and now up in towards Ascari. You've got to use all of the curb, but don't bounce the car because you have to get down and onto the throttle. I say that, he does use loads of curb, but keeps it nice and flat and straight on that exit, then up towards the final corner, where it is so important not to lose the time, as of course you have a lot of time to think about it. You see your delta, your 10th, 2 tenths up, but that was a lovely final corner, actually kept that so clean. Up towards the line he goes as he takes pole.
Yeah, brilliant lap indeed from Dara McCormack, and something we've come to expect. So clinical in how he operates here around the track, and obviously a big shout out as well to Beth, just notifying us as well that Mikhail did have, of course, a qualifying ban in that last qualifying session, hence why he did not put together a lap towards the end of that stint. So a big hello to Beth, watching on at home, of course, ever the supporter of Kevin Ellis Jr. and his team at Virtus.pro as well. And unfortunately as well, just a little reminder, and big thanks to Beth for this as well, Dara McCormack will have a qualifying ban ahead of race 2, so they need to make up what they can in this first race with McCormack at the head of the order. So vital that they can take advantage of this situation as it stands, Cam.
Indeed. So this is what we saw in the previous race, where Vitality were able to take those top positions. Of course, we are less, we're less sort of chock up towards the front with one team, which is always very good, and it's a little bit more spread out. But what you have to remember is, for instance, Schoeniger in the previous race, he started in 12th. He was able to get back up into that P5 position. So he gained 7 places, and those points are going to be so important. It is 3 Virtus Pros up inside the top 5, though, so that is looking very good. And then the next best team really is Williams. So it is down to MSI to try and retake some of those places. They've got 3 drivers in the bottom 5 places, so they need to certainly work together in this race to try and get themselves up. But at the end of the day, it's all about having a clean opening couple of laps and trying to work your way forward with some aggressive moves.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it can be a lottery. Of course, when you make your way through the first and second chicanes, anything can happen at the rest of the video, anything can happen in the Roger, and generally it always does. But yeah, tremendous scenes. Obviously, we witnessed a blistering first race to kick us off here in Group C. Which eventually went the way of Team Vitality, and you never know, you could be seeing maybe a couple of drivers from the Williams camp, maybe even from MSI, looking to lodge themselves a little bit higher. I would say if you're Virtus.pro, you know, with 3 drivers inside the top 6, it gives you a great opportunity. With Dara McCormack, you know, obviously performing, you know, immensely well as well, he can effectively control this race. Still opportunities further across this grid. I would imagine if you are Williams, you've got the likes of Pajtor as well, who can fight his way through the field. They'll need him to as well. Dominic Blyer, who is so proven across the board as well in terms of grabbing big results. We look at Williams over the course of the dynamic group stage. Only one win at Daytona, which was brought to the table by Daniel Pajor incidentally in race 2, and also in race 2 it was Belleziotis back at Jeddah, also following suit with Dominic Blyer taking victories in the first and third races, but no wins back at Fuji. But they're coming into their better form right now, and with a win going Belleziotis' way back in Jeddah, that will still live strong in the mindset, as well as it will for Daniel Pajor, and we've seen repeat wins from him as well in the past. It didn't have necessarily the best knockout seeding phase. It was a pretty poor run really for Williams, very rarely actually qualifying out of the first group for many of the drivers, or the first race, moving through to race 2, but they have since of course recovered very well through the dynamic group phase. Take us through the starting grid, Cam.
Absolutely. So Statsenko with that qualifying ban at the back of the grid with Jamie Fluke in P11. It's Robertson and Pajor on that 5th row with Antunes Belleziotis in P8 and 7. Harth and Kevin Ellis Jr. will start from the 3rd row with Fiala and Blyer on the 2nd row, and up towards the front it is going to be Tobias Pfeffer and then Dyer McCormack on that pole position here for Group B, race number 1. Of course, Williams, they were promoted into this group at the previous round, and now they're trying to get themselves up into Group A. It's a very tight grid out there though. It was a lot tighter than the grid we saw back at Group C, so hopefully you have a fairly clean run down in towards the first corner here at Monza, but you never know. Drivers do like to make a lunge, and you know, we're saying that McCormack maybe can control the field a little bit starting from that pole, but of course you don't have any slipstream. The cars behind on the 2nd and 3rd row, they'll be looking to try and make their way forward, and it is a great, lovely looking field there. Of course, we've got 2 teams in the Mercedes AMG. We've got another team in the Aston Martin as well, so a little bit of a chassis difference. But as we come up towards the green flag, it's going to be Dyer McCormack on the left-hand side of the track. That's the outside for turn number 1. Can Pfeffer make any moves? Safety car comes in, and the first race of the evening here for Group B, round number 7, is going to get underway. A little bit of a break there from Dyer McCormack. I think he pressed the wrong pedal, and he's dropping backwards already. It's a Williams 1-2. Pfeffer takes the lead, and Blyer is coming to his left-hand side with 3 wide, 2 rows deep in behind, trying to get 4 wide, down in towards the first corner. Who wants to brake later? Looks like Fiala thinking about it into the first corner, but actually it's Blyer who's completely gone off the track. He's going to have to cut the chicane, further cars around, and 2 Williams run off in the front.
Yeah, and we got 3 Virtus Pros all stacked together with Kevin Ellis Jr., Wojtek Fiala, Dyer McCormack. What on earth happened to McCormack right at the very get-go? Maybe a miscommunication with his own brake and accelerator pedal. Who knows? Maybe just a sleight of hand, an error in motion on the run down through towards turn 1. But regardless, he now sits outside of the top-end place where he would love to have stayed. But now on the attack is Vasilios Belleziotis as they make their way out of the Rogier. He's come off second best this time. And now Jimmy Antunes on offer to try and snipe it away. He moves through past Belleziotis, and now on the tail of Wojtek Fiala. It's all change in this order now, and it's Tobias Pfeffer and Dominic Blyer in control. What was Virtus Pros is now Williams here in this very, very early stage of race 1 here in Group B.
Unfortunately for McCormack, he's still only in that 4th place. He could have dropped back way more. I'd definitely love to see a replay of that start a bit later, because I'm pretty sure he hit the brakes instead of the accelerator when it went to that green flag. And we work our way through the Ascari chicane. Williams 1-2, 3 Virtus Pros in behind. So MSI, they are in a bit of a situation with Fluke, Harth and Robertson from P9 down to P11.
He might have been in a bit of a split decision moment when just trying to maintain delta. You've got to maintain a certain level of pace on the run down through towards the line before you then slam down on the throttle to get your race underway. He may have been a little bit cautious, didn't want to incur a penalty for jumping the start or anything like that, but it certainly seems that Dyer McCormack has come off second best at this very moment in time as we now enter onto lap 2 of 9 here at this moment. Johan Harth we're running on board with right now. We're now seeing Jamie Fluke on the attack, moving past Daniel Pajor on the run down through towards turn 1. Fluke with the inside line. Late on the brakes, the 2 Mercedes go at it as they now move through towards turn 2. A better run on offer for Pajor, who does have the line coming out of turn 2, but this time the line is favoured the way of Jamie Fluke. Johan Harth persevering and offering a little beacon of support for his own teammate, maybe even a slight bump, maybe even a slight push to move his way down through towards the Rogier. Who's going to be last on the brakes, coming through in towards turn 4 this time. Later on the brakes this time for Jamie Fluke, who goes with conviction to the second half of the Rogier chicane and snatches P8 away, but still Pajor persists.
Certainly does into Lesmo 1. Fluke is very nice there. He gave him so much space on the inside. Pajtor actually taps the brakes to get in line. Lesmo 2 is not where you want to make that overtake, but up ahead there's moves as well. McCormack has jumped up ahead of a couple of his teammates up into P3. Fiala has a drop down behind Antunes as well, so MSI coming back a little bit. The points ever changing, but MSI still 20 off Virtus Pro as we stand here on lap number 2, so some moves need to be made by Jamie Fluke there. That was an important one, the first one going up past Pajtor.
Yeah, this round's still very much an open book as it stands. Williams still at the top of the tree on 54. Virtus Pro, though, not too far off. It only takes one swing with Dom Blyer currently sat in second. If McCormack moves ahead of him, that will levy the points in favour of Virtus Pro a little bit more. And he is right up close and personal with his former teammate Dom Blyer, and Tobias Pfeffer only just a few tenths up the road as well as they now storm down through towards turn 1. McCormack urging ever closer in his Aston Martin as they now take a trip down through towards the first corner here to open up the lap 3 account. And indeed, late on the brakes here for Darren McCormack, fighting tooth and nail to creep and peep his way up through the order in order to at least maintain some form of a race win opportunity after sacrificing that pole spot right at the very beginning of the race after that little miscommunication as the lights went out. He now moves into second. Dom Blyer relegated into third. Kevin Ellis Jr. also on the tail of the Williams driver, and McCormack might be able to give him a helping hand here. Kevin Ellis Jr. now looking to follow McCormack. Can't quite do it as Blyer still occupies P3, but McCormack has a sting in his tail, probably seething after what happened at the start. He is keen to right the wrong here, Cam.
Yeah, he does look like probably the faster driver of these front sort of 4-5 at the moment, because he's been able to work his way up from that sort of 5th place up into 2nd, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the back of Pfeffer at some moment in time. The important factor for him is he does have Kevin Ellis Jr., his teammate, just a couple of places behind, so this is going to be good for the points as they're only 9 points now behind Williams. And of course, every time you gain a position, there's also your rival losing points, so this is an important move if Kevin Ellis Jr. can do this, and they can turn this into a 1-3 rather than a 2-4 here on the 3rd lap of the race. They've dropped Antunes by about 2 seconds though, so Fiala was there as well. Both of them, they've dropped them completely, so it is a top 4 breakaway at this moment in time, so MSI aren't going to be getting any of these top points, but let's see how we go, because I think McCormack is going to have some fireworks here as he gets up behind Pfeffer.
Yeah, he definitely will. He's trying to urge himself closer and closer to the back of Tobias Pfeffer. Doesn't want to jump too early, though, because, of course, it's all about race management. We saw it a few times yesterday where those that were sat in P2 might have just lingered in behind the race leader just to get a nice tow to take it through the majority of the race. That would, should I say, now a little late move here this time around from Dominic Blyer. Now, whether that works to the advantage of Williams, I'm not quite sure. It doesn't look like anyone's come off second best, or indeed in the best scenario here off the back of that exchange, but Dom Blyer still regardless in P3. Might have both acted as a defensive measure as well as an attack. Still letting McCormack go as they run around Curva Grande. No changes though inside the top 4.
But there are changes in behind, so Fiala's got back past Antunes for P5, and also Pajtor has got back past Fluke for P8. So that is an important one in that battle as well for MSI. So Fluke, he did a great job to get through, but wasn't able to hold on to that. So certainly a tough race, tough race for these MSI guys. They've just got to grind this one out and get as many points as they can before we get to the end of that 9th lap. Up ahead, there was some small moves being made. Fiala now dropping back. So actually, Fiala's now lost 2 places. Antunes and Beliziotis have got through. So these guys in this mid-pack are changing position all over the place, and that takes some points away from Virtus Pro, who are now 14 off Williams.
Yeah, there is a steward's note currently underway as well. Beliziotis and Fiala, after their little incident very early on, still being looked at by the stewards at the moment, and that was incurred on the opening lap as we got underway, coming through turn 5. So we'll find out very soon as to whether that is a racing incident or if there will be some repercussions. Of course, the stewards on hand, as they are, to decide whether certain moments in terms of how the drivers execute out on circuit is a bit below the belt or not, and obviously we'll flurry through the penalties where required, as now McCormack looks to end the stint for Tobias Pfeffer at the lead of this race. Looking to the outside here now for McCormack to lift himself higher than the 2 Williams drivers. He's already surpassed one. Well, he's surpassed another. He's ahead of Tobias Pfeffer, leads the race here at Monza as we have a little bit of argy-bargy with Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dominic Blyer in behind. And indeed, a Virtus Pro car moves up not just once, but twice. This time with Big Kev moving up into 3rd.
It's not all over though, because we're seeing the comeback for Pfeffer down the inside. Maybe not. What about his teammate? No, Blyer does stay. So they both lose positions. However, their teammate Belitsiotis has moved up, and Pajtor as well past Fiala. So Fiala's really dropping down. Fluke has passed Fiala as well. So this is an interesting sequence of events for that Virtus Pro driver, who is actually fighting for P1 coming into the first corner of the race. Here he is on the outside. A couple of the MSI cars down the inside. There's Johan Hart. Robertson trying to get through as well. Through the first Lesmo. Not enough space for Robertson, but there was for Hearth, who's now up into P9, and a wiggle on the exit as well for Fiala, getting a little bit overrun here as we're now getting the run for the 85 machine up towards Ascari. He's going to go left. Is he going to go right, or just sit in behind for now? Looks like he's having a little bit of a half think about it, but not just yet. So interesting how the points go up and down, but it's looking a lot better for Williams though in many ways as they work their way forward with Belitsiotis and Pajtor, although they lost the places at the front.
Yeah, obviously when Williams were locking out the top two places in this classification, they had quite a healthy points gap. You can just see now, this is illustrating exactly what can happen if the likes of Darren McCormack for Virtus Pro and Kevin Ellis Jr. start eating away at some of those places that Williams have picked up. That points gap now has shrunk massively. It's 43 now for Virtus Pro, just in behind the 49 belonging to Williams. MSI with quite a bit of work to do. Mikhail Statsenko down towards the rear of the field, just under half a second outside the spectrum of John Robertson, as we see some side-by-sides now between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dominic Blyer, but the inside line prevailing here for Kevin Ellis Jr. will remain in third place as they now come through in towards Curva Grande again and looking to the outside again. This time Dominic Blyer determined not to give any places up. Dominic Blyer will have to certainly dig a little deeper if he wants to upset Kevin Ellis Jr. Darren McCormack at the head of the order, though, unusurped at the moment. Tobias Pfeffer still very much on his tail, however. It certainly is not over yet. And if you're Tobias Pfeffer, you're probably more inclined to stack your chips to the centre of the table towards the, perhaps even the last lap, really, Cam. To just really hedge your bets. You don't want to leave yourself an open book for a strong majority of a race, because then the odds are certainly wide open to potentially losing that position and maybe more.
Yeah, it is a track where you can obviously re-overtake, so it is one way potentially you want to leave your move as late as possible, but then the risk comes where it's a bit of a do or die move because you only have one opportunity. So it's a very tough one around here, and as we've seen with how these drivers are racing, sometimes the door opens and you just have to send it. It's a really, really tough situation to be in. But we're looking at this battle. So this is Antunes in 5th place. He's leading a little bit, well, quite a bit of a train actually. Look at all the cars in behind. The two Williams, Belitsiotis and Pajtor. Pajtor is doing a good job to work his way up in this race. If they can get both of their cars ahead there of that MSI car, that is going to really sort of confirm themselves in that top spot for this race, because I don't think there's a lot more that their teammates can do with Fiala and Statsenko really on the back foot. But as we come onto the main straight here, it's equal machinery in the Mercedes AMG, but what is the top speeds and the slipstream going to do to this situation?
Well, we'll soon find out. Belitsiotis now storming down through towards turn 1. He's side by side now with Jimmy Antunes in a tussle over that 5th spot. And now that Mercedes nose cone getting right in front. I should say that Mercedes nose getting alongside the sister Mercedes, only this time being done by the colours of MSI. And Belitsiotis very nearly dragging along Daniel Pajtor to join him as well, as we now rejoin the battles up at the front end. And this time Darren McCormack has been given free roam to just continue onwards, because now Kevin Ellis Jr. is searching for 2nd place. And it looks like Tobias Pfeffer could be in trouble here, because the inside line is in the hands of Kevin Ellis Jr. They wrestle through coming out of turn 3, and Tobias Pfeffer, fantastic effort to rein that back in. And now his teammate Dom Blyer looking to also escalate the situation for Williams by adding yet another car inside the podium places, keeping Kevin Ellis Jr. down in 4th. Brilliant move indeed from Dominic Blyer, capitalising after the moment with Tobias Pfeffer, but crucially enough, Darren McCormack's now got a 2nd advantage over Pfeffer up at the very top of the order. But regardless of that, the points have swung reasonably in Williams' favour due to Kevin Ellis Jr. losing those couple of places.
And also Belitsiotis got Antunes, so he's up into P5. So Williams are coming back strong in this second half of the race. Lap 7.2 to go. But that move there through Lesmo 1, that really was, it might have been Blyer getting the position, but if Pfeffer made that with the way he sort of squeezed Ellis Jr. out of the De La Rocha chicane, just enough for him to lose momentum, and Blyer able to finish the job. So good teamwork there from the Williams cars as we work our way onto the next lap of the race. Group B, race number 1, lap 8 coming your way, and it looks like he's going to be Bly getting the run on his teammate. Does he have to make the move to defend? Yes, he does. It's going to be 3 wides, down in towards the first corner, up the inside for Kevin Ellis Jr. Can he do 2 in 1? No, not going to be 2. Might just be that one on the outside of the second corner is going to have to be. He was squeezed out last time onto the gravel. He is again, and he's going to be in 4th place once more. Is that Beliziotis cutting the first chicane?
It certainly is. Beliziotis rejoining after taking a little off-track excursion. Just speaking of Beliziotis, incidentally, as well, the 95 of himself and also the 13 belonging to Wojtek Fiala. That is a racing incident as deemed by race control, so no concerns there whatsoever. But we are on the penultimate lap of the race this time around. Of course, the next one will be the final one to bring it end to race 1 in Group B here at Monza here this evening. And Kevin Ellis Jr. try as he might, he's going to have to try again in order to take a podium off the Williams team here this time around. Obviously looking to try and join Darren McCormack and potentially making it a 1-2. That is still a possibility here at this point. But if you're Tobias Pfeffer and Don Blyer, you're going to do exactly what you did at the start of this very lap on the next one. Just try and levy Kevin Ellis Jr. into that deep part of the circuit. Put him in a position where he can't make those moves. That's exactly how they're going to operate in order to ensure that they don't lose any advantage at the top of this live standing.
Exactly, but the margins are just so small. I mean, Kevin S. Julia there, he could have been in 2nd place, but instead he's down in 4th and he almost crashed the car. So it's crazy how things can change around in just the matter of a few meters even in these types of races. We're coming on to the final lap of the race, lap 9 coming your way. McCormack, I mean, he's job done, isn't he? Over a second out towards the front, but the points in behind are so important. Williams probably are in the highest points that they can get in this race. So they just need to make sure they can hold off Kevin Ellis Jr. because it's just 11 points between the two teams. Coming in towards turn 1, we saw Ellis Jr. making a big dive on the previous lap. He does it again, slightly backs out of it though. Waiting for a later date is in the background. Beliziotis and Antunes are side by side in towards the first corner.
They certainly are coming in towards turn 1, and Beliziotis trying as he might against Jimmy Antunes. Lovely exit there from Beliziotis. Actually, the wheel spin working for him, and the momentum in his favour might yet curry favour here for P5, exiting out of Curva Grande. Let's see if he can do that. The MSI car belonging to Jimmy Antunes now under pressure, and indeed the Williams car moves on up, and now the next threat for Jimmy Antunes is Daniel Pajtor, who unfortunately does not have an avenue because his teammate has effectively closed the escape. But on one level it was probably useful because he could use it to defend against Jamie Fluke in behind, as well as straight Williams MSI fight over that 5th place position, and consequently the 6th place as well in behind, as they now come through the 2nd of the Lesmo bends. But we are here on the final lap. Every point matters. We have got another race to come up as well. Another 2 races coming up here in Group B. But as it stands, it's Darren McCormack who will go on to take a splendid victory for Virtus Pro. But remember, he will have a qualifying ban in our next race.
And that's why he needs to get all the points that he can. And to be honest, he's the fastest guy out there on the track today, isn't he? He had pole by a big margin. He dropped down to 5th place with a terrible start, but he got back to the front, some good moves, and out to the final corner, it is going to be another victory in R1 for Darren McCormack, and Virtus Pro take the lead, or take the victory today in this first race of the evening. Group B, race 1 goes to McCormack, and the number 41 machine is going to be Williams, 2nd and 3rd though, as they take the lead in this group after the first race. Pfeffer and Blyer, after having a strong first lap, they're able to hold off from Kevin Ellis Jr. just at the end of the race. Beliziotis as well, grabbing P5 for Williams. That is big in terms of their points, as they take approximately an 8-point margin into the next race. There's McCormack, as he has taken, of course, the victory, but from the back of the grid in the next one. Let's see how he does. That's going to be a very, very interesting one. He's so fast that he might be able to actually get up into a pretty strong situation, but he needs to do that because they are 2nd in the points now to Williams.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He needs to get to work now. But obviously, the very statement drive there from McCormack, first and foremost, to get the pole position. Then after that, as a consequence, to recover after the little mishap up at the start. It'd be very interesting to actually get his take on that and find out what actually happened at the start of that race. We will, of course, get that ironed out, I'm sure, when we speak to him in a short while. But a fantastic drive from Darren McCormack to levy those points in his favour. Of course, though, Williams coming off the better out of the teams thus far, just simply because more of their drivers featured higher up in that group classification, so that gives them that advantage coming out of the first race. Of course, we still have 2 more to come. Still a very fine margin. Feels like it's going to be that way between Virtus Pro and Williams all night long, I would say, Cam.
Yeah, so in Group C, it looks like there was one team leading and two behind, whereas in this group, it seems like it's the other way around, two groups leading and one behind. Of course, that dynamic can change depending on how qualifying goes in the next race. Of course, we know McCormack's going to be coming from the back, so it can change around very quickly. But as you say, 2 races to go, still plenty of opportunity for them to get the points. However, I think for Williams, there were some strong moves there in that second half of the race, especially the likes of Beliziotis coming sort of 3-4 places he made up in that second half of the race. He was able to get those points back, and it's just an 8-point margin, but that could be a very big 8 points.
Yeah, it could be massive, obviously, in the context of the night. If it finishes the night and, in terms of an 8-point gap, and then it really does matter. If you're 8 points and you're in front, you're leading the group, that means you are going to be going up into Group A, and that's all that matters as far as the drivers here are concerned right now. Obviously, as far as MSI are concerned at the moment, they might be more concerned about staying in the group. Group B is where they believe they are. That's what Jamie Fluke had at least said when we last spoke to him anyway. He feels that that's their pace. He feels that that's their direction, and I would be inclined to agree with him. Do you want to take us through the highlights then, Cam? As we now see this, the moment that McCormack got wrong right at the very start. Just help us digest this one.
Yeah, absolutely terrible start. Sees that car on that left-hand side, and he actually gets away with it a little bit. He goes into the mid-pack, but being on that outside, and the car ahead of him, who was Dominic Belair, is going to go across the chicane. It actually just opened up the space for him nicely, although actually he was the one to cut the chicane as well. Contact with his teammates in behind there with Fiala, but overall not too bad of a turn one. That's a bit of a shame there. I think that's Stasenko having some further issues after obviously starting from the back, and then of course the moves start coming in the mid part of the field. This was some lovely moves there by McCormack to work his way back up into that second place, and then here of course was his teammates side by side through the second part of that chicane, and of course it's just all about the late braking here in this first corner. Bit of an awkward move there. I think that was Beliziotis trying to work his way up, but this mid pack, look, there's sort of 6-7 cars there all in sort of tight close quarters, and this is where the points matter. This is where the points go up and down very quickly, as you'll see the positions change basically every single lap here around Monza. This was at the front. We saw Pfeffer sort of trying to hold on, but then this was a 3-wide moment. Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to make a double move, but unfortunately not able to get Belair. Not able to get Pfeffer, able to get Belair indeed, as he works his way through the second part. It was then just edged out, and he had to try and come again, but in the end it was fourth place, I should say, and his teammate McCormack coming up towards the line.
Yeah, so there we have it. Take us through the results as well, Cam. You're on a roll.
Exactly. So it was McCormack by 2 seconds in the end, considering halfway through the race he was in P4. That is not bad at all. And then it was Pfeffer in second place, Belair third, and Kevin Ellis Jr. in that fourth place. Then there was a bit of a gap back to the Williams of Beliziotis in fifth, and Chinez Fluke there for MSI in 6th and 7th, before Pajdo also having a fairly strong race, just half a tenth behind Fluke at the end. Fiala dropped all the way down to P9 in the end, ahead of half. Dasenko was able to continue after that spin in Lesmo 2, and then unfortunately Robertson ended up at the back in P12.
Yeah, of course, the main issues there for Virtus.pro being that they had 2 of their drivers that they probably would have liked to have seen in the higher echelons of the classification currently sat rooted towards the rear. That is why Williams are currently in control of that live standing. But very quickly, as if by magic, we move across into Group C, and we rejoin this after Marcel Cinchic's incredible start to the weekend with a sensational pole position. But it was this man, Yuri Toman, who went on to take the initial victory to bring Vitality to the top of the charts as well, with a 4-car representation in the top 4 of the classification to open up race 1. Gives them a great foundation for the rest of tonight, in hopes of moving back up into Group B, where they at least belong. Of course, this is a team that has been contesting for major championships, and given the fact that Marcel Cinchic is a spring season champion, this is certainly not the group where we would expect Vitality to be racing in amongst. Certainly Group B at the very worst. You'd expect them though to be contesting with the likes of Redline and Coanda, like they've done so over so many occasions in the R1 Championship, Cam, I would say.
Yeah, it's weird to see, Vitality, but also Mouse in here. It's crazy.
True.
Obviously, Chinchit winning back at Munich, and then of course we had Beneka winning back at Katowice as well a couple of years ago. So they've got strong drivers in there, but it is a teams championship, and here is how we stand. So Vitality with a huge lead, 54 points to Mouse, but then look how close it is between Mouse and ERA. And remember, they do not want to finish last, because then they'll be down in Group D, and with a big chance that they'll be out of the competition later in a few weeks' time.
60-point deficit between ERA and Team Vitality. They're going to need a major race here in our second meeting here at Monza. Now about to come up very shortly, but Vitality holding all the cards. That's what a top 4 can grant you, is of course a nice points leverage ahead of Maus right now. They're currently in the final 40 seconds of practice at the moment. Yuri Toman currently setting the benchmark time with a 1:46.187. There's Yuri Kasdorp. Maus, I'm sure, would have taken a lot of learnings from race 1 here this time around, Cam. I'm expecting a largely different race, maybe even a largely different qualifying session.
Yeah, potentially. Of course, it is the same track, but if you make a mistake, you get a cut track, you get a slow down, anything like that, and you will be further behind. Chinchik with a huge margin, a couple of tenths it was to pole position in that first race. And there's no, obviously, reason why he can't do that again, apart from himself. However, back in Munich a couple of years ago, it was this very track where he was able to put it on pole that day on that final race, which was able to obviously get him the championship. So he knows what he's doing around here, but when the pressure is on, you never know what's going to happen.
No, you certainly don't. And obviously, for ERA's point of view, they'll just be working hard to try and take points away from Maus, I would imagine, here at this point, because obviously their concern is just staying in the group, Cam.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of those things where obviously getting up into Group B would be nice, but it's really just don't finish last. Don't go down a place, because then you're really limited on the points that you can gain with your finishing position in Group D. So this is a big one. And for them, it's not necessarily about winning the group tonight. They just need to get ahead of ERA and just do the best job that they can in that regard. Don't worry about Vitality.
No, and obviously we've seen some really encouraging signs from the likes of Stapleford here tonight. Ulas Yildirim, also one of the shining beacons, trying to take the fight to Max Beneka in our first race earlier on. They went side by side coming through Ascari, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that as well. Ulas Yildirim, definitely an underrated performer, I think, in this team as well. So keep your eyes on him as we make our way through tonight. Ibrahim Khan, I also thought was impressive as well, Cam. I have to say this is a young man who was obviously part of BS Plus competition, now has since moved to ERA, and I have to say at one point obviously sat in that top 4 in that fight. Of course, Vitality were sat at the top 4 places towards the end of the race, but in the early goings, Ibrahim Khan is knocking on that door. A few issues though creeping in for ERA towards the end. Obviously we saw what happened to Stapleford, we saw what happened elsewhere as well with the likes of Ibrahim Khan, where he went side by side with Moritz Lerner, but he's got that raw pace underneath him, and if a good qualifying session goes his way, you never know, he could very easily start on the front row.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like a year or so ago, when maybe even a couple of years ago now, when he was getting to R1, I wasn't 100% convinced. I mean, I know Ibrahim for sort of like 5 years now. He's always been a very fast driver, but I never saw him as being one of the top sort of esports drivers, let's say. But he's really come out to play, and he's a very aggressive driver, which is what you need to be in this style of racing as well. So I think the format suits him. And of course, BS got the speed out of him, now going to ERA, and he's able to show that. So let's hope that the number 27 there can put on a good show. But it's certainly interesting for Dennis Schoeniger, actually, now just focusing on the qualifying session as he works his way through. This is going to be an important sort of lap for him to get some confidence back. He was P12 in the previous qualifying session. Hopefully he can improve from that with a P5 finish in race 1.
Yeah, Dennis Schoeniger, who has been one of the main players at Maus, at least for now. 35.4 in the middle is a very, very good time as well, and a very early 35.3. This could be a massive lap here for Maus to kick off the session. As now Schoeniger, after watching, I'm sure, his former team Williams perform, relatively well to withstand the pressure and at least hold the lead in their group thus far. You'll be looking for the same here this time. 35.4 in that final sector. That's a very nice 46.2 to kick us off. Of course, we have seen 0.0s from the likes of Dara McCormack, but here in Group C, that could very easily be enough.
Yeah, there was a lot of 0.3s and 0.4s in the Group C race 1 qualifying, so that might be a very strong time. Let's see what his teammate Lerner is going to do out of the final corner. Doesn't quite cut it to the inside as much as some other drivers. Oh, that's a terrible middle sector though for Lerner. Actually, must have had a slowdown, so this is going to be back of the grid potentially for him. That is a really tough thing to see from the driver there, who ends up a couple of seconds off pole and is going to be coming from the back row at least.
Even despite that blistering final sector as well that he managed to post. And as I said, Ibrahim Khan, watch out for him. He's purple again in that first sector. He did exactly the same thing in our first qualifying session that we had ahead of race 1. Yuri Kanstorp, though, 2/10 off in the first sector. The middle sector, though, isn't too bad. Needs a big final sector. He will obviously go ahead of Moritz Lerner, his teammate. But where will he sit in behind Dennis Schoeniger? It will only be enough for second fastest and outside the spectrum by over 2/10. But Khan up next, and he's looking dialed in. Only 73,000 out in the middle, Cam.
Yeah, it's a slightly slower middle sector than he would have wanted, but that first sector is really bringing his lap time to the front. There's still an opportunity to get a 0.2 here if he does a really strong final sector. He's shaking his head, though. Is that compared to Schoeniger's time, or just the time that he would have wanted to do up towards the line? Ibrahim Khan, can he put himself on pole? No, on second place, a tenth, a bit off Schoeniger as well. So the number 9 is looking very fast here, but we've still got plenty of drivers left on the track.
Yeah, that final sector was the killer for him, unfortunately, for Ibrahim Khan, and that's only enough for a 1:46.350, and that is average at best. Looking for something a bit more, though, is Ulas Azildrim, who did not have the easiest of first sectors. Middle sector, though, is distinctly better. If he can muscle together a decent final sector, he could yet turn the screw in his favour this time around. The young Turk, who now storms up towards the line, will jump his teammate Ibrahim Khan, and that's enough for second fastest.
Yeah, these guys are so funny. They're shaking their head and they're in P2 and P3. That is just the
slow down.
The pressure that they put on themselves. Yes, you're right. Erhan Yuyovsky, look at that middle sector, 38. He's going to be joining Moritz Lerner on the back of the field, and that is a big shame because Vitality 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the race number 1. We've also got Kazabon with a DNS in this session as well, so it might be a little bit more tricky this race, but they've got the points advantage from the first one at least.
Huge opportunity for Maus if they can muscle this together. Of course, Marcel Cinchik, the pole sitter from our last race. Quick reminder that Thibaut Kazabon will not be fronting a lap time here in this session, so therefore routed as DNS at the very bottom of the classification, which is bad news for Vitality, especially considering that Yuyovsky has just missed out, obviously due to the slowdown that he sustained in the middle sector. But Cinchik dialed in coming out of sector 2, the spring season champion, seemingly recovering to his near best here at Monza, a place where he has been so successful in the past. Granted, that was with Audi R8 LMS machinery. He is now in the Aston Martin here this time with Team Vitality as they look to fly uphill even more so, maybe even toppling Dennis Schoeniger. What he needs is a vibrant final sector. Can it come for him? The Hungarian looking to launch himself to the top of the shop. A shrug of the shoulders, a touch of the nose. Is it enough for a provisional pole position? Marcel Cinchik up towards the line. It is a 1:46.169 and the first 0.1 of this race 2 qualifying session.
Although it's over a tenth slower than what he did last time, but it's still enough to be on that provisional pole with a couple of drivers still left. Here's Michael Schmidl as he works his way through the final corner. Solid first sector, about a tenth down though in that middle sector from what he would have wanted. So this might be even getting towards a 0.4 that he's going to do. That might be around the Yuri Kazdorp position. What is it going to be? Yeah, 0.40. So P5. A lot better for ERA though, with 3 inside the top 5 at this moment.
Yeah, tricky first sector for Yuri Toman as well. The middle sector, I think, is okay. Around about 71 thousandths off his teammate Marcel Cinchik at the moment. Robbie Stapleford also running pretty quickly in the first sector, just 700ths away from Cinchik as well. As we now watch as Yuri Toman flies down through towards the long straight. Remember, winner in our last race. And he said it himself, it's been a while since he's been in that position. A race winner in R1, but a purple final sector enough to lodge him into that third place ahead of Ulas Azildrim. There's only one Maus car inside the top 6, and that's Dennis Schoeniger at the bottom, and Robbie Stapleford also looking fast, though losing a little bit of time at the middle sector.
Indeed, it's a slight bit slower. You really need to be in the mid to low 35.5s in that first sector. So this might be in and around his teammates. Can they get 4 drivers in a row? Stableford to the line. What position is it going to be? It's going to be P5, yeah, right in the middle, a 0.338. So it's a pretty decent final sector actually from him. And now the final driver to set a lap in this session, Benneker, purple in the middle sector.
Well, when you're in need of a big lap, this is the man you need to call. Max Benneker, purple in the middle with a 35.4 at this stage, just outside of a tenth of a second, nearly a tenth and a quarter in that first sector at the moment. So that might upset his lap a little bit. Needs a huge final sector to turn the screw in his favour. Here comes Benneker up towards the line. Is it enough? It's enough for third. He will join Schoeniger. At least they have 2 mouse cars inside that top 6. That's something, but no stopping this man. From Vitality, Marcel Chinchik heading the order here in the Aston Martin that granted them 4 of the top 4 places in the classification. A perfect start for Vitality, but it's a different circumstance here this time around with 2 of their drivers far beyond where they need them to be. Here is the pole lap, riding on board here with Marcel Chinchik. Stellar job. A little bit off that first time we saw him taking pole in our first race here in Group C. But nonetheless, Cam, this is what you need to do. Back-to-back poles, it's great for the confidence.
Absolutely. He is really going to be enjoying this circuit once again. He's got such good track record around here, as we see so much curbs being used in that first chicane. And of course, it's one of those things where he really knows what is going on with this track. So he has that confidence and he's able to really just push the car to the limit and use those curbs. The second chicane, though, is a very interesting one. This one's a little bit more of a risk, especially the second apex here. You got to use quite a bit of the first, but all of that second. But actually, that's where he lost his 10th compared to the first lap. Big slide on the exit, and definitely not what he would have wanted. But he was still able to do a 0.1, which is absolutely crazy, pushing it to the limit. But once again, it's just a track where you have to just push right up to the edge onto the gravel there, coming out onto the back straight. So he's not a perfect lap, that's for sure, but let's hope he doesn't drop down, because even though he got pole in the previous race, he was in P4 pretty quickly afterwards.
Yeah, he did. He fought his way up through the field, but now this time around, starting back on the front row, he'll need to stay there as well. Can't afford to lose any places because he hasn't got the same Vitality squadron that he had at the very front of the order in our last race. Things are a little different this time with 2 mouse cars sat just in behind him. Obviously, the likes of Max Benneker and Dennis Schoeniger are going to be a massive, massive concern to Vitality here in race 2. And of course, this is a result that Maus are desperately searching for. As we said before, it's been a while since Maus have tasted victory. Like we said, the last one coming back in the very first race at Fuji, or Max Benneker's first race, getting the night off to a start, and that has been the only victory they've managed to helm, at least for now. But we're underway for practice, 2 minutes of it at least to take us through, but the drivers looking to get themselves ingratiated and accustomed. All smiles on the face of Marcel Chinchik, so at least the confidence is high, and obviously feeling happy behind the wheel. That is what's important, and he'll need to ensure that he has got his wits about him, because he is going to be in for the fight of his life, I think, here in race 2, Cam.
Certainly, it's going to be way more tough in this second race. Of course, he's got the 2 mouse cars behind him, Schoeniger, Benneker. He does have his teammate Yuri Toman up there towards the front before the 4 ERA cars, so they're a little bit spread out. The issue is he's going to have no help from Kazubon and Yuyovsky, who will be on the back row of the grid, so they've got to do it themselves. They're looking very good in terms of the points, though, with 50 odd points ahead, so they don't need to panic too much. But I think the biggest thing for Chinchik this time is that he just needs to remain in that first place coming through the first couple of chicanes. That will be his goal, because then he can obviously hold on to the front. If he gets caught up in something and then all those ERA cars start swarming around when they're hungry for points, that could be a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Big sneeze there for Marcel Chinchik as he makes his way down the Seraglio straight. Doesn't want any of those mid-race, that's for sure. It could cause a few problems where it comes to tackling some of the chicanes that we have here at Monza, at this circuit that opened up over 102 years ago. And as we take the modern Grand Prix layout that has been in existence from 2000 onwards, there is Yuri Kazdorp in the bottom left of screen, was obviously in the midst of a massive fight with ERA Esports. Well, 2 of their drivers, incidentally, looking to tussle with him, that included the likes of Michael Schmiedel as well as Ibrahim Khan. as well. And unfortunately, he got routed by them both coming out of turn 1 at Monza. Of course, eventually leading to a spin for the Mouse driver as they look to once again register some more points in their favour. In the meantime, we can take you through the starting grid from back to front. And on the back row this time, it's Vitality. Not the same picture as race 1. Thibaut Casibon on the 6th row, joined by teammate Erhan Yujovski. Onto the 5th row, it's Moritz Lerner for Team Maus. He's going to be alongside Yuri Kasdorp in 9th place. Michael Schmiedel for ERA on row 4 in 8th, joined by Ibrahim Khan, his teammate as well. Robbie Stapleford then in 6th on the 3rd row, joined by teammate Ulas Azildrim, a quartet of ERA cars just heading into that top 6. Yuri Toman on the 2nd row in 4th, our race winner from race 1. He's going to be alongside the legendary Maximilian Benneker in 3rd place. But the front row, it's Dennis Schoeniger. A big opportunity for Maus here, but they're going to have to tackle Marcel Chinchik. Of course, the pole sitter twice in succession here now tonight as we look ahead to race 2 here in Group C. Big opportunities across the board. 3 different teams equally have a chance here of getting a big result here at Monza in race 2, and they'll need one at a very sensitive stage. Cam, any predictions?
I predict that a Mouse car is going to win this race. Don't know which one, but I think it's going to be Mouse.
It's a big, bold prediction. Can the Mouse climb to the top? We'll soon find out. Of course, first and foremost, it'll be the turn of Dennis Schoeniger to try and tussle with Marcel Chinchik down through towards turn 1. But will Max Benneker get a nice run? Will he get a tow from Marcel Chinchik to essentially give him a window of an opportunity to take in the lead of this race? Of course, as now they flurry their way down through towards the lights. They go in a line. 2 lines are now separated as they put pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Great start for Marcel Chinchik, also equally Dennis Schoeniger. But look at this on the outside. The ERA cars are going to try and find any ounce of track they can find, and we're 4 wide going down in towards turn 1. Robbie Stapleford late on the brakes, tackling Chinchik immediately. Dennis Schoeniger with the lead of the race, and already spins have occurred, and 2 Mouse cars have gone. That includes Yuri Kasdorp, it includes Moritz Lerner, Ulas Azildrim involved in that as well, and Thibaut Casibon also moving his way to the rear of the field in 9th after not even qualifying a single lap. Benneker in the mix of this scrap as well as they storm down through towards the Rogier. 4 cars jumbled together as Stapleford looks for the race lead for ERA in what could be a crucial visit. It's the Stapler who leads the way here on the opening lap. Where on earth did he come from? We said that there were opportunities aplenty for every car across this grid, but ERA lead the race here in race 2, here in Group C.
And it's a terrible start for Chinchik. He's down in P6. His teammate Yujovski, starting from the back of the grid, is behind him. And it was, Lerner, Kasdorp and Ozildrim going around at that first corner as everyone was being so aggressive in all of the places. And even Chinchik's going to be losing more places here as Yujovski's got past him. This is a terrible start from the pole sitter down into P7. And they've got a long way to come back. The good thing is, though, is their points advantage. So they're not going to be so worried. They're still leading by 50 odd points. But now it's just 1 point between Mouse and ERA with Stapleford out the front and Schoeniger in behind.
And that is the crucial point, Cam. Obviously 54 for ERA, 55 for Mouse. A single solitary point between the 2 teams in what could be Mouse unceremoniously should this head into race 3, them getting dumped out of Group C. I mean, how unprecedented would that be in the course of R1? I definitely would not believe it, especially when this man is at the helm. Max Benneker on the tail of Yuri Toman, looking to try and lift more points aloft here for Maus. They're going to need to make a play here as Dennis Schoeniger goes on the attack. Late on the brakes here for Max Benneker, very nearly collecting his own teammate. Urgency now applied here for both Maus cars, who jump at the chance to pivot themselves back into the top 2 places. And Marcel Chinchik, the pole sitter, is round at turn 1. Drama afoot. Maus are letting their cars off the hinges here. They are flying here with Dennis Schoeniger now in the lead and Max Benneker in 2nd. Robbie Stapleford, though, don't count him out. He is still there and he's joined by Ibrahim Khan down in 5th, but they got Toman in between them and Stapleford wrestles Benneker on the run out to the Roger chicane.
I tell you what, I do not want to be a race steward tonight. These guys are crazy. As we see Stapleford getting back through into 2nd place. Benneker being shoved out to the side. Toman coming through into 4th place as well, as Benneker was looking to get a comfortable P2. Now back into 3rd place. You've got a couple of the Vitality cars there from the back. Yujovski and Casabon, they are up there into P6 and 7. One huge long line up towards the front. And my prediction of a Mouse car winning might be still just about open with Schoeniger up towards the front. But Stapleford, he's really got some some pace, and his moves at the front there in that opening lap were absolutely ridiculous. But that's because they've got nothing to lose. They're still in third place in the team's standings as it is, so they have to go for this. And Stableford in towards Alboreto might be thinking about it. Backs out for now, but certainly a tough one is in the background. That is Yossi getting squeezed out by Khan.
Yeah. At the moment, though, it's still very much in Vitality's corner. They may have lost a few points after that moment for Marcel Cinčić, but they've still got Toman, Yujovski, Kazibon inside the top 7 as it stands. Some big, important points going their way still. And more importantly, Maus with 2 cars towards the rear with Kansdorp in 9th, Lerner in 11th. Back comes Robbie Stableford again, determined not to relinquish this P1 spot. He wants to be in with a chance of taking what would be a famous victory for ERA here tonight. They currently sit at the bottom of the group, 54 now at the moment, in conjunction to the 61 that Maus have. Still a slender gap between them. It may not be 1 like it was, but when you have Ibrahim Khan in 5th, if he can topple his way through Yuri Toman, Max Benneker and Dennis Schoeninger, anything can happen here. And now on the attack comes Michael Schmiedel. Yuri Kasdorp must be getting sick to death of this conglomerate of ERA cars that are starting to impose on his own race, very much like they did in race 1.
Yeah, when we have the same race, the same track multiple times, of course, you find the same drivers. Here's the start, though. So Cinčić, not the best start in the world. He's got Schoeninger to his right-hand side. But that must be Stableford on that left-hand side. He goes 4 wide with his teammate. Sorry, no, Stableford on the right-hand side, I should say. Goes 4 wide with his teammate all the way through. And then, of course, Cinčić got bumped a few times, cut the chicane, and there goes around. I think that was a Zildjian maybe getting the spin around. Unfortunately, not the best contact. This was obviously a big move there by Benneker, trying to push his way through up towards the front, but he was a little bit boxed in by his teammate. This is still when Cinčić was in contention up towards the front there, but it spun around, race turned around very quickly indeed. And then here up towards turn number 1, this is where Cinčić finally got the hit in the background, so that really has killed his race.
Certainly has. He's now routed towards the rear. Ulas Jordan getting collected incidentally by his own teammate at the very start of the race, which was obviously a miss. Certainly a miss move there for the ERA Esports team, as Stableford now comes under pressure from Dennis Schoeninger on the way down through towards turn 1. Schoeninger looking to retake the lead back off Stableford. We'll see these two probably exchanging time on time. Toman has managed to move up into 3rd in the meantime as well. And Benneker now down in 4th. Big moments again. And that looks like Thibaut Kazibon. Is it? No, Kazibon's still alive. I think it might be. I can't quite look at who that was. It might have been Marcel Cinčić instead, or maybe it was Erhan Yujovski. I'm not quite sure, but a dramatic moment as Kasdorp now finds himself in a plethora of cars now, as we got almost 5 of them, make that 6 in fact, coming toe-to-toe, coming through towards the Rogers chicane. Kazibon coming out, he is okay in all of this. He's ahead of Kasdorp, who's now got Ulas Yildirim, Michael Schmiedel, Ibrahim Khan stacked up in behind. Credit to Yildirim, he's recovered brilliantly after the moment right at the start of the race, and ferrying his way forward. So does Marcel Cinčić, who launches himself up the inside of Moritz Lerner as they hustle down the straight here at Serralio. But Lerner is hot on his heels.
I tell you what, you don't want to be starting in this mid-pack. So in the previous race, it was Schoeninger from P12 to P5, and now it's Kazibon from P12 to P5. You definitely want to be starting at the back and avoiding some carnage. Let's see this once again. Oh my word. Oh, wow. Bouncing in front of a train of, as you say, George, 6 cars. And unfortunately, there goes Yujovski spinning around. And I mean, that's just a huge clatter over the curbs there from Khan. And unfortunately, the cars all swapped around in their positions once more. That has left ERA 20 points off Maus now. So Maus with 3 cars in that top 6, winning the race as it stands with Schoeninger, has put them in a much better position.
You may as well tear up what we saw in qualifying now after that one. And I must say, this whole order is totally jumbled at the moment. Yujovski now routed to the rear, 4.5 seconds, 4.6 off the back of Moritz Lerner at this time. Yet more tussling further up as well, with Yuri Kasdorp coming together with Ulas Yildirim, Michael Schmiedel for company down there as well. ERA incidentally losing some key points, and Maus gaining some key points as well, with Kasdorp now up into 6th place, 2/10 away from Thibaut Kazibon. He could yet take some points away from Vitality as well to try and bridge that gap closer together between the Aston Martin and the BMW team as they fly down through towards the next left and right. Of course, 3 different manufacturers represented here in this race, race 2. and that's the maximum we can have on offer in one single race. Obviously, we've got Porsche, Aston Martin and BMW with their M4 GT3 as we now watch them fly through the Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. There is Chinchik, who is now ahead of Lerner, now looking to try and breeze past Ibrahim Khan, looking to use some of that quali pace that he managed to bring to the forefront in order to grab pole position. Of course, this is the second time in succession where he has seen pole position slip through his fingers through the course of a race. Of course, in our last race, it was by his own team, with Toman going on to take victory, but he still remained inside the top 4. Speaking of Toman, he is in 3rd and chasing down after Robbie Stapleford. 3.5 tenths of a second between them. Beneker still hot on the heels, though. Maus have a great chance here, Cam, to get some huge points here, and desperate points in order to help their championship.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting one because I've been fed a little bit of information as well, which is if Mouse go up, they'll be able to fight BS competition for P4 as well in the overall standings. So that is going to be a big fight for them as well in terms of the overall championship, not just what we're fighting for today. So getting that promotion would be very good. Of course, they're quite a few points behind Vitality at the moment, going into the final race of this evening. But let's see how it goes. Up the inside is going to be for Chinchik as he tries to regain some points. A bit of contact there, though, with Khan. And actually, Lerner comes through. So not the race that Chinchik would have wanted. Remember, this guy was on pole by 2 tenths in the first race, a 10th in the second, but he's now down in P11.
Yeah, more points will, of course, be going Maus's way at the moment because, of course, Ibrahim Khan, I believe, as far as I can see, is going to be receiving a 5-second time penalty come the end of this. So that will drop him behind Lerner and behind Chinchik. And you never know, it could drop him behind Erhan Yuyovski as well in progress as well. So it could yet see Khan dropping right to the rear of the order. Obviously, still a long race to go. We got... well, we're on lap 6 of 9, around 3 laps approximately remaining as we now watch as Lerner hustles his BMW now out of Lesmo 2, just twisting that wheel, looking for the grip as they fly down the Seraglio Straight. And now next up comes Ibrahim Khan as they now fly down through towards the Ascari chicane. A look to the inside, the move not on offer. Khan still remains 1.5 seconds behind Michael Schmiedel. Now, whilst he has got a penalty, he can offer a service here to ERA by essentially protecting Ulas Azildrim and Michael Schmiedel, because with the penalty, Khan is less than useful in this race right now.
Absolutely, it's a team game, and that is what he needs to play in these final 3 laps of the race, because that 1.5 second gap is going to be difficult for Lerner to bridge. So if he can hold it off for another lap or so, then he definitely won't be able to get past. Up towards the front though, Toman, bit of bump draft there on Stableford as he come towards the first corner. Is Schoeniger's move potentially a move down the inside? Is the position under threat? No, not this time around. Stableford has to stay there in second place, but the Aston Martin definitely trying to push the Porsche there as we get another battle with the same 3 cars a bit further back. Up the inside for Lerner, squeezes onto the second apex, actually leaves quite a bit of room, so maybe up the inside this is going to be Marcel Chinchik as he tries to get the run, get a move back. But what a fight this is, with Khan leading the way, holding off his teammates.
Yeah, Khan doing a great job actually defending that position. Still Dennis Schoediger up at the top of the order. Robbie Stapleford has been trying to prevent Yuri Toman from making a play here against him. Here comes this big battle now once again. Moritz Lerner getting really up close and personal, this time with Ibrahim Khan on the entry through towards the Rogier and getting the overspeed on the escape, coming out of the Rogier as well as the Mouse looks to creep through up the inside. Crafty as he comes, Moritz Lerner through Lesmo 1 will move into 9th place and just managing to hold him off, or does he? Because Khan is going to come up through the inside through Lesmo 2 in return. The receipt on offer, but Lerner the better and is now up into 9th place, and Khan dropping down, and Chinchik could smell an opportunity of his own here.
I love this from Khan. You never make a move up the inside of Lesmo 2, but that is exactly what he's doing to try and hold up his teammates. Big send down the inside as well, up towards Ascari. Contact is going to be made. Off to the left-hand side, Khan goes. He did that all on his own, but that was just purely trying to help his teammates, but he's done the job as they are now 4 seconds behind Michael Schmiedel. Actually, up towards the front, though. Kastorp's lost a place because Ozildrim has got past him. Look at this move, though, for Chinchik as well. Lerner not fighting that one, trying to be a little bit smarter, but a 4 second gap, they're never going to bridge that in the couple of laps that we have to the end here. This is just a couple of points either way as Lerner actually hits the brakes to bump draft him up towards the front.
Yeah, of course, they'll be fighting over 9th place now, right to the checkered flag. And Morrison are not too worried about conceding the place right now, because, of course, this will be a contest that will go on right through. We're on the penultimate lap of the race right now, lap 8 of 9. The next time around will be the final time, and I'd imagine that's where Lerner might look to open the door. But his teammate, Dennis Schoeniger, currently holding all the cards up at the front. You get the feeling that Stapleford is being patient here. Here's the moment, though, with Ibrahim Khan, who I think effectively knew that his day was done anyway. It was just a case that he was trying to help out his teammates, like we were saying earlier on as well, Cam, and that's exactly what he has done. Essentially, he has levied this massive second margin, this 4.2 second margin between Chinchik and Schmiedel right now, so it just allows the likes of Schmiedel, the likes of Azildarim, to just focus on what's ahead of them. You know, Azildarim's still in contest here over P5. He has, you know, all the chance in the world to close this points gap between Maus and ERA down.
Yeah, this has worked out very nice for them indeed. And of course, they, not necessarily having the day that they would have wanted, but anything that they can do is good. They are 10 points off now in the standings, so that is a little bit better than what they were looking. It was 20 points before the race started. It was 20 points about 3-4 laps into the race. They're now going down to 10. So this is not looking so bad indeed. We are coming to start the final lap though, and this is the battle towards the front. We've got the 3 teams in the first 3 positions as well, even in the second 3 positions, so it's a very varied grid compared to the first race where we had a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Vitality. As we come to turn 1, for the final time of asking, is there going to be a big send here from Yuri Tomin? He goes to the left-hand side, interestingly, as he tries to get the slipstream from the BMW in towards the first corner. Second place is up for offer if he keeps it around the outside. He's done a lovely braking maneuver there up the inside of the second corner, squeezes out Stapleford, but not quite enough just yet.
No, Tobin did get the toe briefly, but it's just been shut off by Robbie Stapleford, who I must say has been impressing me through the course of this race. Brilliant, brilliant run so far from Robbie Stapleford. Does not want to be disconnected, though, on the final lap. A very, very sensitive point here in this race, but Tobin's not concerned with such matters. He just wants to take as many points as possible here to ensure Vitality safety moving up into the next group, which will be, of course, Group B when we head into the final round next week, of course, folks. Of course, that is to be announced in terms of where we are going, but certainly here and now it is Schoeniger, Robbie Stapleford, Yuri Toman fighting over the race lead and the race to win, consequently, as they come out of Lesmo 2 and down the Seraglio straight once again. There is Toman, hot on the heels now of the Porsche. Stapleford now will have to have his wits about him. The battle for the lead may be over, with Schoeniger now looking to take it to the checkered flag, and now Stapleford going defensive, coming through Ascari, cannot be usurped here this time around by Toman, who will look like he is on set for a back-to-back podium finish here this time. But Dennis Schoeniger, it's been a long time coming. A race winner already in the past. He was a podium sitter twice over back at Fuji, as now we watch it side by side once again. Toman looking in the outside here in Stapleford, looking for that second place. The up and under on offer here for Toman, who's looking for those extra spots. This certainly won't be a battle for the win, though. That win will go the way of Dennis Schoeniger, a winner once again in R1. A splendid result for Maus, who are looking to build the points gap between themselves and ERA, and it will be Robbie Stapleford. What a result to take home P2 for ERA. They live to fight another day to tackle Maus in the final race of the evening in Group C. But it's Dennis Schoeniger who is a victor once more. And I have to tell you, I say a victor once more, I believe that's his first win in R1 this season. Truly remarkable. Podiums he has managed to achieve in the past. This, I'm sure, will be something he'll truly treasure, giving Maus a huge, huge boon, an olive branch to successfully move through. Of course, Vitality is still quite a raft away, Cam, but that could be such an important win.
Yeah, he didn't look very happy considering that was his first win, but that's of course the situation. They are so close. We are less than 10 points between Maus and ERA, even despite Maus winning that race. What a job from Stapleford as well. The huge send down the inside in the first corner, was able to basically get his second position at that point and then held off the big fight from Toman in behind. So he's really pulling his team forward as well. It's going to be a big dogfight in that final race to try and not get demoted.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And I'd imagine if you've seen some of the racing that's off the chain here out of race 2, it's going to get heavier, I think, heading into race 3, where, you know, teams will be scrapping, looking for everything they can to stay alive here in this group. And if you're ERA, you may as well go for broke here at this point, Cam, because, of course, you've got a slender points gap between yourself and Maus. Why not go all in? Stack those chips to the center of the table.
Yeah, and I was just checking because, of course, Ibrahim Khan got that penalty as well. So, unfortunately, that is going to lose them a couple more points. So, actually, yeah, Khan therefore finishing basically at the back. So, this is definitely advantage Maus coming in towards the final race. It's probably go about, 10 points or so. But let's see the highlights of the race and how we ended up in that situation.
Yeah, let's see if we can make sense of this. I mean, this was extraordinary. I mean, Marcel Cinčić, remember, starting on pole position ahead of the evening. Of course, eventually getting swarmed by the Maus cars. ERA with a mega start. Robbie Stapleford was really the story at the very beginning of the race. You just see there, managing to fish his way through. We saw a couple of Maus cars peeling off towards the rear. There was a big moment where they both got tagged at the start. Yuri Kasdorp, I think, was one of those as well. Marcel Cinčić and Erhan Yayovski also getting routed earlier into the race. But this was the story, folks. Dennis Schoeninger and, of course, Robbie Stapleford fighting it out for the race win, the race lead, at least in the initial. We had some more argy-bargy as well further back. Eventually, a collection would happen. This was Marcel Cinčić getting Erhan Yayovski getting tagged, I should say, as they made their way out of turn 2, and further side-by-sides as well between the ERA Esports crew that included Michael Schmiedel, who was trying to work his way forward. But this consisted and continued and persisted right through the entirety of this race. Of course, Cinčić and Yayovski were trying to move their way up as best they could in order to muster more points. A lovely 3-wide moment coming out of turn 2 as well. Once again, we saw great brilliance from Max Benneker as well, as he was trying to find an additional podium spot to garner more points for Maus, who are in a desperate fight with Vitality to gain promotion back into Group B. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to be unsuccessful again, as the leverage is surely going to be in Vitality's hands. This was the Ibrahim Khan moment. He got collected after a bit of contact with Moritz Lerner late in the day, but it would be Dennis Schoeninger after a stunning display, managing to keep back Robbie Stapleford, who had a fight of his own against Yuri Toman, to bring it to the end of the race. And that is a first win of the campaign for Dennis Schoeninger and for his Maus collective as well. First place for him here in the dynamic group phase. Let's get that right. Robbie Stapleford in second as well, with Yuri Toman for company in third. So close up towards the line between those two. Maximilian Benneker in fourth for Maus, with Thibaut Kazibon in fifth. Ulas Yildirim in sixth place. Michael Schmiedel in seventh. Yuri Kasdorp in eighth. Marcel Cinčić for Vitality in ninth. Erhan Yayovski in 10th place, with Moritz Lerner in 11th. Ibrahim Khan all the way down in 12th. Had that little moment heading through the Ascari chicane. But Dennis Schoeninger, what an absolutely brilliant, sensational race performance. First win in this championship for him, and I'm sure he is absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking for a couple of his stats as well, and he's actually had a really good track record in this championship. I mean, he's got a podium in basically 25% of his races, which, considering the quality that he's been fighting against, that is very, very good indeed. But finally,
he's been knocking on the door, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But finally, not just a podium, but a race win, and had a perfect time for Maus as well. If Stapleford had got that win instead of them, they would obviously been very, very tight on the points. So instead, just keeps that little bit of a margin. Maus still in second place. It looks like Vitality, though, basically they've won the evening, unless some catastrophic things happen, and it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Maus in the final race. So Vitality, good job for them. They still got to still show up and get the results, though, in that final race.
They do, and also equally, ERA, if they were able to put in a big run in the final race, we'll of course find out. They're willing to go all in, I think, based on what we saw from Ibrahim Khan in that last race. You certainly wouldn't discount them in a very desperate moment, because they've done this before, haven't they, Cam? I mean, it was right in the last race of Askin that they managed to get qualification to move through into Group C to begin with, moving out of Group D. So this is a trend that we have seen from ERA in the past.
Yeah, that's a good point. It was ERA moving up, whereas obviously, Vitality and then Maus dropping down. So they were effectively the third choice team in this group, so they are fighting against the odds, but they're giving it a good shot, and they're not letting Mouse get away with it. So I really can't wait actually to see what that is going to unfold in the final race. But of course, we move back into Group B this time, and we go into the next the next race for them, the second race of the night. We've got the likes of McCormack, who'll be starting from the back. We've got the Williams cars, who are looking so strong, and of course it's their opportunity now to try and regain something. A flurry of protests have actually come in at the end of that race for Group C Race 2, so we'll see if there's any further results. But anyway, back to Group B for now, and this is how we stand, just 2 points between Williams and Virtus Pro.
Very, very fiery contest between Dara McCormack's former team and his current team, Virtus Pro. Obviously, Williams being the former. 47 points, though, in the pocket of Williams thus far. MSI with a little bit of work to do to close the gap up a little bit, but that 2-point margin is the story at the moment. This is all about getting through to Group A in order to get ready to contest for the final round. And, of course, they'll be fighting over the big points then in those final 2 races they will have during the course of that round as well. Remember, different formats ahead of our final round coming up in the championship, as opposed to the current format where we have 3 races, 2 groups in one night, 3 races each. We're going to be having 2 races for every group, so that's all 4 groups contesting in one night. That will of course be next week, of course, to be confirmed where we are going to be going for that, so stay tuned as to how that's going to unfold. Utilize the live chat, support those drivers that you want to see making their way to the front. But it is going to be a lottery. It's going to be very tight between these two, Virtus Pro and Williams. We mentioned that they've got equally 2 very strong drivers in both teams, which makes it quite an interesting sort of payoff, really, Cam.
Yes, certainly does. And I wonder how the qualifying is going to go this time around. Of course, McCormack not qualifying means that pole position is going to be open. He obviously had a pole by a bit of a jump in the previous race, so that opens up the door to someone else. But as we saw from Group C, the qualifying order was, of course, Marcel Chinching was on pole both races. Apart from that, the qualifying order was very different. So it's now your opportunity to really sort of get something in there, try and work your way up. But here's Fiala, who had an up and down race. He was almost up into P2 at one point, then obviously dropped his way down towards about P10 by the end of it, so he's going to need to try and do his best. And a 0.4 in that first sector, that is not a good opening sector for this qualifying lap.
No, not great at all. 35.4 against what should have probably been a 35.2 to kick things off. So not a great start for Wojtek Fiala, at least for now. But you never know. Things can swerve. We have seen crazy moments happen before in R1. You may have briefly seen as well on the front of your screen the QR code for the RENNSPORT app. If you want to get involved and follow the live timing for this event, or equally manage your own profile here on RENNSPORT, you can scan that QR code, download the app, of course, from Google Play or Apple Store, and pick up your application and download it, install it, and you can follow everything that's going on, not just, of course, in this R1 championship here in the spring season, but also look after your own profile as well as you look to persist and maybe one day compete with the very best in the world in this R1 championship. But Wojtek Fiala, 35.5 in that first sector. On the money, really, of where he needs to be with that one. But John Robertson has already surpassed him in the first sector with that 35.3. Not the best 35.3 that we've seen so far for Robertson, but nonetheless, it's still there, and he is in the fight. Fiala will cross the line, though. He's already forfeited that middle sector, and you can already see a little bit frustrated. Only enough for a 46.4, which is 2/10 off probably from where we'll see the best time. So we have seen a 0.0, Cam.
We certainly have, so not a great time for Fiala to open up this Group B race number 2. Robertson, he actually, I don't know if he mentioned this, but he got a 5-second time penalty actually for causing a collision towards the end of that previous race as well. So obviously the points might be slightly different to what you saw. Up towards the line though, what is it going to be? It's going to be a 0.36. Yeah, that's not ideal. There will definitely be drivers going faster than that.
Yeah, Don Blyer is going faster than that right now, and he's not too far away in that first sector either. 0.9 of a second, purple in the middle. 35.395 in that first sector. May not be special, but the middle sector isn't bad. 35.4 to be around there in that middle sector is certainly a lap that will be in contest for some of the best times. So he has just had that taken away by Mikhail Statsenko. Here comes Dominic Blyer up towards the line. Can he surpass Robertson? He can, and that is our first 0.2 of the session so far, and blasts ahead of John Robertson. But here comes Statsenko.
Yeah, we apply that 0.2. Surely that is going to be the top 5 or so towards the end of the race, no matter what, in the qualifying, I should say, no matter what happens. Statsenko, though, with that purple middle sector as a fairly mediocre first sector, though it might be towards a high 0.3. Again, let's see what it is coming towards the line. What can he do in this final sector? As it is actually going to be a 0.2. Solid final sector there. 0.9, though, just squeezing into that, but up into second place. That's a lot better after his non-qualifying in the first race.
And they'll need that, especially if they haven't got Dara McCormack at their disposal. Johan Half, though, settling a 35.3 on the board. Daniel Pajtor, just over a 10th away in that first sector. It's not looking very good in the middle either. This is not a special Pajtor lap that we've become accustomed to, of course, since we saw him at Daytona and obviously many rounds prior as well. Up towards the line, Pajtor will set a 46.540, the first 0.5 we have seen in this session. That certainly will not trouble the top end.
Definitely not. But here's Johan Harth. Purple in that first sector, 0.53 middle sector, solid. Might be getting up towards the battle between Blyer and Statsenko if he has a solid final sector. Can he just about squeeze in front of his teammate Robertson? Let's see as he comes up towards the line for Johan Harth. It is going to be a 0.24, so second place. That is going to be solid final sector, and that is going to confirm himself basically in the top half of the field as well.
Yeah, and that's only 2 of the MSI cars we have seen, and Robertson being in 4th place. Bear in mind, we're still waiting for Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antunes, who both have form in the past, so this could be the race that MSI are looking for. Tobias Pfeffer is going to be next out across the line. First sector is not bad. The middle sector, though, a little bit off from where you would like it to be, beyond a 10th away. So we'll need a mighty final sector to try and muscle in some of the delta. At the moment, this is looking like it's going to be around the realms of just under 2/10 off the pace. In fact, it's a little more than that. That final sector has slowed down. It started to inhibit him there. So a 1:49.375 will route him to the rear of the RAN cars so far as Jamie Fluke goes green in the first sector. Only 7 thousandths off at the moment, Cam, in that first sector.
Yeah, sometimes the greens can be a little bit deceiving because I say if you're just a couple of thousandths, it's not purple, but it's still a very strong sector. However, sector 2, that is a 10th at least down on where he wants to be. So this might be knocking on the doors of a high 0.3.4 if he does anything silly in this final sector, or can the Jamie Fluke do something good in this final corner? It is going to be the MSI car working his way through. Stays very tight, actually, so he's having a shorter run up towards the line. A solid final corner there. Is it going to be enough for the driver who struggled quite a bit in that first race? He needs a good result. It is a 3.34 with a purple final sector. That's much more like it, and he ends up in 4th place.
Yeah. Good ending to that lap for Jamie Fluke to muscle in that purple final sector to recover after that time loss in the middle. Beleziotis coming through as well, 6 thousandths off in the first sector, which is pretty good, and just under a 10.5 off, though, however, coming out of the middle sector. So again, very similar to Jamie Fluke. Needs a mighty final sector to turn this around, especially considering that Pajtor and Pfeffer currently sit 7th and 8th, last of those that have set times so far. And he does pop himself a high, or certainly higher than John Robertson, into 5th place. But here comes Big Kev.
Certainly is 0.4 and a 0.5. His sectors so far solid, but not overly rapid. So he's not going to be challenging for the pole. But can he get up there at the moment? Only one Virtus Pro inside the top 6. They need to get some more cars up there. With, of course, Dara McCormack not qualifying in this race. What is it going to be as we come across the line? It's a 0.2. That is a much better result than I was expecting. P3 making up a lot of time in that final sector. And Tunes purple through the first.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the middle does not correspond beyond a 10.5 outside of the spectrum coming out of Sector 2. So, again, very similar to Jamie Fluke. Whether that's a trend with these cars, I'm not quite sure. It could be the case. We'll need a decent final sector to turn this around. But that 35.2 in that first sector is certainly in line with where we expect the best times to feature. And Tunes up towards the line now will indeed pop himself ahead of his teammate John Robertson into 7th fastest. And there is Dara McCormack, who will not, of course, as we alluded to, set a lap time here in this qualifying session. So there we have it. That brings an end to what will be, I'm sure, a very high contest. I've got to give credit to MSI. I think out of the bunch, despite not achieving pole position, I think they've got the strongest lineup on the starting grid, Cam.
Yeah, well, yes. It looks like they've turned it around from that first race. They were really struggling and they weren't quite getting involved in that fight towards the front. Whereas now they've got loads of cars up there in the top half of the field. They have the opportunity, of course, to get some decent points. The issue is like the Williams cars, like Bly, they're up on the pole. He is going to be obviously very strong, but it's going to be a big race for them, because if we come into that final race and they're sort of quite a few points behind, they really then rely on that qualifying to get some good places. Whereas now this is still their final opportunity where they're able to sort of set themselves up and get them back in that fight between Williams and Virtus.
Well, we know that it's the cars behind that generally float their way to the front through the course of the start of the race on the run down through towards turn 1. ERA have proven that. Robbie Stapleford being one of the catalysts of that, leading the race for a majority stint in Monza during our last group, actually, through the course of Group C's run. But we'll have to wait and see whether they do get a start like that. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, MSI with names like Jamie Fluke will have a great chance to pull that off as we take a look as the car belonging to Don Blyer makes its way down through towards turn 1. Williams obviously looking to continue their good run so far. Decent results have come their way, especially after what we saw in our first race. To go back-to-back and essentially putting them in positions for big points, levying themselves ahead of Virtus Pro, who now have Darren McCormack at the bottom, rooted to the rear of this classification. It's now really where you need to sort of strong-arm your way to the front, Cam, and mount a challenge for a plethora of those points.
Yeah, the issue is I'm just rechecking the quali results. The back 4 drivers are 2 Williams and 2 Virtus Pros.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of work to do.
Well, it's why MSI are in a good place, aren't they? I mean, this is
exactly.
the point. Yeah. No, so
a lot of fun, I think, to see what they can do, because MSI they got sort of 5th, 7th and 8th, and of course Johan Half there on that front row. Big turnaround as we are watching, of course, the pole lap from Dominic Blyer, certainly using loads of codes. That was very nice and clean there through that Lesmo 2 as well, so he's definitely got a good feeling. At the time I thought a 0.211 may not be enough after seeing loads of 0.1s and 0.0s across the qualifying sessions so far this evening, but 0.211 was enough with the likes of McCormack not qualifying. A lot less curb he's taken here compared to Chinchik's pole lap, and that car looks a lot more settled actually, so he's definitely got the feeling in that car, and he's very sort of confident with it, let's say, so that should be a good omen for the race.
Yeah, and obviously Don Blyer, already twice a race winner here in the Dynamic Group stage, was a winner twice over back at Jeddah, actually to open his account in the first race, and then the final race as well. Wasn't actually outside the top 6 during that visit. If we go back as far as Monza, the first time we came here back in the knockout seeding phase, he did finish 3rd. That was his best result, and that was race 1. Has yet to take a win. In fact, no Williams driver won at Monza in the first time we ventured around this circuit. So it'll be, it'd be very interesting to see who comes out on top in this one. Generally, the form players at Monza have been Virtus Pro. Darren McCormack taking a clean sweep here at Monza in the past 3 races out of 3, a winner here around this track. And even prior to that, Kevin Ellis Jr. was also a winner here and did not feature outside the top 3 the last time he came to Monza. So there is some huge stats levied in the palms of Virtus Pro, and for good reason, I'm sure. I mean, they have been, phenomenally quick. In fact, out of the bunch, I mean, if you, essentially, draw a circle around the major players that made their way into the Dynamic Group phase in Group A, Virtus Pro were part of that. You also look at the likes of Porsche Coanda and Team Redline. That is where we were associating Virtus Pro at the start of the season. So it feels very unlikely for them to be so far back. They need a recovery here, and it could come right now, and it couldn't come any sooner.
Yeah, when the points are so close, but then the racing is also close on the track, it becomes very difficult to gain a big chunk of points. So this race 2, this is the consolidation race. This is where you want to get yourself in a good position to challenge coming to the final race of the evening. Of course, Group B race 2 coming up, and there's just 2 points currently separating Williams and Virtus Pro in the standings for tonight. And Team MSI, they are about 30 points behind, but they are coming a lot stronger in this qualifying session. So to be honest, I can't wait to see how they're going to tackle this race, to be honest. One thing we did see, George, though, in that previous race, in Group C, race 2, was the order on the track after lap 1, lap 2 was completely different to qualifying. So let's hope it's a lot cleaner in this group.
Well, I mean, this is it. But the one thing we have seen in the past as well is last to firsts. And, you know, we could see the same from Dara McCormack. Kevin Ellis Jr. has also given us one of those. So at the end of the day, you know, Virtus Pro, you know, are accustomed of giving drivers that start at the very rear of the field opportunities at winning races. So that can very easily happen at Monza, especially when we consider some of the action we've already seen at the first and second chicane. But take us through the starting grid, Cam.
Absolutely. So Group B Race 2 starts like this. Dara McCormack is at the back of the grid after a non-qualifying penalty. Pfeffer and Pajtor. Of course, Pfeffer up there on the podium last time in P11, Pajtor P10, and Fiala is in P9. Robertson is in P8 with Antunes P7, and then your third row is Beleziotis and Jamie Fluke. Before we get to your front runners, Stasenko is in P4, Kevin Ellis Jr. P3, and then your front row is Johan Harth and Dominic Blyer. This is a great opportunity for Williams to try and keep the lead in this group. They have a 2-point advantage over Virtus Pro, of a couple of drivers obviously down towards the back of the field as the drivers just pull away for this rolling start here at Monza. And I think that second row of Stasenko and Kevin Ellis Jr. are going to be very hot coming down in towards this first corner, as obviously those two can get the slipstream from the cars ahead. It's not always the track where you want to be on pole due to that long run. The green flag comes very early indeed, so it's Blyer and Harth on that front row. The two Mercedes AMGs, they've got the two Aston Martins in behind them, and it is going to be Group B Race 2 getting underway. The pace car comes in, and Blyer on that outside line. Can he get a better start than what we saw from McCormack in the first race? It's a slow roll up towards the start line, and then we get the race underway as the drivers fan out already, trying to get that slipstream. We stay in line actually in the first couple of rows before we see a move through the middle, Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to make it 3 wide down in towards the first corner. We're 4 wide, the row in behind. Who is going to break later in towards turn 1? It's going to be Johan Harth, but Blyer around the outside makes contact, tries to hold on to the lead as we go side by side on the exit. Lovely battles as we continue on around Curva Grande.
Yeah, very strong start for Johan Harth. Dominic Blyer now settles in behind the fellow Mercedes driver. Of course, two different teams, but driving the same manufacturer. Further back, Kevin Ellis Jr. still in third. Mikhail Statsenko holding fourth as well. Dara McCormack already moving up into 10th place behind teammate now Wojtek Fiala as they come through the middle sector now, coming out of the Roger chicane. McCormack battling with Tobias Pfeffer as now Kevin Ellis Jr. swarms through Lesmo 1 and through Lesmo 2 as well. There is Jimmy Antunes on the tail of Jamie Fluke as another two MSI cars start to duke it out, this time with Mikhail Statsenko. Further back, Vasilios Beleziotis, Daniel Pajtor, Wojtek Fiala, joined by McCormack now, who is now ahead of Tobias Pfeffer as well. And now it's John Robertson who is routed to the field. But a very clean start here, Cam. No concerns at the start like prior races.
Yeah, the top three have got away though, so that is a little bit concerning. The good news is it's one car of each of the three teams, so that keeps the points in order as we work our way through to the end of this first lap. As you're saying, it's Statsenko leading the train. Williams need to recover. They got 3 cars in the bottom half of the field, and for the team that was leading this group coming into this race, they need to improve that position. But MSI are looking good with 3 cars for them inside the top 6, so that is much better. Lap 1 comes to an end though, and Johan Harth leads across the line.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. MSI are in a very good spot right now. Johan Harth, though, out on his own, and but also on their own, I suppose, is Dominic Blyer and also Kevin Ellis Jr. It's the 3 teams with 3 representatives now, a distant memory ahead of those that are further back, being led now by the train of Jamie Fluke as they head through turns 1 and turns 2. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming through, quite a few cars now cutting the chicane, coming through the Rettifilio, and indeed they do, and we're just seeing them exit out now. Jamie Fluke part of that contingent, Mikhail Statsenko going side by side with him. Obviously they have to give positions back if they gain them unfairly through the run through turns 1 and 2 if they took the escape, as we now watch them coming through down through towards the Roger chicane. Once again though, it is Mikhail Statsenko into 4th, Jamie Fluke with another look in behind the Virtus Pro Aston Martin, but no opportunity for a move thus far. But it's Kevin Ellis Jr. now who leads the race with Johan Harth down in 2nd place. So now Virtus Pro moving ahead of Williams. As it stands, Williams will sink to 2nd. So a dramatic shift here on lap 2 of 9 as Virtus Pro now take the advantage and could yet be stamping their ticket through to a repeat return into Group A.
And MSI, they were 30 points back. They're now 20. So that's a good job from them so far. The issue is that, yeah, they still need that extra 20 points. So close but no cigar just yet. Let's see how this continues on through the race, though. It's going to be some big battles. We've got the likes of McCormack trying to fight his way through. As you mentioned, he's up into 10th place behind his teammate Fiala, but needs to be a little bit further up if he wants to sort of do anything really to help out Virtus Pro. They're in a strong place, though, with Williams struggling this race. No big moves just yet from the likes of Beleziotis and Pajtor, who are making moves in that first round. But let's see what they can do, because Beleziotis actually is getting very close behind Antunes up ahead, trying to make a move, as Dar McCormack also maybe wants to make a move on his teammate Fiala or push him through, as we're going to go almost thinking about 3 wide situations. Fiala diving it down the inside of Pajtor in towards turn 1. Contact is made. McCormack has to avoid that one, but Fiala keeps it side by side.
Yeah, I can just see there Darren McCormack plunging onto the brakes. You just see there just breathing a sigh of relief as they come out of turn 2. Didn't want to get caught up by his teammate in behind, but getting a nice run now coming through Curva Grande. It might give his teammate a helpful push down through towards the Roger as they look to go side by side here this time around with Daniel Pajtor. Fiala now into 8th as now McCormack goes fishing for a P9 of his own, looking to take Pajtor out of the picture, and McCormack moves up into 9th, and that will increase the points deficit, at least for now, between Virtus Pro and Williams. But now McCormack looking to sweep past his own teammate. The Williams collective in behind looking to recover. Fiala urges out urgently coming out of the Lesmo, the first Lesmo at the very least, in towards Lesmo 2, and that could have easily ended in tears. But it's McCormack and Fiala up a place apiece. In McCormack's case, 2 places. They now occupy 8th and 9th.
And that's a really big move on Williams as well. Williams, after leading this group, are now down in P10 and P11, especially from Pfeffer, who was on the podium. That is really a struggle, but of course it didn't help with Pfeffer qualifying in P11, so definitely not the race that he's would have wanted, because there's some bigger gaps forming out the front. The top 3 got 2.5 second gap. We got a bit of a 2 second gap in front of McCormack in P8 as well, so definitely it's going to be hard for them to jump up so many positions. Here's Pfeffer, though, getting a run on Fiala, who had a terrible run, although actually we'll go to the front, though, because Blyer is making a move on Johan Harth, as Kevin S. Jr. is leading the way from Harth, obviously led at the end of lap 1, but he's now lost 2 places down into P3.
And crucially enough, that is not points taken away from Virtus Pro, that is points taken away from MSI, which, while that's bad news for MSI, it's good news for Virtus Pro for now. Not necessarily good news or bad news, really, because still Kevin Ellis Jr. retains that race lead. We're riding on board here with the man in P3, Johan Harth, who's chasing after Dominic Blyer, at least for now. Mikhail Statsenko 3.1 behind, so the other Virtus Pro car, of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. leading the way. Mikhail Statsenko still rooted into 4th in a grand return to racing after getting that qualifying ban in our first race. But now losing out to Jamie Fluke, it would seem, coming through in towards the Lesmo this time around. So Fluke now with the upper hand into 4th, adding yet more points to MSI's allocation, as we now watch them make their way down through towards the next right again, coming out of Lesmo 2. This is Wojtek Fiala, who had that disappointing run through qualifying, and now looking to try and topple Tobias Pfeffer and join Dara McCormack further up. Of course, Fiala managed to dislodge Pfeffer earlier on as they look to return once again to go side by side, but not this time as they come in towards Ascari. Further back, John Robertson at the tail of this field, close behind Daniel Pajtor in a very un-Pajtor style drive performance so far. Of course, we generally associate Pajtor with brilliant results inside the top 6, but this time around it looks like you'll have to wait for one of those. P11 at least for now, and McCormack now chasing after Beleziotis. They could take more points off Williams here.
Yeah, they certainly could have. I was looking at the points for MSI. We're back up to a 30-point gap to Williams. So this is the exact same gap to second place that we entered the race in. So MSI having a stronger result, but it's not enough to turn their evening around. They might be going down to Group C at the end of this evening. Let's see how this one works out, though, as we go 2 cars sweeping it to the inside line. Williams on the outside as we come down towards the first corner. There's going to be Pfeffer trying to hold on, squeezing Fiala round on the outside. outside, but actually Fiala just is given enough space, and that is going to be the inside line for Curva Grande, as in the background, Robertson also trying to work his way through, as Williams might be losing a place each.
Yeah, they could well be, and Fiala gaining yet more points here for the Virtus Pro charge, but of course they still have the Rogier coming up now very shortly. John Robertson also under fire now as Pajtor's routed to the rear of the field. Back through comes Pfeffer as he looks to try and attack Wojtek Fiala again, but a lovely run this time around from John Robertson. He's going to hunt down the inside, coming through towards Lesmo 1. Can he take the pair of them? 3 wide in towards the first Lesmo, and off the track goes the Williams of Tobias Pfeffer. He collects his teammates. Oh my goodness, and how on earth did Wojtek Fiala get through that melee? Coming through out of the first Lesmo, through the second, a sitting duck. Certainly was the sister Williams car. They took each other out, and it left Fiala with a clean run. Well, I say a clean run, he had to weave his way through out of it, but that is 2 Williams cars now routed to the bottom in what could prove to be a massive boon here for Virtus Pro, who currently sit top of the live standing.
Yeah, that was a interesting move for Robertson, squeezing 2 cars out to his left-hand side. Having said that, I don't think going 3 wide into Lesmo 1 was the best option. Someone should have backed out for that, but with the position that they're in, they need to get those places. But unfortunately, it has not worked out for the Williams cars, as you say, taking each other out. Let's see a replay of this. So this is how we started. That's Robertson getting the run down the inside of 2 cars. To be honest, I think on the outside, the Williams car, Pfeffer there, probably should have backed out. But then at the end of the day, it was also Robertson squeezing the racing line with 2 cars on his outside. So that didn't work out. And then, of course, both Williams cars taking each other out in the meantime. Not the ideal situation. He's come back to the front. Blyer in this second place is holding the fort for Williams.
I must say, Wojtek Fiala was very fortunate. He did have a little bit of contact there, but Pfeffer coming back out onto the circuit after losing the car onto the gravel, wiping out his own teammate Daniel Pajtor in the process. That is hardship and heartbreak, and Vasilios Beliziotis in a skirmish of his own, because now Dara McCormack, yet another Virtus Pro car looking to gain a place. This could be yet more points sacrificed here for Williams and more into the arms here of Virtus Pro. And Mikhail Statsenko is the one in the way of Vasilios Beliziotis and could prove to be an ideal opportunity now for Dara McCormack to pounce and position himself inside this top 6 here for the first time in this race now as they pile down through towards the Ascari. Here comes now Jamie Fluke in towards the next left and right. Mikhail Statsenko waiting in the wings with Beliziotis, as we're currently seeing on screen. And in the bottom left, you can see his rig camera. In the bottom left, obviously still composed, but the sole Williams driver in this massive exchange. 5 cars all bundled together as they race down through towards the Kerber-Alboreto section. Of course, this is where we'll see the positions start to string out, obviously down this very long straight where slipstream becomes a prevalent factor. This is the reminder of course, the current standing and the situation with those standings at the moment. Still a slender margin, really, between Virtus Pro and Williams, but Williams definitely coming off second best at this moment in time, and Johan Harth, as well as Jamie Fluke, taking some big points, at least for now. But here comes Statsenko now, a look to the inside, coming through towards turn 1. Opportunity here for Dara McCormack to take on his former team, the Williams team, that of course granted him so much success in R1 in the past. The move, though, successful for Statsenko, who moves into 4th, so that's yet more points going the way of Virtus Pro. They're now on 91.
Indeed. Let's see how it ends, though. Oh, that's a huge wiggle there for Jamie Fluke as he tried to come out of the slipstream. Is it enough to lose the momentum in towards the Della Rogia? Not quite enough, but actually that's going to be the Williams car getting a good run as it's a big chunk over the curb. That's Beliziotis trying to make a move, but unfortunately for Statsenko, just did not get the run through Della Rogia, and actually Fluke is being boxed in here. There's not much he can do. Beliziotis coming up the inside in towards Lesmo 2. We're getting pushed behind from Dara McCormack as well. They somehow file into a single file formation and they decide not to go side by side. That is the best choice for all of these drivers, but oh my word, they go for absolutely everything. As soon as an opportunity opens up, they see a space, but in the end I think they've ended up in the same order, so no change there.
Yeah, no, and they certainly don't want to end up like the 2 Williams drivers did, Pajtor and Pfeffer, of course, the last time they came around the Lesmo section. But as they fly through over Ascari, no fears of the curbs there at all, getting a little bit of elevation apiece as they come out of the Ascari chicane and down through out of turn 10 in towards turn 11. It is still, at the moment, at the head of the order, Kevin Ellis Jr. for Virtus Pro, but Dominic Bly is still very much there and refusing to give up. Johan Harth also being towed along as well. The points still stand with 91 going Virtus Pro's way, with a gap then to I believe that's 75 then to Williams further down in second, but that can all change once again with Beliziotis looking to close up to the back of Jamie Fluke as they race down through towards turn one. Now Statsenko is in trouble because here comes now, this time around, Jamie Fluke looking to take his position back, 3 wide coming through towards turn one. Fluke now back into fourth. Through comes Statsenko as well. He's going to go side by side with Beliziotis, who has now taken the gravel, and a little bit of contact again, and Darren McCormack has moved to the inside, which could prevail for him coming through Curva Grande, but being joined also by Jimmy Antunes, who makes it a 3-wide affair as they now scuffle. 2 Mercedes meet an Aston Martin. The Aston Martin with that inside that will become the outside, that then will become the inside again on the outside of the Rogers chicane. Fluke goes through, past Statsenko, and McCormack blast past Beliziotis as well. The Irishman prevails. In comes Antunes as well through Lesmo 1, who's now going to look to try and challenge after Darren McCormack, but is unsuccessful. Fluke now in this lead of this contingent in 4th place, but both Statsenko and McCormack manacled together again as they now sit in 5th and 6th, and again that points gap still stands at 90.
Yeah, this is an incredible battle. As I mean, Antunes, he was sitting quietly there, but almost got his opportunity to try and get through McCormack. But McCormack from the back, this is really coming in favour of Virtus Pro with 3 drivers now inside the top 6, and of course MSI with 2. So that is no room for Williams as it stands. We're having a big run to the inside here from Beliziotis, though, coming out of Ascari in towards the final corner. This would be a big move to stop Antunes, and what a move it is down the inside. He's managed to get his car there, squeezes Antunes out onto the AstroTurf, and he's going to have to get his teammate Robertson to push him down this front straight to try and hold on. But Beliziotis, he was aggressive, making moves in the first race, and in race 2 it is no different. We've got moves up ahead as well with McCormack trying to, Statsenko I should say, trying to get involved, but this is non-stop here at Monza. Down in towards the first corner, we've got Beliziotis late braking, but not enough. So Antunes in that pink striped MSI car gets himself up into P7.
Yeah, obviously they're looking to try and gather the points to close the gap to Williams at the moment ahead of the final race. It's going to be coming up later on tonight. Of course, remember, we have surpassed the halfway point in the evening as we now rejoin the battle further up. We're riding aboard here with Johan Hart. This is a fight for the lead here. Dominic Blyer has got the nose of his Mercedes now in the lead of this race, coming through Lesmo 1 ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. And now Johan Hart is looking for a piece of the pie himself. Unfortunately, not getting the run coming out of Lesmo 1 in order to provide himself second place in this battle. This 3-car battle as they fight over lead supremacy and the eventual race win. We're on the final lap here at this moment in time. It's Dominic Blyer out in front for Williams, but Kevin Ellis Jr. will have the tow and the run coming through Ascari. Here they come, Cam.
Yes, who is going to get the run though? I think it might be Hearth here. They've slowed each other down. Can he get a double move into the final corner? Maybe not enough. We have to see what he wants to do. So it's Blyer leading, Ellis Jr. leading Hearth. Who is going to win the race? One final corner to go. In towards Alboreto is a huge defensive line from Blyer. Look at the run from Johan Hearth up the inside. It's going to be, he backs out of it though. That opens up the door to Blyer to keep this lead up the inside. But who is it going to be? It is going to be Blyer, because there's not going to be enough time for Ellis Jr. to slipstream up towards the short run to the line. It is going to be Williams taking victory just with Ellis Jr. in second and Johan Hearth in that 3rd place. Fluke will come across the line in 4th, or will he, because he's got the 2 Virtus Pros pushing him up towards the line. And this is all change in terms of the standings. So Virtus Pro take the lead by 7 points in Group B after race 2, and that is a bit of a change around. MSI with a strong result keep them just about within the opportunity for keeping inside this group, but it is going to be a big fight in that 3rd race.
Quite an important move for Dom Blyer to get the move done on the final lap in order to maximise his hopes for Williams as well. They brought that points gap down just a little bit. Is still Virtus Pro sitting at the top of that live standing as we brought an end to that race. That's his first win since Jeddah. He won twice at Jeddah, did Dominic Blyer, but he's now victorious once again. And I'm sure looking ahead to the next race that we have coming up this evening, that will of course decide as to who does prevail and moves through to Group A. The question is, will it be Virtus Pro? Will it be Williams? And of course, what's going to happen to Team MSI? Those are the big question marks, Cam. The one thing that is for sure, this Virtus Pro fight with Williams is enthralling. It is truly extraordinary. You witness side by sides. Credit to Darren McCormack from the back, fought his way inside that top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. It was not a good run from Fefa or Pastor down at the back of the field, having struggles in qualifying, having struggles with the battles in the race, and basically just losing Williams some crucial points. There was only obviously 2 points coming into this race. But let's see the highlights. And there it was, Blyer on that front row. But look, we go 3 wide basically for the lead. We go 4 wide in behind, and then a random car in there as well. 8 cars battling for the lead. It was a big send down the inside initially from Johan Harth on the outside on that front row. They had a really good run with Blyer as the Virtus Pro cars sort of get a hold of each other in that second row. There's a way too deep on the brakes there. From the MSI car. I think that's Jamie Fluke, unfortunately, in that time. And then, of course, the battles into turn 1 as ever. We see the likes of McCormack, Stetsenko trying to battle. This is with Fefa a bit further down. And that battle continued on, of course, with Pastor trying to get involved. This was a 3-4 wide situation almost coming out of Lesmo 1 and then in towards turn 1 once again. We see the car sliding. They're braking late, trying to make these moves in the midfield. And this is where the points matter for these drivers. This was the huge moment that we saw. 3 drivers isn't going to work. We got Robertson up the inside. On the outside, we're going to see the Williams car there being squeezed off, and he's going to come back on. And Pastor and Fefa take each other out, as unfortunately Fiala was caught in the middle down into turn 1 for another time of asking. These drivers just can't keep it on the track. As I mean, this was incredible. 5 cars going, and all of a sudden they're keeping themselves in line just about, and there's a huge wiggle there up towards the front though, and it's a big battle with Blyer trying to hold on for the lead. But we are going to see Johan Harth try to make his way through, but in the end it's not quite going to be enough, as we see the driver of Kevin Ellis Jr. finishing there in second place with just about 1/10 of a second behind Dominic Blyer in the end. So Blyer, then Ellis Jr. and Johan Harth separated by a couple of tenths, with Fluke, Stetsenko and McCormack your top half of the field. Antunes, Fiala, Robertson, Belliziotis, and then of course the Williams drivers, 3 of them at the back, Pastor and Fefa rounding up the grid.
Yeah, I mean, that means now that no team has won more than once tonight, but we can move across and have a little chat with the one, the only Dom Blyer, of course, race winner here out of race 2. Welcome back, Dom. Good to see you, as always, once again in the winner's circle for the first time since Jeddah, where you took 2 on that occasion, but a fantastic result for Williams in your fight against Virtus Pro. It leaves an almighty showdown, does it not, between yourselves and Virtus Pro heading into the final race?
Hello, guys. Yeah, I think the points are tied now, so the last race will be intense. So we hope for good quali, and let's see what we can do in the race. It's Monza, so it can be chaos, it can be calm. I mean, we will see.
And Dominic, we've seen the battles be so tight at this track. How are you finding this combination? Of course, we know it Monza very well, but with the battles there through all of the chicanes, it's very hard to defend, but then get the run out of the corner. It's a very momentum-based track, isn't it?
Yeah, basically you practice a bit like the racing around the track, so you know what to do in some places, so you have the confidence. So yeah, it's just a practice. See how you can battle on this track, and just do it in the race.
You certainly did do it in the race, that's for sure. A victory going your way, a final showdown with Virtus Pro. We'll leave you to prepare ahead of race 3. Congratulations, Dom. All the best heading into the final race.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you very much, Dominic Blyer, everyone, of course, our race winner here at Monza for race 2. And like I said, we have had different race winners so far right through this evening from different teams. Truly remarkable scenes, to say the least. And yeah, truly stunning. I mean, obviously, Virtus Pro, despite not winning, they're still in with a great chance here. The points levy, very minute. The threshold, the gap, minimal. It's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out when we head into the final race of the night. Of course, we still have Group C to worry about as well. Obviously, Team Vitality in their ongoing fight against, of course, Maus further back. But that gap has very much been stretched. Maus are up against it. In fact, the fight might be more conscious of staying in Group C rather than getting promotion out of it. Rather, probably trying to stay away from relegation here at this point, Cam.
Yeah, they basically need like a 1, 2, 3, 4 finish, with Vitality really struggling to overcome that. So it looks like it will be Vitality going up to B. Mouse now need to defend to stay in this Group C, because they do not want to be a team of their stature going down into the bottom group, coming into the final round of the season. So let's see what ERA can do. Being 23 points behind, that is certainly doable in one race, but they need to have more than Robbie Stapleford up towards the front. They need Ibrahim Khan up there as well. They need to get obviously all of their drivers, but Zildjian and Schmidl have struggled a bit tonight.
Well, and I will add to this as well, with Ibrahim Khan and Ulas Zildjian picking up time penalties in that last race that they were in as well. It was 2 5-second penalties for Ibrahim Khan, a 5-second penalty as well for Ulas Zildjian, which did not help their proceedings through the course of this championship, certainly through the course of tonight's races, in order to try and get promotion out of Group C into Group B. So it is very much in the hands of Vitality to jump right back into Group B. They probably shouldn't really be in Group C to begin with. We mentioned this time in, time out, as you know, harbouring a former spring season champion in Marcel Cinchik, who is so good at Monza. He was named the master of Monza around this track, and he was again off the back of what happened in race 1 and of course race 2, after achieving back-to-back pole positions. No victories just yet, but of course Thoman lifted the victory in the first race. Did not quite get the same though in the second race, because that went to Dennis Schrödinger, a very important victory for Mouse, and they're going to need another big race here again this time to close the book on tonight's festivities. But who's going to get it? We just simply don't know. Give us your comments as well in the live chat, folks. We're always keen to hear from you as well. In terms of your perspective though, Cam, I mean, what do you take from the teams that we've seen tonight in Group C? Vitality, Mouse and ERA. Are we talking about 3 teams that are vastly different in terms of outright quality, or is this just a case that, you know, racing is racing?
Yeah, I think that first point is right. I think this is a situation where Vitality should be a group up, and ERA probably are, you know, at this level, you know, Group D, Group C, that sort of level. Whereas the likes of Vitality, they should be upping, you know, Group A or B. So it's one of those situations. However, ERA are bringing the fight. They're struggling in terms of the numbers, but they are definitely involved in this group. It's not like they're being left behind in the dust. And now we come into the final qualifying of the night for Group C. Group C Race 3 qualifying. Looks like Beneka is going to be the first car out there on the track, 0.34 in that first sector. We know he's a driver who shows up when needed, and if this is a race where they really need to get a win, this is the one for him.
Yeah, certainly is. Max Beneka, obviously the jewel in the crown for Mouse, and looking to deliver yet another brilliant lap time for them as well, where they need it the most. And a little shake of the head there from Max Beneka certainly tells a story. 35.3 though in the first sector is pretty good. I mean, it's around the ballpark. He has lost though that first sector purple time. It has been taken away. He's now 16 thousandths outside of the spectrum of that top time. 35.5 though in the middle is pretty good as well, 35.5, but shaking his head again. If you're Max Beneka, pretty good is not enough. You want the best. Ibrahim Khan, incidentally, becoming the fastest man in Sector 1, and that is the 3rd time in succession he has managed to achieve that thus far. Obviously, he has done a 35.2, though, in prior laps, so the 35.3 perhaps not quite as impressive as the prior qualifying runs we have seen from Khan in the past. Here comes Beneka up towards the line. First laps to get us underway here in qualifying for Race 3 in Group C as well. It's a 46.3, that's respectable, but Khan looking for more, is well off the pace though in the middle sector, ahead of a purple first.
Yeah, that's a big issue. Should be doing a 0.5, something like that in that middle sector. So this is going to be probably 0.7, 0.8 overall, I would assume, from Ibrahim Khan. So for a driver, for a team that really needs one of their top drivers to have a good one, he is going to be starting way down the field. Is unfortunately, what is it going to be? It's actually going to be a 49. So yeah, was the slowdown penalty in the end in that final sector as well.
Yeah, the middle sector wasn't great, and then the insult to injury with the slowdown. I mean, that doesn't get much worse than that, really, if you're Ibrahim Khan at this moment in time. Yuri Thoman, though, stealing away the purple middle sector. Remember, winner earlier tonight in our first race here in Group C. Now looking to lift Vitality aloft as well. He's the first of the Vitality runners here in qualifying thus far. He's not too far away in the first sector either, and the purple in the final sector secure a 46.189, and that will be in contention for sure. First fastest here in Group C. be. And now his teammate, Thibaut Casibon, who has been very, very good in the past.
Let's see if they can get a 1, 2, 3, 4 again. As 0.18, very solid time from Yuri Toman. I doubt there's going to be many people, if at all, getting up ahead of him. Let's see what his teammate can do. Although actually it's a 38-1 in that middle sector, so that is a slowdown for Casibon. He's going to be at the back with Ibrahim Khan. That is a big shame for Vitality. They don't necessarily need the points, but it is better to have a more comfortable race. And unfortunately, he's there down the back of 51-9.
He'll be hoping to capitalise off some madness, I'm sure, at the very start of the race. Ulas Yildirim, 27,000, I believe, off in the first sector as well. The middle sector, not quite as good either. A couple of tenths plus off in that middle sector as well with a 35.7. Needed to be around a 35.5 at the very least. The Turk now makes his way across the line, and that's enough for fourth fastest. As next up comes his teammate, Robbie Stapleford, and he's had a problem in the middle sector, and the reaction says it all, Cam.
And just when they needed the performance, their top two drivers of tonight, Khan and Stapleford, make big mistakes in qualifying, both with slowdown penalties. Obviously, they're pushing because they have to, but unfortunately, the risk was not worth the reward. As we come out the final corner, it is going to be 2 ERA cars on the back couple of rows of the grid. Yildirim with not the best time either. That could be 3 cars in the bottom couple of rows, depending on what we see from these laps still coming.
Yeah, I mean, when 2 of your best drivers take slowdowns, you expect the other 2 to pick up the ball and run with it. Unfortunately for Ulas Yildirim, it looks like the ball has left him and departed. He currently sits in third, so there's 3 ERA esports cars with only Thibaut Casibon behind them, who suffered a serious slowdown earlier on. Erhan Yovski right in the ballpark here for a P2 potentially here on the table. A little bit less than that. He's going to feature in behind Maximilian Benneker, but that is still a respectable lap for Yovski.
Yes, and we see here Moritz Lerner coming up towards the final corner in his BMW. What can he do to challenge? A 0.36, a 0.51. That is solid times. He is going to be fighting up there towards his teammate Max Benneker, but is it going to be ahead in second place, or is it going to be behind and maybe even down into the 4th, 5th place? Let's see. What's he going to be up towards the line for Moritz Lerner? It's going to be second place, just gets above his teammate by 0.02 of a second, and this is a lot better from Mouse in their fight with ERA, because if it's like this in the race, it's game, set, and match.
Yeah, from one mouse to another, we move to Dennis Schrödinger, who's only 43 thousandths off in the first sector. He's purple in the middle as well. A race winner in race 2 after tussling to and fro with Vitality as well towards the very bitter end. Can Schrödinger take the P1 time away from Yuri Toman as he storms up towards the line? Not quite enough. Only enough for second fastest, but that crucially is Maus 2, 3, and 4 with Yuri Kasdorp. A little bit off, though, in the first and second sectors, and he is not happy.
Yeah, I think Kasdorp with a 0.48 and a 0.66, he might be around Yildirim in that current P6 position. Let's see what he does. It's a shame it's not going to be 4 Mouses up the front for them, but at least 3 of them. That is some solid points, and we know Kasdorp likes to make some moves in the races. A 0.6, that is not a good lap from Kasdorp, but I'm sure he doesn't need me to tell him that as we come to the final couple of drivers. And firstly, it's Mikko Schmidl.
Yeah, Michael Schmidl with not a bad lap at all so far. Every sector thus far, the first 2 sectors within a tenth at the very least. In fact, the first sector within 88 thousandths. The second sector within 47 thousandths. Very strong run here for Michael Schmidl. Very strong run for Marcel Cinchik. Of course, you'll be calling that one across the line shortly, Cam. Here comes Michael Schmidl into 5th ahead of Erhan Yovski. That's a very nice time to pick up the ball from where we lost Stapleford and Ibrahim Khan. But next up, Cinchik, and it's purple double so far.
Pole in race 1, pole in race 2. He loves this track, and his record around here is undefeated pretty much. He always comes to the forefront in qualifying. What can he do up towards the line? Purple in the first 2 sectors. Can he appease his teammate? I'm sure he will, just about by 0.5 of a second. Cinchik to the line, gets 3 poles out of 3 here at Monza, and he looks ecstatic with that, doesn't he? He looks very calm and collected as he knows he's got the job to do, as he's fallen off in both the races so far.
Never in doubt, never in question. 100% record in terms of qualifying here at Monza here tonight. 3 in a row for Marcel Czincik, the former spring season champion from 2023. Well, he's back again and has now managed to marshal his charge and providing Vitality with a grand platform to take this promotion opportunity back up into this next group. And I'm sure they'll take it with a plum as well. Group B could be on the tip of their tongue here come the end of play today, as we now right on board with Czincik heading down through towards turn 1 here on his pole lap. A great lap it was too. Of course, Czincik's results haven't necessarily been as good though in terms of race trim. Despite starting on pole position in both the last 2 races, he had an issue in race 2 after a collision that they later led to Dennis Schrödinger going on to victory, with Yuri Toman, his teammate, taking victory in our first race. But it was a 4-car affair for Vitality in race 1. It could equally be that again this time around should his teammates manage to drive their way up through the field. Remember, Thibaut Casibon starting from the rear as well. It wasn't quite a good run either for other drivers across this grid. ERA, though, I think have got a great chance with Michael Schmiedel further up as well, and that is one of the best laps we have seen from him, I have to say. And with ERA bringing their very best to the forefront against 2 very well-established teams in this series, both Maus and Vitality. Technically, Vitality, of course, formerly known as RHE. They have been in this series since the very beginning. To be a new team against these giants, Cam, sends a clear message.
Certainly does. They've got some strong drivers in there, but it's always one of those things where you have that the quartet of Vitality that stayed very stable. Even Maus as well. 3 of the drivers have been the same since the start. It always helps to have that stability, have that consistency, even of course with the team managers, with the engineers behind the scenes as well. So definitely a tough one for ERA to come up against this fight, as we see a wonderful lap from Czincik coming to an end as he gets his 3rd pole of the night. And the important point as well is it's not just pole, but it's a 1-2, so Vitality have a little bit of control at the front.
They certainly do. They're in a very, very good position ahead of racing now coming up later on. Of course, 2 minutes of practice now lie in wait for these drivers. Now we see the first of the laps come through for the bottom end of the order. Dennis Schrödinger currently the fastest out on track at the moment with a 1:57.436. Quite a ways apart from what we've seen already in qualifying, but this is just a moment for them to just consolidate their position out on track, just understand the circuit a little bit more, just dust off some of the cobwebs, get themselves relaxed ahead of what will be, I'm sure, a feisty race to end the game today. Obviously deciding who will be going out of Group C and who will be moving their way up, who will be moving down. And at the moment it is ERA that will be moving down into Group D, but can they throw a spanner in the works and potentially pounce on Maus here for a potential upset? It could happen. They've got 4 cars, obviously all with a great opportunity. Stapleford, despite the qualifying lap, he'll need a big run here today to try and turn that around. Khan as well, Ulas Yildirim. Michael Schmiedel, though, with a brilliant qualifying lap to raise the stakes for himself. You never know. Stranger things have happened. And we've seen what happens at turn 1 already, Cam. Big starts as well for certain drivers. Stapleford has had a couple of decent starts here tonight. If he gets another one, he's certainly not out of it.
Yeah, his start in the previous race was absolutely ridiculous and in a good way. But let's see if he can do that again, make it up multiple places. The thing for him and Khan is they need to be aggressive, and the drivers around that are going to know that. So they may leave the door slightly more open than previously, but you never know. They've got a lot of work to do, though. They've got a lot of work. They need to get 20 points, really, over Maus. But Maus have all 4 of their cars in the top half of the field. So that's a big, big task. But you never know. If the Maus cars go around, they end up in the gravel. They have some problems. They get themselves penalties. ERA just need to keep themselves in the fight. And as ever, you always keep going until the end of lap 9.
Let's take you through the starting grid from back to front for the final race of the night here for Group C, and it's row 6 for Thibaut Casibon, started from the back after a tricky qualifying session. Ibrahim Khan will join him on the back row in 11th place. Robbie Stapleford on row 5, joined by Yuri Kazdorp in 9th place. Ulas Yildirim on row 4 in 8th alongside Vitality's Erhan Yovski. Michael Schmiedel in P6 for ERA, the highest of the ERAs, and inside the top 6 along with Maximilian Benneker, who will join him on row 3. Row 2, it is Moritz Lerner and Dennis Schrödinger lining up a full-on Maus second row. On the front row, Yuri Toman joined at the hip with teammate Marcel Czincik, as they have been prior before. Remember, it was Yuri Toman after a Czincik pole lap that went on to win in race 1. Any predictions from you, Cam? I'd love to ask you this.
Yeah, I think Mouse are going to be up there once again. Are they going to get the win? No, I think one of the Vitality cars is going to get the win, but Mouse, they're going to be all over the back of them, and it's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, 3 Mouse cars sat in behind the 2 Vitalities at the moment. Chinchik and Toman in control, though, of the 2 columns of cars that make their way down through towards the first corner. But, of course, they'll take the slow trickle up through towards the start-finish line, where the lights will be emblazoned red for now, and they'll soon go green. They'll go out, and it will be time to race. Chinchik and Toman, where's your money at in the live chat? Let us know as they now put the foot to the floor. It's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. It's Marcel Chinchik who leads the way. Yuri Toman further back is trying to hold position in second place, but now they're going to be left vulnerable to a sea of Mouse in behind as well. Michael Schmiedel in the mix of this as well, but we've got a moment already. We've lost a Mouse, and that is, I think, is that Dennis Schoedinger who has gone off? I'm not quite sure. No, it's Max Benneker. Max Benneker's gone. Max Benneker's gone very early on indeed. The 3 cars that currently sit at the... No, it was Yuri Kasdorp. I apologise. Currently a thoroughfare going on in our timing screen. We've lost Kasdorp, Moritz Lerner, Schoedinger and Maximilian Benneker holding on to 3, 4 and 5th in our timing screen. Schmiedel down to 6th, Khan Azildarim, Thibaut Kazibon 9th, then comes Kasdorp down in 10th. A massive moment. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it was a full-on melee coming down through towards turn 1.
You know what? I think you called it right the first time. I think it was Benneker, and I think he went over the chicane and rejoined. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, because there was a car rejoining. It must have been Benneker. That is an absolutely crazy situation. He literally lost 0 time as we see Yuri Toman doing the Liam Lawson strategy here up in towards Ascari. Round the outside is going to be from Moritz Lerner as he tries to take away second place. Almost contact. What a move there by Lerner as he gets that move, as Toman needs to hold up as best he can. But I think what he did there was has a slow lap to ensure Chinchik has that lead. But this is incredible if that is Benneker who's still going. I'm pretty sure it was.
I might have called it right the first time. I hope I did. Anyway, just that'd be good for me. But Benneker, I mean, getting the run that he did, just unfortunately getting usurped coming down through towards turn 1. Lord knows what occurred as to how he found himself pivoting sideways. What this has allowed, though, is for Marcel Chinchik to career up the road by 2.2 seconds. The gap now, in terms of the points, you can see it in the top right of screen. Yuri Toman now getting displaced twice over with Moritz Lerner into second. Dennis Schoedinger as well into third. They're going to go side by side now, coming through towards turn 1. Max Benneker further back, recovering after the moment that he had coming through turn 1 and taking a very difficult line is Ibrahim Khan coming through out of turn 2, absorbing all of those sausage curbs coming out of the Retifilio chicane, and they're going to go 3 wide now over 4th place as they fly on through. Max Benneker with a nose on his BMW M4 in front of Toman at the moment, with Khan to the inside as they fly down through towards the Roger. They're going to fan out still to 3 wide now, going 2 by 2. Noah's Ark through the middle. Oh, and there goes a Vitality car. That's Toman. Toman's gone. Yuri Toman, he's had to self-right himself, not getting the recovery that Benneker has had, and yet another Vitality car around, and that's Erhan Yuyovsky. Goodness me. So the game has changed somewhat. 3 Mouse cars inside the top 4 with 2 Vitality cars spiraling down the order into 10th and 12th position. But it's still Chinchik who leads.
Yeah, this is getting close to Mouse having to think about getting the top spot in the group today. We do need issues for Chinchik and Kasdorp for that for Kazabon for that to happen. But oh my word, Mouse are coming out to play, and ERA really struggling. I mean, that all started, of course, with some contact on the exit of the Delaroche chicane. It's so tight, it's really one line. The drivers tried to do that, but Ibrahim Khan for a minute there, obviously from the back of the grid, was looking to get up potentially even to about 4th place. But unfortunately not enough. He's down with his teammate in P8, P9, Stableford and Khan, and I think that is pretty much game over for ERA, because they're not going to be getting the top sort of 4 positions from this point. But let's see what happens. And of course, all the drivers are going to be fighting for the top positions no matter where they're at, as we focus on Schmiedel in P6 trying to think about getting Kazabon.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the replay now from the start. Obviously, Benneker is the one you want to keep your eye on, folks. A couple of, I think, Kasdorp towards the rear. Tap in the rear, actually. I think it was from Kasdorp onto Benneker, in fact, coming through out of turn 1 and turn 2. So it was the 2 Mouse cars coming together that sent Benneker around. But as you can see, no car was left standing out of turn 1. He must have careered onwards. There he is in picture. There's Benneker. somehow just got a very helpful tap from a barrier, was able to rejoin in a timely fashion, and by the time they all exited out of turn 2, he could just rejoin the race. That is truly bizarre. I've not seen anything quite like that. Lady Luck was on the side of Max Benneker that time around coming through the first chicane.
Yeah, because he could have easily been facing the wrong way and then he would have lost another 5-10 seconds spinning around. But there's the fact that, as you say, that little boop on the barrier put him in the right direction and he was able to continue on and maybe just helping Mouse towards staying in Group C for the final round of the season next week. It's going to be an interesting one with how the championship settles. But them in Group C, I think, is just about where they should be with the overall quality for tonight. Let's see another replay, though. So this was Toman, as he of course got spun around. Let's see how this happened. So he's got one of the mouse cars there, and it's actually unfortunately a big hit from 3 of the ERA cars. All 4 of them are involved eventually in the incident, but it was 3 ERA cars hitting Yuri Toman.
Yeah, Tobin also meeting Johan Jovski as well. Jovski spinning at the same time. Hazildrim ended up getting collected as well. So all 3 of them routed to the rear of the field, at least for now, as we watch Robbie Stableford, who's now being pursued by Yuri Kasdorp. And of course, it's in the interest of Mouse here to see Kasdorp move up at least maybe 2 or 3 places just to bring more points home for Mouse in order to at least take somewhat of a fight to Vitality at the moment. The big car to really overtake here for Kasdorp, if he can do this, is to catch up with Thibaut Casibon at this point. They need to catch him ideally, just again to take points away from Vitality. But look at this, they have got company, because here comes Yuri Toman seemingly recovering after his spin earlier on, and he's going to look to pounce on Kasdorp and at the same time break through the wall of ERA that we're currently seeing, met with Robbie Stableford and Ibrahim Khan. Strange lines taken, and this again, Robbie Stableford taking a very odd line coming through the Roger chicane.
What are these boys doing? They need to get the points. Why are they fighting each other as Khan and Stableford? If that was some sort of team order to swap the cars, that was a very bad execution of it. They're trying their hardest, but yeah, that was definitely not the way to do it. And now they are almost 4 seconds off their teammate Schmidt. As we go to the view of Yuri Kasdorp, he's getting the run up towards the Sky chicane. Is he going to fix it inside? No, in the background is Yuri Toman with a huge send in his Aston Martin up the inside, backs out of that one. But what he does is he opens up the door in front of Kasdorp and might be able to just squeeze in that space in a few hundred meters time down towards the final corner.
And Yuri Toman catching up here with Yuri Kasdorp is bad news for Kasdorp, and also equally bad news is Erhan Jovski catching up as well. So the 2 Vitality cars that did lose quite a plethora of time earlier on, and now seeing it recover right now, and the points gap could yet be drawn outwards should Toman managed to get past Kasdorp here, and on top of that, obviously Casibon only a second away of Benneker trying to fight his way back into this top 4 battle. Chinchik 3.3 to the good. You get the feeling that Chinchik has got this win sewn up unless something really dramatically wrong occurs. Of course, Chinchik still yet to score a race win here this evening. The master of Monza, who has actually not even managed to bring home a victory here at Monza through the course of this season thus far. In fact, the last visit he had at Monza, his best position was 2nd in race 1, but 3 times a pole sitter here tonight, and losing out on the race win in both races, one due to his own teammate Yuri Toman and his 2 other teammates as well, because of course Chinchik finished 4th, and then also we went on to see Dennis Schrödinger of course go on to take victory in race 2, and it's looking like he's going to be on for back-to-back podiums as well, Dennis Schrödinger, who's currently sat in 3rd at the moment. But it is still Chinchik. At the moment, he will be crowned Master of Monza again here in race 3 as Vitality look to promote themselves out of Group C into Group B, which could be all the more important come next week, where we see another format change to take us through to the EWC to see who qualifies and who doesn't, and who goes through for the last chance qualifier in Riyadh when the EWC rolls around.
Yeah, this is looking very nice for Vitality, but they haven't had the final. So they basically got all their points in that first race, or they got the gap in that first race, and they've just been eating into it since then. They had a 50-odd point gap, I think it was after the first race, but it's gone down to about 30 now. So definitely getting the points when they needed with an execution of race 1. Now in race 3, though, we are on lap 6 of 9, and here is Yuri Toman, who of course was the car spun around earlier. He's going to be very aggressive to try and get these places. Kazdorp goes to the left. He's going to go to the right-hand side of Ibrahim Khan. That's going to be 2 positions if he can brake late enough. No, Khan way later on the brakes. Almost going to run into his teammate to defend. Always a bit of a 10-pin bowling moment, but fortunately they keep it in a straight line. As one driver hits the other, Kazdorp goes through. And instead of Toman making a place, he's actually going to lose potentially 3 here with a Zildjian trying to get involved.
It's a very strange line taken there by Ibrahim Khan. I think that was more in, vicious defence more than anything else, just to try and keep Toman from making that really major move. But here comes Yuri Kazdorp by the same extension, looking to try and break past Ibrahim Khan. He's got a nose in front of Khan as it stands in front of his Porsche in the BMW M4, and Toman looking for a run as well. Equally as well, Ulas Yildirim, who's parked in behind him, coming through Lesmo 1. And now as they go wheel to wheel, Khan still determined to stay in this fight. But Kazdorp now flies on through, manages to break ahead of Ibrahim Khan, and Toman now sat in behind Khan this time as they hustle down the Soralio Straight. Next on Kazdorp's list is Robbie Stapleford, who now in all of that has managed to build a 1.3 second gap in front of Kazdorp in 7th place.
Yeah, this is a very entertaining battle. It's crazy that it's not for the top positions. These boys don't care. They are going for absolutely everything. Their final race of the evening, the final race of round number 7. We're getting some flashing in the background as well. So that is Yayovsky, who's last, P12. He's wiggling as well as he's trying to catch up to these guys. But you never know how this is going to end with 3 laps still remaining. It is nose to tail between all of them. It's Kazdorp leading a train of Khan, Toman, Zildjian, and then, of course, Yayovsky at the back. Yayovsky got the run, actually. He's going to get the slipstream off his teammate as he comes down the front straight.
Yeah, it looks like ERA are going to come under desperate pressure now this time, because Toman now is going to unlock the door here on Ibrahim Khan. Kazdorp looking to cover off the avenue. He wants ERA to at least give him a helping hand this time to help out Maus, try and take points away from Vitality. That is all they're worried about. Of course, Maus still chasing a possible promotion, but they'll need a lot to go their way, including the fact that Marcel Cinchik is in front. They'll need him to have a moment or two on the way to the checkered flag. But at the moment, it is still Toman trying to hustle his way past Ibrahim Khan, who still has the nose of his Porsche in front of the Aston Martin in mean and green, coming down in towards the next chicane through at Rogier, out of turn 4 and turn 5 with a run through the Lesmo. And I mean, credit to Ibrahim Khan. I know a lot of his moves can sometimes be unorthodox, but from a defensive standpoint, he's done a smashing job.
Yes, certainly has. It's not been the top results that they would have wanted, but in terms of the action, the overtakes, the defending, everything has been really, really good fun this evening here at Monza, and it just shows you that it's not all about winning. And actually, that is one reason why this format is very good compared to what we had previously, where we're only looking the top 6 to progress every time, whereas here, every position counts and everyone is fighting for everything. The focus could be up and down the field, because it's more so the change of position that is important rather than the actual physical finishing position. At the moment, it's still looking very good for Vitality, of course, and for Maus to stay in this group. A wiggle around from Zildjian as he gets a bit of a run to the inside of Yovsky. Big send down the inside, trying to get that P11, but Yovsky defends nicely on the apex.
Yeah, well defended by Yovsky. Ulas Yildirim now rooted to the rear of the field, but it's not over yet. And we're here on lap 8 of 9, penultimate lap of the race. Cinchik already well and truly on course to that checkered flag at the moment, but still has one more lap after this one to conclude. Now it's the 2 Vitality cars going tandem, heading down through and past the ERA Esports team, but Khan looking to meet Toman at every turn as they come through out of turn 1 through towards turn 2. Khan now with his nose in front of Toman, and equally Ulas Yildirim managing to hustle his way past Yovsky, but they're still side by side coming through Curva Grande, as now Toman could potentially lose out here, not just to Ibrahim Khan, but also to Ulas Yildirim, who's getting a little bit of drag here off his own teammates and taking a very vicious line coming in towards the Roger chicane, wheel to wheel, and ERA have somehow positioned both their cars ahead of the 2 Vitalities. It's now Toman in 11th and Yovsky at the back of the field.
Yeah, Zildjian and Khan working a bit better than we saw Stableford and Khan a few laps ago, and they're able to get themselves up a few more points. Of course, it's not going to be enough to get Maus, because Maus are still sitting very, very pretty 2nd, 3rd and 4th in this race. But for what it's worth, you might as well fight for it out on the track. Penultimate lap of their evening, as we're getting a bit of a wiggle there from Yuri Toman. Is that a move? No, it's him basically probably showing us a little bit of disappointment in terms of the quality of their fight, but it is hard and it is aggressive racing as we're going to start the final lap as Chinchik leads by 4 seconds to the Mouse Boys, and then his teammate Kazabon is in 5th.
Yeah, we've got reports from race control. Ibrahim Khan has received a 5-second time penalty due to exceeding the incident points limit. So therefore, he's been reprimanded by race control. So he will be dropping to the rear of the field at the end of this race because he is only fine margins ahead of Yuri Toman and Herhan Yovski. And the final lap, as you so rightly say, Cam, in full swing with, at the moment, Marcel Chinchik in real control. 3.7, 3.8 at Moritz Lerner now as we see them hustling once again for positions out on track. Ibrahim Khan, who's going to actually, incidentally, I think we've just seen him lose out here because Yuri Toman and Herhan Yovski have moved up a place apiece. So now, despite the penalty routing him to the back of the field, Khan himself now routed on track to the back of the field.
Yeah, so funny how racing works. You try so hard to gain a place. You know, he was working with a teammate there. They worked, they got their way through, and then you make one silly mistake, and then you lose 2 places. It's so difficult. Everyone is on the limit of their car, especially in a format like this where everything is so, you know, prepared and there aren't many variables. You have to be perfect with your execution, with your performance in the race. And unfortunately, the likes of Khan, he has not got the results that his speed has warranted tonight, but yeah, tough day in the office. But as you say, last lap, half a lap to go. And to be honest, more so than Chinchik winning this race, I'm more, you know, excited for Mouse for finally coming out this evening and getting 3 cars in the top 4.
Well, yeah, it's a positive finish for Mouse, who look like they're going to maintain safety in Group C with ERA going down, but going up will be Team Vitality, as will the master of Monza, Marcel Chinchik. 3 times a pole sitter here tonight. He finishes a race winner for the first time this season at Monza. It's Marcel Chinchik, your winner here in race 3 for Group C. Now as they fight up towards the line, Moritz Lerner will of course finish second with Dennis Schrödinger in 3rd and Max Benneker in 4th. A drag race to the line further back as well. Yuri Toman, Herhan Yovski, I think finishing there in 9th place, just ahead of Ulas Yildirim. Yuri Toman just behind Yildirim as well, with Ibrahim Khan not needing a 5-second time penalty to finish dead last. But it's Chinchik who returns as a race winner here in R1. A special drive, a brilliant result, unchallenged, certainly up at the very top by over 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds ahead of everyone else in the picture. The former spring season champion from 2023 returning to a place where he is so familiar of. First place, and I must say well deserved as well. The way he's been going all night, Cam, he's had a little bit of misfortune. Okay, he didn't win race 1, but Vitality took the top 4 places, which, you know, you could say was a win on the night. The second race, though, after the punt as well from the rear and the issues that occurred for him through that race, with the 3 pole positions, a race win was deserved.
Yeah, he always had the speed tonight. Race 1 and 2, he wasn't able to show it. But today, lap 1, Yuri Toman slightly held up the field. He got that 1.5, 2-second lead in the first lap or so. And then he was just able to use his pace to get the extra couple of seconds. Easy win for him in the end. But just showing you why Vitality are definitely groups below where they should be. They should be, you know, challenging for that A group. But unfortunately, they're down here in C. And they are going to be, you know, still fighting to get themselves, you know, easily in towards the finals. But they've still got one more round to do so.
Well, we can now have a chat with the one, the only Marcel Chinchik, who is joining us now for an interview after his fantastic victory in that final race of Askin. It took a little while, Marcel, but it finally arrived. 3 pole positions here this evening and a victory for yourself to cap off the night. You are the master of Monza again.
Thank you so much, guys. Good to be back again. Yeah, I was hoping at least from the 3, at least one I can get. So at the end it happened. So yeah, but I really like the driving on the track again. So yeah, it was manga.
And certainly, it's obviously a really good feeling for you to win this group tonight. You're still going to be in a bit of a battle with Mouse in terms of the overall championship. How are you feeling going towards the final round of this part next week?
We're feeling a little bit better than the beginning of the season, because it was starting a bit rough. But also at the same time, we kind of focusing a little bit more on the Riathlon event now. So I think some pressure came off from our shoulders. So that's why also the performance got a little bit better. and we will try to give our best, of course, in the last round still. But we want to be the strongest in Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, Marcel, just quickly, I wanted to ask you about this as well. With that only being your second win this season, a little bit of a contrast to what we experienced watching your team in the Audi in previous. Has there been an adjustment or a little bit of difficulty in sort of finding the pace in the Aston Martin?
I would say it's a little bit harder for me personally to find. I find the limit of the car, but to be on the limit of the car, the window is really tiny, where you have to drive it and it's gripping and it's fast still. So you need to be really sensitive or really good handed for this car. I would say that the exits are a bit of a trouble for us. That you have to be super precise with your feet. And with the Audi, it was a little bit easier previously, so that's where we struggled the most probably. But overall, we are getting there where we want to be now.
Well, I tell you what, you've pulled off the best result possible now. You move up back to Group B, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Congratulations on the superb win, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you so much, guys. See you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Marcel Cincek, phenomenal competitor, the former spring season champion, back again where he deserves to be in his eyes, I'm sure, and I'm sure many of his fans at home in Hungary will as well. We had a very dramatic start to the race here in Group C with Max Benneker taking a pirouette of sorts, almost Swan Lake-esque, bouncing off the barrier, returning back out onto the track, managing to recover very smartly indeed. This was the moment again. If it wasn't for this little barrier tap, that could have made all the difference in him rejoining in the manner that he did. More of this would occur though later on. The Rettifilio, the catalyst for many a move here tonight. Side by side, we had a 3-wide excursion again between ERA, Vitality and Maus all together. Of course, we did witness Yuri Toman unfortunately coming to a bitter end as well towards the very end of the race. Also collecting Erhan Yovski later on, who actually made contact with an ERA car of Ulas Ozyildirim, which led to him being routed towards the rear of the field. And Ibrahim Khan taking some interesting lines through the Rettifilio and Rogier as well as always. But plenty of fighting, tussling further on. Yuri Kazdorp was trying to gain places as well. Very conscientious of the trio of ERA cars that he'd been banded with. Of course, with Robbie Stapleford, who managed to breeze away, but also at the same time manacled together with the likes of Ibrahim Khan further back. Also coming into this fight were the two Vitality cars belonging to Yuri Toman and, of course, Erhan Yovski as well. Yet again, more action with this lot too towards the rear end of the field. ERA were very unfortunate. They tried to take the fight to the other two teams on the board, but were ultimately unsuccessful. Our race winner, though, untouched at the top, Marcel Cincek, a winner in grand style after getting a nice getaway off the line and actually managed to avoid all the chaos cam. That was the difference maker, really, and built up that 3.3 to what was nearly a 4-second advantage come the end of the race.
Yeah, he's just so fast around this track, and isn't he? There's nothing that anyone can do. Those 3 pole positions really confirm that, because you have to remember, it's a one-shot qualifying, and there's no, obviously they have sort of a bit of practice before, but once the session goes live, you just sort of roll around the final corner and you go. There's no real preparation. There's no real sort of mental reset. You just get in and you go, and then he produces 3 pole positions, and they're all fast laps as well, 0.0, 0.1, 0.1. Normally drivers are doing that today, and he did 3 of them back to back. So definitely the fastest driver, potentially actually with McCormack, probably those 2 are the fastest drivers out there on the track in these groups today.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting listening to Marcel as well, talking about the exits being the difference, really, at this circuit, especially here at Monza, when you're trying to get out of a very slow speed section, like the Rettifilio and the Rogier, for example, 2 of the slowest sections, really, on this track, because you have such a high level of velocity coming through down the long straight, coming in towards turn 1, when you're heavy on the brakes. You need that exit speed, you need that turn of foot, that traction in order to gather yourself again on the run through Curva Grande, for example. Same again at the Rogier, arguably more so at the Rettifilio. That is the difference maker in many ways. I mean, this is something that Vitality have struggled with all season long. Of course, Cincek very candidly admitted that obviously they could be better in these areas. There has been a period of adjustment as well, from going from car to car, moving from the Audi R8 LMS into the Aston Martin, but we've seen the Aston Martin be successful as well. We've seen it be successful tonight. We've seen it certainly successful for Virtus Pro, who are obviously looking ahead to a potential move back up into Group A. But first and foremost, they need to try and keep Williams sim racing behind them, and that gap now has certainly shrunk to a certain degree after our last race. Just look at that, folks at home. That stands now Well, at the moment, 11 points between them. That is all that fares between Virtus.pro and Williams Sim Racing, with further back Mercedes, AMG Esports, Team MSI, who have got a lot of work to do to try and levy the points in their favour. They're looking to stay in this group come the close of the race here today. But now qualifying in full swing, Cam Roger, and it's Mikhail Statsenko here to kick us off.
Yeah, and just to finish that point as well about the Aston Martin being a bit difficult to drive, we saw that. I mean, I mentioned it when we saw Belaya's pole lap in the previous Group B race. It was so smooth, they're so calm coming through the corners, and it was a complete different video, basically, to what we saw from Chinchik, where the car was moving around all over the place. So it has the speed potential, obviously, because he's got 3 poles. It's just a bit more difficult to get there by the looks of it. But I'm sure that takes away nothing from the driving that Blaya was doing. Anyway, we get to the qualifying for race 3 in Group B, and it's Statsenko who's out there at the start of this session. He's in that number 17 Virtus.pro. And let's see what is going to happen. He's done a 0.3 and then a 0.49. It is a bit slow, a little bit slow in that middle sector. So it is probably going to be somewhere around a 0.3, which is going to be fairly average, depending on how the other drivers do. And out of the final corner, we will see he takes a very tight line there, trying to take off some meters up towards the line. He will lose the tiniest bit of momentum, though. And across the line, is it going to be around that 0.3 mark-ish? It is going to be a 0.21, solid final sector. So it's actually not as bad as I was thinking, and that might be up there towards the top couple of rows.
Yeah, the difference maker was really that middle sector for Statsenko, 35.4, where we would generally see others operating around a 35.5, such as Jimmy Antunes, for example. Antunes 9 thousandths off in that first sector, which is unbelievably tight. He's not too far off in the middle either, to be honest. If he gets a good final sector, he could yet topple Statsenko off the top spots here at Monza. 6 minutes and 15 to run. Here comes Antunes up towards the line. No, 0.3. The final sector, 46 thousandths off, where he probably would have liked it. John Robertson, though, coming up next. Jamie Fluke has gone purple, though, in that first sector, Cam.
Yeah, not ideal sectors, though, from Robertson. He's about a couple of tenths down from Statsenko in that the first 2 sectors. So if that continues on, this is going to be well into the 0.4s. For Robertson, who also got a 5-second time penalty in that previous race. There's quite a few penalties that seem to come through, and across the line it's a 0.54. Yeah, not ideal there for MSI, as they need to have a strong race, but yeah, not looking like it so far.
Yeah, Fluke currently sat with a purple in P1. Jamie Fluke, of course, returning back for MSI once again too. Obviously, Antunes currently sat second with Robertson in third. Robertson's time of that 0.5, Cam, obviously we allude to the fact that the threshold, the margins can be so tight, but a 0.5 could be trouble here for John Robertson. But Jamie Fluke up towards the line will not be concerned by such matters. Puts in a 0.2 of his own, but still mere hundredths away from Statsenko at the moment. Second fastest for Jamie Fluke. Next up, Wojtek Fiala.
Indeed, as we're getting 0.36, 0.55. So yeah, solid sectors. It's going to be so close and tight. He might be sort of between Fluke and Antunes, depending on his final corner. Let's see if he can join Statsenko, though, on the provisional front row. Across the line, he's going to go off 4th place. Lost a little bit in that final sector. Dropped back behind Antunes, and 4th place at the moment. So definitely some close times, but not quite as fast as maybe we were expecting.
Yeah. At the moment, though, Johan Harth will be taking the run through towards the start-finish line. At the moment, there are 3 MSI cars out of the 4 that have registered times at the moment. John Robertson still routed to the rear in terms of times listed. Johan Harth, who is yet to nestle in his time, hasn't been too bad tonight. Has been quite close. That middle sector, though, has certainly not flourished for him. So that will now route him to the bottom behind John Robertson, and a 1:49.282, and that could very firmly be the slowest time unless we see some more slowdowns through the course of the next few laps. But Beleziotis up next for Williams, the first of the Williams cars.
Indeed, a bit of a slow middle sector, though. Little bit of a slow middle sector as he comes across the line. Williams do, of course, want to continue on with some strong results like they did last time, but P5, that's not going to be enough. A 0.4, and at the moment, Virtus.pro leading by about 12 points, give or take. But let's see how it goes in the race. But Williams, they need this from Pashtor.
Yeah. No, they certainly do. Daniel Pajtor needing a really good run, but that middle sector is a little bit off. Just over a tenth and a half, really, from where he needs it to be. The first sector isn't bad, but would need a mighty final sector. His teammate, though, has discovered a mighty middle sector. Of course, Blyer already a race winner here tonight, looking for back-to-back wins. Pajtor moves up to 5th. Williams, their best driver so far, one of their best scoring drivers so far, 5th fastest. They need Blyer to make a major play here now.
Pole last time out. Can he do it again? He's purple in the middle sector and a very good first sector as well. This could be the lap to at least get him up towards the front row or the second row. This is what they need to challenge Virtus Pro at the top. We've still got McCormack and Ellis Jr. to come, of course. Williams to the line, and it is to P1. It's a 0.046. What a lap that is by Blyer. It's one of the fastest laps we've seen tonight, and by a tenth and a half, he gets it on the provisional pole.
Yeah. Very nicely done from Dominic Blyer. We've come to expect that from him, but we don't expect slowdowns in the middle sector for Dara McCormack. That is a shocker for the Virtus Pro man. And I had a message, incidentally, from Felix van Delft coming through that if Virtus Pro don't get eliminated from this group, they go through. They will finish, of course, P3 in the standing. They'll have every chance for automatic qualification through to the EWC. And so at the moment, Felix van Delft praying, apparently, to the AMG gods that they could be knocked down a peg or two. So they'll be cheering on Williams, at least for now, I would imagine. But Tobias Pfeffer, purple in the first sector. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr.
Certainly does. Out of the final corner, up towards the line. P11, obviously the 11 driver coming across. Where is it going to be? It's P2. Solid lap there, a 0.16. Really good lap from Kevin Ellis Jr. And he is leading the way for Virtus Pros. Their 4 drivers are done. He's going to be on that front row unless Tobias Pfeffer can do anything. He's on a solid run so far.
He certainly is. Purple in that first sector. That middle sector's not bad either. 54 thousandths away from Dom Blyer's middle sector time. If he gets a decent final sector, it could turn the screw in his favour. Of course, Kevin Ellis Jr., Mikhail Statsenko, they're in 2 and 3 with Kevin Ellis Jr. holding the provisional front row for now. Tobias Pfeffer, though, only enough for 3rd fastest. So Williams and Virtus Pro alternating in the first 4 places on the grid. But it's Dom Blyer, back-to-back poles. Almost Marcel Cinchik-esque, just missing out on that race 1 pole position, but still nonetheless a great lap for Dom Blyer to kick things off. This is his pole lap. Cam, what did you make of it? Blyer with a great chance here tonight.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes again. Last time it was just very smooth, and as I was mentioning on that first lap, it looked a lot sort of neater over the curbs than some of the other drivers, but certainly it is a very difficult track out there. You know you have to use the curbs, you have to brake late, but let's see this. Yeah, all of the curbs in turn number 1 and 2, and of course 2 poles in a row is going to be very, very crucial indeed for his confidence moving forward. Williams, they do need a strong result, remember, against Virtus Pro. They're behind. They're 2nd place in the group coming into this, and they would love to, of course, win and therefore go up into Group A for the final round, which means the points that they score will be obviously or the potential will be a little bit higher. So let's see this coming through. Second chicane, very neat and tidy indeed. And I would actually expect this. If it's a 0.0, it should be a very clean lap through Lesmo 1. Perfectly within the track limits. Lesmo 2 as well. Kind of want to float through this corner, and he certainly does that. The tiniest bit of opposite lock, and really turning into a great lap. And to be honest, this is the only lap in the 0.0s compared to Cinchik's first time. Actually, it was a little bit faster than Cinchik's first time, so it is going to be the fastest pole time of the evening. Works his way through Ascari. It just rides these curbs so nicely. Just one little up and down, and then up towards the final corner. George, certainly he's looking fast, and with his teammate Beliciotis up there as well, it's going to be a very strong potential result from Williams.
Yeah, no, I think they're going to be in for a good night tonight. Obviously, Dom Blyer managing to rustle up 2 really astonishing pole positions, and could be potentially 2 wins as well if he can get it from lights to flag for a 2nd successive time. Obviously, the big sticking point will be Virtus Pro. How are they going to play a role in this one? Obviously, Dara McCormack, that slowdown, so critical at this stage, Cam. A very sensitive point in this evening's race. A very close points gap between Williams and Virtus Pro heading into the final race of the night, here to decide who moves up into Group A. It really doesn't really get much bigger than this, really, prior to getting qualification into the EWC.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so tight out there. And one thing I've just realised is, so McCormack, of course, was on pole in race 1, but he had a back of the grid in race 2, and he's 11th place with the slowdown in race 3. So he's really their standout driver. If they qualify, or if they win this group and they get the promotion with McCormack starting basically last in 2 races, that is very good for their average team performance. Let's say, and I'll just correct myself, it wasn't obviously Belliziotis, it was Pfeffer who was up there in 3rd place for Williams. So it's going to be a great fight when we get into the race. And final race of the night, Group B, race number 3, and hopefully it is the best to last, because this is so close. It's about 12 points between 1st and 2nd, then about 20 points between 2nd and 3rd. So they're all really tightly grouped, and any big major dramas could flip this group on its head.
Well, what's amazing for them is that whilst Darren McCormack has fallen where he has fallen, Mikhail Statsenko has picked up here tonight. He is definitely a lot stronger than he has been in prior rounds. I've actually been really impressed with Statsenko this evening. I think this is probably the best we've seen of him thus far, and coupled with the strength of Kevin Ellis Jr., Wojtek Fiala on his day can be sensational. Just a few errors creep in, gets caught up in a few major dramas. If he can get a clean run in tonight's race, this final race now coming up, he'll have a great chance as well. So, it's starting, the building blocks are coming into play now for Virtus Pro. They hedged their bets. They brought in 2 very classy drivers by the name of Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. in hopes of levying some points in their own direction. But at the same time, the other drivers can learn off McCormack. They can learn off Kevin Ellis Jr. That is the big benefit here to having 2 figureheads that are so strong in R1 in this one team. And no doubt, in my mind, Mikhail Statsenko and Wojtek Fiala are benefiting from it.
Exactly, and here's the grid for Group B, race number 3. Johan Harth and Darren McCormack will start at the back of the grid, but they're 2 drivers who could be in P1 and 2, so look for them to move further forward. Robertson and Belliziotis are on your 5th row, with Pashtor, Fiala on your 4th, Antunes and Jamie Fluke on the 3rd row. Statsenko and Pfeffer, strong qualifyings from them on the 2nd row, and then it's Ellis Jr. and Dominic Blyer with 2 poles in a row. And of course, Ellis Jr., he was up there in 3rd place in qualifying last time. Statsenko, I think, got 4th as well. So very sort of regular positions. We know that these are the fastest drivers out there on the circuit, and they're going to put on a good show for us when we get to this 3rd race. And George, I think it's really a question: is it going to be Williams or is it going to be Virtus Pro with getting this win with 2 drivers each in that top 4? What do you think?
It's going to be very tight between them, obviously, but this is exactly the complexion we were hoping to paint, especially with the gap being so minute between them over the top of the group. Who will get Group A? That is the big question. Obviously, we'll have to look to the back of the grid. It could be that McCormack is the difference maker, but it's all to play for. Final race of the night, Cam. I can't wait. Strap yourselves in, folks. You're going to be in for a corker.
Absolutely. We've had amazing fights in Group B this evening. Race number 3 is underway, and it is going to be Dominic Blyer taking us from that pole position, but Kevin Ellis Jr. on the inside line towards turn 1. He is going to be so strong and so fast and aggressive. They've each got a teammate pushing them. We're fanning out already. It's green flag, and it's already Dominic Blyer potentially losing his position, but we do have a big freight train of cars slipstreaming their way down towards the first corner. It's going to be Kevin Ellis Jr. on that inside line. Surely he's going to brake later as he can, but Dominic Blyer is actually going to go around the outside like he did in the previous race, with 3 wide in behind as drivers try and squeeze their way through, just about making it through that first sector. And as we come through onto the Curva Grande, Blyer, Ellis leading the way with Pfeffer in 3rd.
Yeah, at the moment, Dom Blyer holding firm to that pole position placement out on track. P1 is under his baton, but certainly Kevin Ellis Jr. is in behind him, waiting for the chance to strike. Tobias Pfeffer maybe in 3rd for now, but there's a queue in behind, waiting for a chance. Mikhail Statsenko trying to keep Jamie Fluke at bay. Jimmy Antunes, there's a car dropping back. Darren McCormack, I think, getting caught up a little bit, coming through the Roger chicane and now going 3 wide with his own teammate Wojtek Fiala and Johan Harth, and there's a car round, and I think that might be, is that McCormack? Yes, McCormack is round and routed to the rear of the field. That's a major loss for Virtus Pro. It could hand a lifeline to Williams again, with Dom Blyer and Tobias Pfeffer inside the top 3 and Pashtor on the tail of Jimmy Antunes.
But here comes MSI, Jamie Fluke up the inside, in towards Ascari. We might see Antunes make a move as well. Actually, side by side through Ascari. What a move that is from Jamie Fluke. Off to the side, Satsenko goes. Where is he going to rejoin? Just about in that same position. But here's Antunes in that pink highlighted car trying to get a double move for MSI. These are crucial points for them. It's a long shot, but let's see if they can do it at the end of 9 laps. Fluke around the outside, Antunes on the inside as we work our way to the end of lap 1. The top three, I should say, have absolutely gone up the way. So that's going to be the podium for this race, but who's going to fill in behind?
Well, I must say for MSI, they've got 2 drivers that are currently sat 10, should we say 9 and 11th. Johan Harth and John Robertson, they need to make places. They need to try and get past. Williams has indeed an aggressive movement there down the inside here from Belitsiotis, who's looking to try and find some trap position coming in towards turn 1. So now watch Statsenko, 3 seconds behind Tobias Pfeffer, taking a very strange line coming through turn 1 and turn 2. Forced to take some of the raised curbs, and now as a consequence, through goes Daniel Pajtor. So Pajtor now up into 4th place. Jimmy Antunes and Jamie Fluke coming into this squabble as well. A gaggle of cars now making their way down through towards the Roger chicane. There's Fluke being met as well by Belitsiotis. Wojtek Fiala just in front of him as well, as now once again Williams and MSI come together as they now stretch out. And also in the midst of this, Fiala looking to try and raise the stakes for him and Virtus.pro, given the fact that Dara McCormack is now somewhat disconnected from the edge of the field, but somehow, some way, he's on the tail now of Johan Harth. Fantastic recovery from Dara McCormack.
Yeah, of course, with all this fighting, they're not quite going at full pace, but what a turnaround this is from Williams. They're now leading by 16 points as it stands after trailing by about 12. So a big turnaround, just showing you what can be done if you execute your race today. But in towards Ascari, the battles continue on. We're looking at Jamie Fluke. He's in the middle of a 3-way battle. It's Fiala ahead and Belitsiotis in behind, working their way towards the front of this train. But it's so difficult to make these moves. And as you see, it's basically one long train, although we're starting to see a couple of cars breaking away. That's Antunes and Pajtor just about pulling away from Fiala. So it could be Fiala looking in his mirrors as he did in the previous race. He dropped down from 2nd to about 10th.
Virtus.pro at the moment now, they've got Kevin Ellis Jr. in 2nd place. MSI could really upset the apple cart here if they can find all 4 of their drivers higher and above the remaining Virtus.pro cars behind Kevin Ellis Jr. Of course, Big Kev now coming under pressure here, this time from Tobias Pfeffer, who's looking to the outside now, coming out of turn 1 through turn 2. We'll have the inside line coming in towards Curva Grande. Is now once again an off-track excursion, this time for Jamie Fluke, who now rejoins 6th place, still behind Jimmy Antunes at the moment by 1.6 seconds. He's now being joined by Vasilios Belitsiotis and also Wojtek Fiala as they sweep around Curva Grande, and it's Williams v Virtus.pro once again, with Fiala, Mikhail Statsenko coming into this as well. It's a 2-car Virtus.pro affair, with Belitsiotis now still leading that charger, at least for now. I don't think he's going to hold on, at least, or maybe he will. Very nice exit coming out of the Roger chicane, managing to keep back Wojtek Fiala as Fluke goes wheel to wheel this time with Mikhail Statsenko on the run coming out of Lesmo. One and onto the gravel, and has collected the Virtus.pro Aston Martin of Mikhail Statsenko, who is now routed down into 11th place. Points lost again for MSI, as now we watch as they strike their way down through towards the Ascari chicane. Kevin Ellis Jr. still in 3rd. It is still 2 Williams cars in the top 2 places, 142 in the favour of Williams, and they are ahead by 28 points ahead of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, with Pfeffer getting that move on Ellis Jr. and then Satsenko dropping down a little bit, it is going really in the favour of Williams, isn't it, in terms of getting promoted up into Group A. And Williams, they've had to work hard for this tonight. Virtus.pro have been giving them everything, but it might just go in their favour. We'll have to find out in a few laps' time. We're on board with Dara McCormack in 8th place, so he was in sort of 11th place in quali. He got up to about 9th, then went to the back, spun around, and now he's back up into 8th again, and all in the space of 3 racing laps. Definitely an interesting one indeed. Fiala to the outside of Belitsiotis in towards the first corner. He breaks way later, actually. He might just about have that sorted. No, a bit of a chunk of the curve for Belitsiotis keeps him just about within the marks, but unfortunately he doesn't get the exit. Does Fiala as we work our way through Curva Grande. It looks like it is going to be Dara McCormack giving him the bump draft, trying to make the overtake work.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bad news as well coming in for Jimmy Antunes. He's been caught for an infringement at the start. Car 8 has overlapped with car 17 before the indicated point in the supplementary rule set. Basically jumping the start, as now we see as Vasilios Beliziotis moves up. Another car taking an off excursion as well, coming through the Rog here as well. That's, I believe that's John, was that John Robertson just taking a funny line through? I think it was, just towards the rear of this gaggle of cars. But Beliziotis in 6th place. But going back to what I was saying, Antunes has been given a 5-second time penalty. So he's currently sat 5th at the moment in our timing screen. 5 seconds will drop him behind Beliziotis because he's 4 seconds behind the MSI driver that's currently sat in 5th. He will drop to 6th at the very minimum, should it stay like this.
Yeah, not ideal for MSI. So let's see this once more, try and unpick this. So that is Robertson, yeah, with the sort of greeny teal colour on the outside. He's just going to get a bit of a hip check from the two Virtus pros. Oh, sorry, this was actually earlier, so my bad. So that was Jamie Fluke getting some contact a little bit earlier with Stetsenko up the inside. And unfortunately, there's further contact. I think it was McCormack, the other car, that was having a little bit of a wiggle there as they come on towards lap number 5. And you still have the top 4 drivers, and then it's Pajtor leading an absolute train of cars that goes all the way down here to Fiala, and he's trying to go to the outside line in towards turn number 1, trying to make the move. Beliziotis on the inside, Fiala on the outside. He's just about going to squeeze his way through. We saw this earlier, but Beliziotis was able to hold on the exit. This time, he's about half a car length further ahead.
Yeah, at the moment though, Fiala maintaining, like you so rightly say, 6th place. Beliziotis down in 7th as they make their way through Curva Grande. Wheel to wheel for the back. Darren McCormack coming into this. A grand recovery from McCormack, who's now going to look to try and levy his way forward past his former team here this time around. But unfortunately, he's been giving an uncomfortable ride here by Johan Harth, who's been fighting him at every turn. They both started towards the rear of the field. As we now see as Beliziotis comes under attack here from Fiala, who's got the, well, taking the long way round, coming through Lesmo 1. In this occasion, it will be Beliziotis, though, comes out on top. 6th place for the Williams man. It's 142 points going Williams' way at the moment, 114 for Virtus Pro, with then quite the gap between MSI and Virtus Pro, who will lose time due to a steward's decision with Antunes. Obviously succumbing to a 5-second penalty, which will drop him behind Beliziotis. Should Beliziotis bring that delta gap to within that 5-second mark. Of course, it currently stands at 5.5 at the moment due to all the battling they've been encroaching through the course of this last lap. Lap 5 of 9. Still 4 or so to go. Dominic Blyer still in charge. He's got Tobias Pfeffer for company, and they're still trying to keep Kevin Ellis Jr. at bay, but he's on the tail of Pfeffer now on lap 6.
It's always a benefit when you have 2 cars from the same team in line, but Ellis Jr. has been strong and aggressive all day in towards the braking zone in turn number 1. Round the outside, it's such a favourite move at this track, squeezing out Pfeffer as well, who's not going to like that, but that is the racing style that we have in this format. And Ellis Jr. is up into 2nd place, and he's going to try and chase down and get the win from Dominic Blyer, what he couldn't get in that previous race. It was a 1-2 from these drivers last time. Let's see if he's able to do so. To come back to this battle is continuing on. Fiala's getting the push from his teammate McCormack. Actually, they jump back in line to try and get the slipstream, get a double slipstream down towards the 2nd chicane up the inside. It's going to be there for Fiala and Beliziotis. Oh, huge contact. Fiala saves it, but McCormack surely is going to come through.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They might even decide to swap here, the 2 Virtus Pro drivers, just to hassle Beliziotis a little bit as they run side by side through the first Lesmo. Taking a wide excursion there from Fiala. Doesn't want to make contact with his very own teammates here in this case. At the head of the order, though, Dom Blyer still leading the charge for Williams. Kevin Ellis Jr. obviously moving into 2nd. The points gap now has been brought closer together. Here is the moment again. Now that is, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was John Robertson who took a wide line coming through the Rogers chicane and then entered back out onto the circuit. That was the moment we saw earlier on as now Fiala heads through Ascari. Doesn't want to get too detached here from Beliziotis because Virtus Pro still have a chance here of getting enough points to qualify. Bear in mind, the only steward's note that has come through has been against Jimmy Antunes. I do understand that Race Control have got a little bit of stewards work to do with the incident involving 35 and 98. That's Kevin Ellis Jr. and Tobias Pfeffer. So depending who's on the wrong end of that, we could be seeing yet again some more late drama. It could be a racing incident, but obviously a coming together between those two could yet lead to a shock turnaround late into this race. We still have 3 or so laps left, and it's Dom Blyer who leads the way.
Yeah, I guess that was Williams protesting the hip check from Ellis Jr. So let's see what comes of that from the stewards. But Feather could still get the position on the track and then not need a penalty to reverse the positions. As it stands, though, he's not able to get past in towards the Roger chicane, and they continue on into this middle part of the lap, not where you can overtake. The thing with this battling, though, is it means they're losing Blyers now over a second, and I think the number 10 is looking good to take another victory here today. Really enjoying that Mercedes out on this track. The Aston Martin definitely looks a little bit more difficult to drive, but up this back straight, Ellis Jr. continues on, not catching Blyer at this moment in time, and it does look like the moves obviously are going to be in the background for the points. However, it's 20 between Williams and Virtus.pro, and I don't see that being taken away from them, considering Virtus.pro have Fiala and McCormack in 7th and 8th, and you're going to have 3 Williams in the top 4.
Yeah, further blows as well for MSI. Probably insult to injury more than anything else. Obviously, Jamie Fluke routed to the rear of the field, but he's just been handed a 5-second time penalty due to exceeding incident points limit. That was obviously something that he's succumbed to earlier on. Therefore, he is well and truly out of this fight, despite being 1.8 seconds behind Mikhail Statsenko. It's technically now 6.8 as it stands. So that means that it's going to be certainly, I would say, academic here now for MSI, that they will be moving out of Group B back down to Group C. Obviously, they gave it a good go, but Williams and Virtus.pro have simply been too strong on the night. The big question now stands as to how that 20 points gap between Virtus.pro and Williams is going to fall. Is it going to come down? Is there going to be a last-minute twist? We are on the penultimate lap of the race. We've got Kevin Ellis Jr. 1.1 seconds. Now, that gap was a second, so it has drifted out by a 10th here between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dom Blyer as we now rejoin this battle that's still recurring with Vasilios Beliziotis. Big points here to be earned here for Virtus.pro, because if they can get both cars past Beliziotis here, Cam, not only will they take points away from Williams, they will ascend higher, and obtain more points for themselves here as well. And maybe if MSI can get in on the action, if they can get past Vasilios Beliziotis, there's Johan Hart there, John Robertson. Again, more points taken off. That 20-point gap will come down very quickly.
Yeah, they really, as you say, they need to get, they're not going to get any higher than this because there's a 7-second gap ahead of Beliziotis. So they need to get P6 and 7 with McCormack and Fiala, and then hope that Beliziotis can drop way down. A lap and a half to go is certainly possible, but this all depends on McCormack getting this move up the inside of Ascari. They break at exactly the same time. Side by side they go. Who is going to come out on top? It looks like it's just about the Williams car, Beliziotis. They've slowed down so much, though. Look at the run. We're seeing him behind. This is Johan Hart trying to get involved as they get their way towards the final corner. Who wants to lead? Coming on to the final lap of the race. Do you want to lead now, or do you want to get that slipstream down in towards turn 1? Beliziotis, though, has a bit of a gap by a couple of car lengths that might just save him as we get Ellis Jr. and Pfeffer fighting for second place. It's going to be Pfeffer down the inside, braking later, of course, as well, and he's going to be one of the only drivers today, actually, to make a move up the inside. Most of the moves have been to that outside, and it's a Williams 1-2, giving him an extra couple of points again.
And this could be furthermore decisive as well, as now we watch Beliziotis, Darren McCormack streaming down through towards turn 1. Also a 5-second time penalty handed to Mikhail Statsenko due to exceeding instant points limit as well. But it looks like McCormack has managed to sweep on through out of turn 2 and into P6 finally. He's been knocking on that door time on time, but equally coming through as well. We've got, side-by-sides further up. This is Kevin Ellis Jr. and Tobias Pfeffer fighting over second place. Obviously, Pfeffer looking to try and lodge points more in Williams' favour, battling against Kevin Ellis Jr., of course, formerly part of the essentially now known MSI team, as we now move back to the bottom with Vasilios Beliziotis now behind Johan Hart. He's behind Darren McCormack, crucially, and John Robertson not too far behind, but he's tussling with Wojtek Fiala on the run out of Lesmo 1 through towards Lesmo 2. Wheel to wheel they are. Cam Roger, take us through it.
This is absolutely crazy. Look at all these cars. Remember, McCormack was off the back of the field at P12. He's now in P6. He's doing what he can, but he needs Fiala to get past Beliziotis and hope that something happens in the final couple of corners. 15 points is the gap, but Williams have come out swinging in this final race of the evening, and they're going to overcome that margin to be from second place to about 18 points in the lead. What a race it's been. Dominic Blyer, 2 poles in a row, and he's going to get 2 race wins in a row as well. The number 10 will take victory in Group B, race number 3. But who is going to be second place? It's a run to the line. Is it going to be Ellis Jr. or Fefa? I think Ellis Jr. just by a few thousandths of a second in second place. Fefa loses out on that final lap. And then up towards the line, can Beliciotis hold on? It looks like he can in terms of Fiala. But as we come to the line, it's going to be Johan Harth beating him in 7th place. And it's going to be about 15 points in the end was the swing. And Williams are going to be the winners of Group B and move up into Group A.
Yeah, a stunning performance from Dom Blyer, second in a row. And it's back-to-back lights to flag, pole to victory for the young man representing Williams. An astonishing performance, granting Williams, at least for now, as far as we know, provisionally moving through into Group A ahead of next week's festivities, which will be the final round before we decide who is going to gain that automatic qualification spot into the EWC and who is going to be going to contest for a qualifying spot when they head to Riyadh and fight for those remaining places, and who is going to barrel out, who is going to join Guild in leaving the R1 Championship here this season. Certainly that was truly a phenomenal battle. Obviously, credit to Blyer, great effort from him. Credit as well to Virtus Pro, Dom. Obviously, Darren McCormack fighting his way back through the field after that hapless qualifying session. That could have made all the difference as well had he had a better qualifying cam. That just goes to show it's not just what you do in the race, it's the lead up to it. The qualifying session is oh so integral.
Absolutely. 2-2 from Blyer. Can't beat that. And just looking at some of the things that are coming in. So actually, it looks like, was it a race incident between Ellis Jr. And Fefa there in turn 1? Very interesting. But I think it was that. It was just very hard racing. But it looks like Setsenko got a 5-second penalty for exceeding points limits as well. So either of those probably would have gone against Virtus Pro. So yeah, definitely Williams leading the way. It's definitely going to be a fun one when we get to the next round next week.
It certainly will be. Someone who also is having fun is Dom Blyer, and we can actually have a little chat with him now as well. After achieving a win in race 2, he's done it again. Welcome back, Dom Blyer, in what could be a very crucial win for Williams now. It looks like that promotion into Group A is signed and sealed. Obviously, we'll wait and see what the stewards have to say with a few incidents, but it looks like on paper that it's heading your way. You must be absolutely thrilled, Dom.
Oh, guys, again, yeah, I think job is done, so I'm happy. And in the last race, we performed well as a team, so I'm happy, and we will see what we can do in Group A then.
And you had such good speed today in both qualifying and in the race. Was that down to just extra practice? Because I mean, that pole time I think was the fastest of the evening from all 6 qualifying. So you really had the car under control today.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling well in the first race, so it was a bit messy from me, and I just regained the focus for the race 3. So yeah, I think it's the practice and just the confidence that you can put the lap together in quali. So yeah, I'm happy with the lap. Didn't expect it maybe, but yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, obviously, Dom, we've got a very exciting week coming up next week. One final round to decide who is going through automatically, of course, to the EWC, who's going to go through to the qualification phase in the EWC as well. 2 races, every single group are going to be racing next week as well. What do you make of that format change? Is it going to be difficult to adjust to? Is it going to be seamless? Is it going to be similar in some ways to the knockout seeding phase into the dynamic group stage? Is it going to be tricky, do you think, to adjust to that?
I think it's gonna be tricky because it's 2 different tracks, so you have only 1 week to prepare. And I think also if you win in next week, you're going automatically, no? To the group stage or something.
Possibly. We'll have to obviously rubber stamp that.
Yeah, so we will see next week.
Yeah, obviously we'll wish you all the very best. But Dom, congratulations on a massive effort. Back-to-back lights to flags. We'll see you next week. There we are. Nice wave there from Dom Blyer, top man, obviously ever the professional for Williams. We'll have a look at some of the highlights from the race. It certainly was a special visit for Williams, who were looking to protect a lead advantage in their group. Grand effort, it has to be said, tying up straight away with the MSI cars as well. Statsenko also getting in the mix of a fight as well for the Virtus Pro team, who had Darren McCormack starting right at the back end of the order cam. It was a tricky race, all concerned. Just far too behind, really, Virtus Pro in this final race. They needed a few more positions right from the start.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the likes of McCormack messing up his qualifying lap. If he was up there in that battle with Kevin Harris Jr. for the win, who knows if they would have been able to get those extra points, because he would have already gained an extra sort of 10 or 15 points just from the position, let alone what he would have taken away from Williams. So maybe that one driver could have swapped that around. But what a fight it was all evening here today. It was such a difficult track, it seemed, to go racing, just because you have to be so aggressive on the moves. Of course, here we saw a big spin. There was a Fluke and Stasenko going round. 2-3 wide doesn't always work. We saw a big issue there as well. I think that was for Robertson. So definitely a difficult evening of racing for these drivers. None of these moves were overly pretty, let's say, although this was actually quite a nice one round the outside there for the lead, and it just shows you that obviously some good moves can happen. But of course, in the end, it was Blyer winning by quite a margin. He's certainly very confident today, and this was the final race result. Dominic Blyer winning by 2.6 seconds from Kevin Harris Jr. Then it was a Williams 3 and 4, Pfeffer and Pastor. Antunes and McCormack round out your top half of the field with Harth, Beliziotis, Fiala, and then it's Robertson, Statsenko and Fluke, your 12 drivers for Group B, race number 3.
Yeah, brilliant result for Dom Blyer. The perfect result as well for Williams as well. They look like they're going to be staking their claim ahead of next week, moving up into Group A. Well done them off the back of a remarkable visit to Monza. Obviously, we will get the final points concluded very shortly, folks, and go through with them before the end of play. So do not go away. You don't want to miss that. We have had a few harum-scarum changes after Daytona, especially, where things went a little bit awry, went a little bit topsy-turvy after the steward's notes came through. So we can now discuss really the matter at hand, Cam. Just in terms of the racing tonight as a whole for night 2 at Monza. Of course, we've got the final round coming up now very shortly. What were your thoughts? How do you evaluate tonight's action here at Monza? What impressed you the most? Where do you think a team might have gone a little bit wrong?
Gone a bit wrong. That's a tough way of putting it. I think with ERA in Group C, it was just the execution. They just did not execute the races. They had some speed there, to be honest, and I wouldn't have been surprised if they were a bit closer to Mouse, but they just weren't able to get the results that they would have wanted. Maybe trying a little bit too hard, maybe being a group above where they could be, because I think they're potentially either confirmed out, or they're going to be very confirmed to not be at EWC with that result today in the demotion. So they're really on the limit of being in those top 9 teams. As for Group B, I think that was obviously a lot closer, and to be honest, it was very interesting how it ebbed and flowed. There was one race where Virtus Pro were better, in this final race Williams are better. So to be honest, I think the racing was good, and I think this track really brings everyone closer together, because there's only really 5 actual corners on the circuit.
Yeah, and obviously Group B are going to be joined by BS Plus competition after they got basically relegated from Group A yesterday. Knowing the calibre of driver they have, the likes of Ferris Stanley, who has really improved in recent times as well. Kaiki Oliveira always up there giving some of the best results. We, of course, saw him last year giving some grand performances for the BMW M4 GT3 team. And then also alongside of that, given other drivers that they have in their field, Nikita Wisniewski, who's also been winning races as of recent, also formerly part of the Williams team as well, but really flourished at Daytona, despite them being, should we say, eliminated out of the Group A, not eliminated from the competition, but relegated, should we say, out of Group A. They could be a big threat to Virtus Pro when they contest next week.
Exactly. So it's going to swap around a little bit, obviously, with the promotions and relegations, and I definitely think there's going to be some good battles. So those top teams, now they're getting closer together. It's going to be the final round, the final opportunity to score some points and lock in your positions. So I think we're going to see some great battles out there. Obviously, we don't know what the track is, so that could always change things. Obviously, we've already had Daytona recently, so it's probably not going to be Daytona. But if you have a track like that where it's really slipstream heavy, then you never know what the result is going to be.
Yeah, it could be 2 different tracks. You just don't know, according to Dom Blyer. So we'll find out very soon, I'm sure. So stay tuned, everyone. You don't want to miss the thing. Obviously, make sure, if you haven't done so already as well, stay up to date with all the socials here on RENNSPORT. Not to mention with the R1 Championship as well. Of course, we're going to be covering everything as well as we make our way through. Want to talk a little bit as well about Group C as well. Team Vitality finally doing the business, Cam, getting through. It was a little bit, I would imagine, probably disappointment. A lot of disappointment disappointment after what happened back at Daytona. They're trying to find their feet in this Aston Martin, the new car. Marcel Chinchik, we can't question his talent. Obviously, the former spring season champion. Toman, a proven winner as well. Yayovsky, always there, the Macedonian. And then also Thibaut Kazibon, one of the most vibrant improvers through the course of the last 2 years of the R1 Championship. Do you think they'll flourish heading into Group B?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as you say, looking at last time out in Daytona, they weren't able to get promoted, but they were only 8 points behind MSI, who did. So they had, had strong results. They just weren't able to pull it off. But today, when they had that opportunity, they absolutely, smashed everyone to get with the 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have no issues with them. We know the quality of that team, being the champions that they are in this competition in previous years, so they definitely know what they're doing. And the fact they're up in Group B with some good teams now, I think is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, it'll be a thriller. Don't miss it, folks. Let's move across and confirm those points, however. They've now been addressed and confirmed by our stewards. This is how the live standing looks. It certainly will be Atlassian Williams Sim Racing moving into Group A. 134 points now collected. They are ahead of Virtus Pro, who will remain in Group B as well. We will be saying goodbye to Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI from Group B. They'll drop into Group C now after finishing on 71. Team Vitality will move up to Group B and join Virtus Pro, and also BS Plus competition now, leaving Mouse remaining in Group C. They'll be joined by Team MSI as well, as ERA Esports will depart out of Group C. Team Falcons will be moving back up as well after a stupendous performance yesterday as well. So it's going to be an almighty contest. Here's how the live standings look at the end of play today thus far, with one final round to come. We look forward to bringing that to you. Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team still in charge, but joint with Team Redline Racing Bulls. They are level on points coming into the final round. You'll want to watch that one right through. Do not miss it. Virtus Pro currently sat in third. BS Plus competition in such a landmark season for them. Currently sat in 33-point territory. Felix van Delft, I'm sure, is absolutely ecstatic with regards to this. 4 points between them over third and fourth. Mouse down in fifth, need a recovery. Atlassian Williams Sim Racing in sixth. Team Vitality now. Could we see them rise to the occasion in the dying moments of the season? They'll be looking to try and qualify, I'd imagine, from the qualification race when we head to Riyadh. Team MSI doing the same. Team Falcons down in ninth as well. Team TC Racing, they'll be fighting to escape elimination essentially from the championship, as will ERA Esports. Team Falcons aren't safe at all either. Neither are MSI, but Guild, it looks like they will be heading home, it has to be said. So plenty of risks and reward. One more round to decide it all. Cam, any final thoughts from yourself?
Yeah, just great fun tonight. And of course, we saw some amazing driving, especially from the likes of Chinchik and Blair. And of course, some crazy racing in behind, some silly moves. But you always get that. And let's see what is going to happen and which teams are 100% going to qualify themselves for Riyadh next week.
Well, Cam, I'd like to thank you for your company. I would like to thank everyone at home for theirs as well. Please be sure to stay tuned in to all the socials for RENNSPORT and the R1 Championship. I won't be here next week, but Lewis McGlade will be back. But I will see you very soon, I'm sure. From all of us here at R1, until next time, goodbye.